Chapter 1101. Special Reward. Catley also didn't return to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected Emperor Razel's secret mausoleum to involve the Abyss. However, after some careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising that a conflict at that level would involve something like that. For a moment, she hoped that the Queen wouldn't pursue this matter, but in the end, she suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. She felt that if it were her, then she would also make the same choice. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Thank you for your answer. I have no further questions today." The fool nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You may begin." Just as he finished speaking, Force, who had been mustering her courage all this while, said as she closed her eyes as though she had resolved herself to charge towards death, "Mr. World, I have a commission for you." Seeing the World German Sparrow look over, she hurriedly explained, "You don't have to do much. You'll just leave me at an unfamiliar place every once in a while, and you can pick me up after a few days. If you're really busy, you can present traveling to me several times at a particular point in time for me to record." Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, "Man versus Wild? I have too many suitable places, such as the battlefield of the gods on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, Calderon City in the spirit world, the city of miracles Liveseed in Grozel's travels. They're 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magician won't be able to handle the danger." Klein didn't let the World German Sparrow immediately answer. He controlled the fake person and cast its gaze on Miss Magician with a pressuring look. Force silently took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, "This is the thing, I'm a Sequence 6 scribe of the apprentice pathway now. In order to digest the potion, aside from recording all kinds of Beyonder powers, I still need to record down the local customs and traditions of different places. I hope that I can become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers during the war. Mr. World, I've only recorded traveling once, so I won't be able to return if I go somewhere else. I can only ask for your help. I wonder if you're interested, and what kind of payment you'd wish to receive." So that's how it is. Justice Audrey finally came to a realization. Furthermore, she felt that Force method was really great. Especially since she's a best-selling novel author, her act of recording scenery and customs and publishing it as a book should be able to greatly aid in her potion digestion rate. Audrey nodded silently as she felt sincerely happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Force horror and fear towards Mr. World? She was looking forward to knowing what would happen when the two of them formally interacted. "Audrey, this state of mind isn't good. However, this is the attitude of a spectator. Force definitely wouldn't expect that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is only a mask. Beneath it is a gentle and kind heart. I also have to work hard to digest the Dreamwalker potion. I should visit the dreams surrounding me every night." Audrey didn't show any changes in her expression or gaze as she maintained the attitude of a spectator. After the hanged man Alger heard the magician's words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to break through to Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at that level. The world and the hermit are already at Sequence 4, Justice, the sun, the moon, and the star are also all at Sequence 5. Apart from the magician, the newly joined judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt that stifled, a heavy feeling that was difficult to resolve. He wished he could immediately find an opportunity to make contributions and become a demigod, a cataclysmic interrer. He yearned to have a high position and be in a position of power. He wanted others to acknowledge and respect him and be submissive to him. He didn't wish to fall behind in the Tarot Club. Is that so? At the same time that Klein understood what Miss Magician was thinking, he suddenly recalled something. It was the identity that the other party had mentioned in front of Mr. Fool during a particular full moon. An ex-surgeon who was now a novelist. Will spreading the terrifying legends that I create into text form help me digest the bizarro sorcerer potion further? The more shocking, harrowing, terrifying, and incomprehensible the description in the novel is, the better the effects. Klein suddenly had inspiration and controlled the World German Sparrow to say, "This commission is very simple, but the payment I need is very special." Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, Force asked in both joy and anxiousness, "What's the payment?" The World German Sparrow pondered for a moment and said, "Collect information about the ghost stories that have happened recently in the various major hospitals in Backland, and write them into a small publication or have them published in the newspapers. The requirement for the novel is that it's even more terrifying and bizarre. It's best if it can be a best-selling novel." The reason why he only mentioned the matters of the major hospitals in Backland was because Miss Magician was a local author who was part of medical circles. Being able to come to know of the urban myths and use that as material for a novel was very reasonable, and it wouldn't incur suspicion. However, if she had even learned of the urban myths in the Rorsted Archipelago, Fog Sea, and East and West Balam, then Zaratul's marionette would definitely visit her. The ghost tales of the various hospitals in Backland. After hearing the World German Sparrow's words, Audrey was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She had originally thought that those rumors were caused by the church's Beyonder secretly treating the injured victims. Mushroom and weeds were the negative effects of the mystical items, but she never expected it to be something else. Audrey had also guessed if it was done by Dwayne Dantes. After all, this gentleman had heard from her about the victims of the air raid. Furthermore, he was a very kind gentleman. However, due to the lack of clues and evidence, she could only believe that it was more likely to be related to the church. At this moment, she was almost certain that the clown angel was Mr. World German Sparrow. Even if it wasn't, they definitely had a deep connection. A Mr. World who wears a mushroom and weed mask is the same as the German Sparrow who wears a crazy adventurer mask. Why does he act like that when he's doing something good? Is it because he needs the feeling or corresponding feedback from creating fear? Audrey thought to herself with some guesses. As for the star Leonard and the hanged man Alger, one immediately thought of the strange urban myths that the Nighthawks who belonged to St. Samuel Cathedral were discussing recently, while the other fell deep into thought about the horror stories his subordinates had heard or encountered. I've never really heard of such payment before. It's not like I'm writing a biography. Although there has been a recent war, the sales of newspapers and novels seem to have increased. My previous editor has been urging me to write a new book. Yes, I must keep my identity a secret. I have to convince my editor to change my pen name. The excuse is that novels of different styles should use different pen names. Force didn't think too much about it. After a slight period of deliberation, she agreed, "All right, no problem." The World German Sparrow chuckled and hoarsely said, "If you do well, I'll give you the opportunity to record the Beyonder powers of a demigod." "No problem." Force swept away her usual languidness and firmly replied. To her, recording a demigod's powers not only increased her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively help her digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Zio, Leonard, and the other members sigh in their hearts. Scribes were truly enviable. Once a demigod-level expert became a backer, a scribe wielded extremely powerful strength. They wouldn't be weaker than a sequence 5, or may even be stronger than one at times. After coming to an agreement, the scene fell silent for a moment. This was because the other members of the Tarot Club currently didn't have any requirements. Leonard had become a spirit warlock recently, and he had yet to conclude the acting principles. There was still the possibility of him advancing from within the Church of Evernight. As for mystical items, he had already bought the Word of the Sea. If there were any special circumstances, he could request to use sealed artifacts of the Church. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research information regarding the Moon Domain every day, hoping to make a Scarlet Scholar more practical. As for the sequence for Shaman King's potion formula and Beyonder ingredients, he didn't need them for an extensive period of time, nor could he afford them. Derek had recently mastered the powers of Priest of Light, and he was still very far from advancing. As for the unshadowed main ingredient, he had already obtained it. Similarly, Audrey and Zio had also recently advanced. One of them was working hard to help Mr. World, accumulating contribution points, while the other was burdened with a huge debt and was eager to repay it. Alger was in the Church of the Lord of Storms, so he had to keep a secret. He was currently in an awkward position which required him to find a chance to advance. Furthermore, he had obtained the cataclysmic Interus potion formula from the world. Katlia had just become a demigod. She was currently deep in research on all kinds of secrets and all sorts of mysticism knowledge. She was pleasantly surprised that, despite having recently advanced, just recalling the knowledge and secrets she knew from the past had allowed her to directly digest quite a bit of the potion. Amongst them, the various things she had heard from the Tarot Club had contributed greatly. The transaction segment quickly ended as the members began their free exchange. Emlyn surveyed the area and his gaze landed on Leonard's face. If you're an official Beyonder, how will you deal with a clergyman of an opposing faction in your area of jurisdiction? He hasn't done anything wrong, nor does he plan on doing anything wrong. Although Fainapotter had yet to start a war with Lun, they had invaded Lun's ally, Lenberg. This made the believers and citizens living around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky in an increasingly odd manner. Leonard thought carefully and said, "Protective custody." Chapter 1102. Engaging tigers to hunt wolves. Protective custody. That's quite a witty answer. As expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain. When the fool Klein heard the star Leonard's answer, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he knew quite a bit about Bishop Utravsky, who wished to be called a priest. He didn't really believe Emlyn White's claim that he hasn't done anything wrong, nor does he plan on doing anything wrong. This was because, to a deity's blessed or a zealot, their understanding of something wrong might be different from a normal person's. Of course, Klein never suspected Father Utravsky's claim that life was precious and his piousness an acknowledgement of a joyous harvest, but the problem was that the Church of Earth Mother also preached that lives were like plants, which would ultimately wither and die, returning to the embrace of the Earth Mother. They would then grow again when the next year came. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't treat death in the same manner as the most ordinary of people. Regardless, Father Utravsky has to be controlled. This is both a form of protection for the Earth Mother's believers, as well as the citizens around him. It's also a form of protection for this half-giant bishop, in case some irredeemable situation occurs. While Klein was thinking to himself, Leonard, who had no lack of understanding of the Harvest Church, also understood the meat of Emlyn's question. He planned on leading his team members to confirm the situation in the next 2 days, taking the Earth Mothers blessed into protective custody with the help of the official organizations that were in charge of the area south of the bridge. And when Emlyn heard the answer, he slowly nodded without saying a word. Seeing that he was silent, Leonard turned to ask a question he wanted to get some feedback on. Are there any major matters lurking beneath Backlund recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team had been left behind in the capital of capitals as a part of the reserve forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the other members of the Tarot Club, including the son Derek, who wasn't too concerned about matters of the outside world, all cast their gazes at the World German Sparrow. From what they knew, whenever something happened in Backlund, Mr. World would more or less give a warning. What major matters has been lurking beneath Backlund recently? There's plenty. The Black Emperor ritual of George III, my secret alliance with Queen Mystic, the 3 churches may seem to be tacitly in approval but all have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. After all, they would occasionally communicate privately. That's right. Why was Leonard left in Backlund? Because of me, the church doesn't want to put Leonard in a dangerous situation. Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the thought that first came to him. He quickly changed his train of thought and analyzed the problem on matters that Leonard could be of service. Leonard is only a sequence 5, so what use can he play in Backlund that has deep undercurrents? Even if he's of use, they wouldn't use him. Instead, they would make use of me, who's related to him, or Pallas Zoroast. This can rule me out. I'm still a qualified blessed at the moment. If I really needed to do anything, then a simple instruction would suffice. The clearing of the Amon avatars in Backlund last time made the goddess or the upper echelons of the church guess that Pallas Zoroast is hiding in the vicinity of Bocklund Street, and they ended up suspecting Leonard? there's a possibility, and it's not a low one either. Back then, I was concerned to some extent. I only believed that, in the case of Amon becoming a god, the Church and Palace Zoroast were on the same page, that they could form some sort of tacit understanding. In fact, I believed that grandpa had such considerations when he first chose Leonard as a target for parasitizing. But why is Palace Zoroast being kept in Backland? To fish for Amon? Even among the kings of angels, Amon ranks among the top. It's almost impossible for the goddess to engage in a divine descent. With the Church's angels, Grade 0 sealed artifacts, and Palace Zoroast, it shouldn't be difficult to expel Amon, but it's almost impossible to kill him unless he doesn't come with his actual body. But in that case, it's not worth making such arrangements. Klein's thoughts quickly developed, and soon, he had a new idea. Fishing for Amon isn't done so as to deal with him. Instead, it's to hold back Zaratul, who's currently in Backland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at high levels. Even if one became a true god at Sequence 0, they'd still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and Sequence 1 beyond the characteristics of neighboring pathways. On this point, the Evernite goddess's plan was excellent evidence. The goddess wants to make Backland into a potpourri mess before wiping them all out. Klein made the world German sparrow hesitate for a few seconds before saying, the leader of the secret order, a Sequence 1 angel, and an old friend of Emperor Razel, Zaratul, is currently hiding in Backland. Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club were clearly a little confused and perplexed, the world added in a hoarse voice, the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation we often refers to the conservation of Beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, similar pathways also obey the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he deliberated and asked, the Marauder and the Seer pathways are neighboring pathways. Yes, the Apprentice pathway is also a neighboring pathway, the world answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, Force first connected the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics to the attraction between Beyonder characteristics taught to her by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She connected it to the Saint of Secrets who had been attracted. Then, she began to consider a question. If it really is as Mr. World said, that Beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways attract one another, then would it have attracted the attention of Zaratul back then? After all, he is in Backland. All of a sudden, Force thought of the raven that was staring at Botis's back. Ah? Force hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing all the members looking over, she hurriedly said, my teacher is a member of the Abraham family. He wields a rather important sealed artifact. As the first part of the sentence was known by the other members other than the star, Force had no intention of hiding anything. As for the second half of the sentence, she had made some modifications. It was very important to change the phrase to rather important. Seeing that no one was raising any questions, Force continued, this causes him to occasionally encounter higher sequence beyonders of the Apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Backland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Botis, had appeared nearby. As for me, I noticed that a raven was looking in the direction where Botis was heading. A raven. The details of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were ravens flying around, as if they were holding a memorial or in grief. As for Zaratul's avatar, it was hidden inside the cathedral. Zaratul is used to using ravens as marionettes? Is this a mark left behind during his phase as a bizarro sorcerer? While in thought, Klein made the world speak. That might very well be Zaratul. I actually met a Sequence 1 angel. Force felt a sense of fear and horror. She then recalled how she and Zio had discussed Adam and thus ended up possibly targeted. For some reason, she had the illusion that she had become the protagonist of a novel. Despite being only a Sequence 7 or 6, she had established connections with the Kings of Angels and Sequence 1 angels. With this in mind, Force hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice and said, can you hypnotize me later into forgetting certain matters? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall something and attract attention. No problem. As Audrey answered, she glanced at Zio and nodded at her. As for the star Leonard, he had some ideas as well. He planned on discussing it with Old Man when he returned to hear his opinion. Klein didn't continue talking about the major matters that lurked beneath Backland. This was because they were just too high-end for the other members of the Tarot Club. Not only were they unable to participate in it directly, but even having a complete understanding of them could bring about a disaster upon themselves. In this aspect, Klein's idea was that he could get the help of the members of the Tarot Club in certain segments, but it was like commissioning a bounty hunter to do something, without getting them too involved in the matter and figuring out the reason for the commission. It was a form of protection for them. At this moment, Alger looked around and said, "According to my observations, the Church of Storms isn't too enthusiastic about this war." "They aren't too enthusiastic?" "This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Although their teachings don't advocate combat and don't promote war, they definitely emphasize the need to treat their enemies like a storm, and vent whatever anger they have on the spot." When Klein heard this, he felt a little surprised. He then combined his understanding of the deities and began his preliminary analysis. "According to my previous speculations, Storm, Sun, Reader, Spectator, and Shepherd can switch paths at high levels. There should be an immense conflict between them. As for the Lord of Storms, he is highly likely the Wind Angel of yesteryear. He had eaten Adam's father, the ancient sun god, the City of Silver Creator. Even if he had tacitly allowed George III to become Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to sit back and watch Adam make use of the flood of the times to ascend to divinity. Therefore, the Church of the Lord of Storms is unwilling to have the war increase in scope and allow it to turn into a world war. Hence, he was trying hard to control his impulse. It must be really hard on them. This can explain why Lun and Intis would maintain their strange silence when Feynepotter invaded Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms are probably in a difficult position. They're unable to make up their minds. On the one hand, at the level of the deities, it isn't that there is no possibility of abandoning their alliance to deal with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, the battle strategies at the national level also prompts them to protect those countries. Forcefully breaking the perceptions built up by the citizens of a country would be an act that causes the anchors to become unstable. Also, once they participate in the battle, they would help Adam fulfill the conditions of his advancement to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world silent for a moment before replying to the Hanged Man's intelligence. At present, this is inevitable. Chapter 1103. Hin. Klein didn't actually remember if he had told the Hanged Man and the others that the Sailor, Spectator, Sun, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways were interchangeable, unless he used dream divination to recall it. However, since the Hanged Man had expressed his doubts towards the Church of the Lord of Storms, it meant that he hadn't thought about the interchangeability of both paths. Regardless of whether he knew it or not, or if he had yet to connect the two matters together, Klein believed that there was a need for him to explain things clearly. This allowed the members of the Tarot Club to grasp the true stances of the various major factions, thus letting them avoid many dangers. After the Hanged Man, Alger, and the others cast their gazes at him, he controlled the World German Sparrow and made him say in a low, uncertain tone, "The Storm, Sun, Spectator, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways are neighboring pathways. Likewise for Evernight, God of Combat and Death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, that's not absolute. At least the 7 deities have established an alliance." Upon hearing the world's reply, Alger first recalled Adam pushing for the flood of the times to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain level of understanding of the Church of the Lord of Storm's current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy. It was as if he had seen the essence of the matter, exceeding the level of most beyond us in the Church of the Lord of Storms. Similarly, Audrey had a brand new understanding of Intis's strange silence in this war. She was even more worried about the situation in Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger. In addition, she also knew that she could switch to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interra, and to the corresponding sequence for Demigod of the Church of Knowledge and Wisdom she had recently met. As for the corresponding sequence for of the Secret Suppliant pathway, it wasn't within her considerations at all. Of course, compared to other pathways, she still preferred Manipulator. She liked the Spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart. However, she also felt deep fear towards the upper echelons of the Spectator pathway. Avin Rambais had left a rather bad impression on her. Adam's any mention of it will be known had left her with a trauma. She had no choice but to undergo self-evaluations and treat the corresponding problems from time to time. The hermit Katlia had always been deeply knowledgeable about such matters. Apart from the information mentioned by the World German Sparrow, she also knew that the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways were neighboring pathways that could be interchanged at high sequences. It was likewise for the Arbiter and Lawyer pathways, the Prisoner and Criminal pathways, the Hunter and Assassin pathway, and the Planter and Apothecary pathway. As the other members of the Tarot Club dispersed their thoughts, Alger said to the World German Sparrow, "Thank you for your answer." He didn't say exactly what insights he had gleaned from the answer. In fact, for an instant, Alger wanted to leave the Church of the Lord of Storms and switch to another pathway. This was better than waiting for a very slim chance in the Church. However, he ultimately gave up on this idea. After all, his goal for a long time was to become a cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms. At present, he was beginning to yearn to be ranked first amongst the cardinal ranks, becoming an angel in charge of the mandated punishers or ascetics. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets he kept close to his chest. If he were to be chosen as pontiff, Alger suspected that he would be smoked to ashes by a lightning storm that descended from the sky the moment he put on the papal tiara. Seeing that the exchange between the world and the hanged man had ended, Emlyn asked with curiosity, which pathway can the apothecary pathway be interchanged with? Being from the sanguine race made them have no thoughts of switching to other pathways, as it would often mean that they had lost their identify. Therefore, Emlyn wasn't too concerned about such matters. The Planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother, Katlia answered casually. The Planter pathway? Possessed by the Church of Earth Mother. Emlyn frowned as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Zio also asked, which pathway neighbors the Arbiter pathway? Lawyer, Katlia answered simply. Lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway? In other words, if I could become a Sequence 5, one would be able to switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway. And Force had previously told me that Mr. Fool has the card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of the Black Emperor pathway. Zio suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light for her future. It had to be known that the Arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the two royal families. Even the corresponding military only had the potion formula for the low and mid sequences. If they wanted to advance beyond Sequence 5, they had to receive a bestowment from the royal family. Just like how every general had to be conferred by the king or queen. Furthermore, what they obtained in the end was the concocted potion and the ritual. To Zio, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to get the Sequence 4 potion formula for the Arbiter pathway. Of course, no matter how tightly guarded the potion formulas was, there were bound to be loopholes. The military's demigods knew of the ritual, and from time to time, they would cooperate with the royal family to hunt powerful supernatural beings. They could roughly narrow down the candidates for the main ingredient to a small area, but this also meant that they could only confirm the formula through repeated experiments. At the same time, the military demigods were also unable to grasp the supplementary ingredients. If they wanted to rely only on the main ingredients to advance, they needed to seek out the benediction of fate. And now, Zio had seen another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the neighboring pathways that Mr. World and Hermit had mentioned before thoughtfully asking. Among prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery prior, and monster, which ones are neighboring similar pathways? The World German Sparrow glanced at the Hermit and replied hoarsely, prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and savant and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high sequences. This was knowledge that could be confirmed by Klein. Among them, the interchangeability between prisoner and criminal was something mentioned by the Red Angel evil spirit, to which Miss Sharon tacitly accepted. The interchangeability between savant and mystery prior had been personally demonstrated by Emperor Rozelle. As for hunter and assassin, it was information that he had accumulated over time which could finally be confirmed. What about Monster? There's only this one left. Force, who was listening, couldn't help but ask. Seeing the world remain silent, Catlia thought for a moment before saying, it's difficult to be categorized as a neighbor of any other beyond a pathway. Just like fate, it can only objectively exist alone. I can be sure of that. I can only say that the most fundamental order in our world's supernatural powers might be chaos and disharmony. The reason why Catlia was certain that the monster pathway didn't have the means to be interchanged with other pathways was because her advancement ritual required her to analyze the snake of fate's blood. I see. Audrey was slightly uncomfortable with this disharmonious situation, but she quickly adjusted her state of mind. After the exchange was almost complete, all the members of the Tarot Club looked at the son Derek. The youth said without any hesitation, "We've already set off. We're currently less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When we arrive, we'll be resting for another day or two before we begin exploring the Giant King's court." The son's words made Alger, Catlia, and company suddenly feel like myths were entering reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, the Giant King's court was a symbolic entity that appeared in various legends and in different secret documents. What secret was it hiding? What was buried in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the World German Sparrow into the City of Miracles Leipzig, which was on par with the Giant King's court, the Star Leonard and Justice Audrey were also secretly excited and looking forward to hearing more. After all, the city that the Dragon King had imagined into existence had lost too much in the process of being transferred to Grozel's travels. There were no traces of anything of value. Apart from the building itself, there was only the hall that expressed the extraordinariness of the ancient myths. Furthermore, what was even more important was that Derek had mentioned that the Kings of Angels had come to a secret plot in the Giant King's court. As for the fool Klein, he was thinking of something else. Should I get Little Son to pray to the fool before the exploration? Then, I'll use the Crimson Star and the Sea God Scepter to extend my vision to a certain distance so that I can watch a live broadcast. Yes. In that case, if there are any accidents, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on the prayer points of light for observation cannot last too long. This has nothing to do with my own spirituality. It's just that this connection will fade away with time and last 45 minutes at most. Let Little Son pray every once in a while? That's under the premise that it doesn't affect his battle or attract the attention of the people around him. In that case, my spirituality can probably last for 2 hours. It's not on the same level as my sequence 5. It's also because of my recent rapid digestion of the potion. After pondering for a moment, Klein didn't speak. He controlled the World German Sparrow to hint to the sun. Before exploring the Giant King's court, you can pray to Mr. Fool and pray for good luck. In the process, you can also pray many times. Mr. World really is a nice guy. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body towards the end of the long, mottled table. Then, he saw Mr. Fool, who was enveloped by the greyish-white fog, nod slightly. Chapter 1104. Contradiction. The world above the grey fog had been restored to its state of silence, as though the gathering that had just ended was an illusion. Klein bent his finger and lightly knocked on the edge of the long, mottled table. He made the pages of the Roselle diary which Catlia had just given appear once again. Amidst an indescribable stillness, Klein cast his gaze towards the first paragraph of the first page with a solemn expression. The 27th of September, I saw Miss Ithaca once again. I had a nerve-wracking and thrilling but sufficiently wonderful experience with her. As expected, I prefer women of this age. I'm not just reminiscing about my youth, but rather that I haven't changed after so many years. I'm really dedicated. I read your diary with such seriousness, and you're giving me this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he lampooned at the emperor who he had only seen a portrait of. He immediately gathered his thoughts and shifted his gaze. In a lounge at the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. After Leonard Mitchell opened his eyes, he deliberated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Old man, the Secret Order's Zaratul seems to be in Backland." In his mind, the slightly aged voice quickly sounded. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately asked, "Old man, are you familiar with that Zaratul? Didn't you say that the Zoroast family and the Zaratul family are both important nobles of the Solomon Empire?" From his point of view, as ex-colleagues and former comrades in arms, how could old man not be familiar with Zaratul? Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "I'm familiar with the Zaratul who died in the War of the Four Emperors. The one alive whose now should be his descendant. I might or might not have seen him before." Sigh, the Zaratul back then had already obtained clues regarding the second sequence, one beyond a characteristic from the true creator. He was waiting for the War of the Four Emperors to end before searching for it. If he succeeded, he would be considered a king of angels. Unfortunately, in the War of the Four Emperors, he had directly encountered the existence from the Antigonus family who could be known as the half-fool, and Bethel Abraham was also involved. He could appear anywhere, anytime. If he hadn't been quickly banished and sealed by Evernight and Storm, I might not have survived to the end of the War of the Four Emperors either. The half-fool. Leonard's eyelids twitched when he heard this title as he thought of the entity above the grey fog for some baffling reason. He then forced himself to control himself and directed his thoughts to something else. Even from the description of a bystander, Mr. Daw was clearly one of the top existences among the kings of angels. It required two true deities to join forces to banish and seal him. There's a high chance that he was especially good at escaping, making it very difficult to kill. And back then, the battle situation was tense, so it was imperative to eliminate an enemy that posed a threat as soon as possible. Old man is reminiscing about the past, so he's feeling a little uneasy. He actually said so much in one breath. Amidst his thoughts, Leonard suddenly said, "I was left in Backland because they wish to use you to attract Amon here." The wistful feelings in Pallas Zoroast's tone vanished as he clicked his tongue. "Who made this guess? I don't think it's you. However, it's not bad that you know how to use your own resources to probe for the truth. This is something I've been very familiar with ever since I joined the Nighthawks." Leonard replied inwardly but didn't say a word. Pallas Zoroast continued, "I guessed that too. To be honest, your ex-colleague's relationship with Evernight really confuses me. If it wasn't for how familiar the concealment forces that appeared that day was, I wouldn't have dared to make such a guess. With Zaratul and I in Backland, Amon will arrive soon too. It truly is a perfect triangle of balance." "What do you mean?" "The concealment forces used to deal with Amon came from the Evernight domain, not Mr. Fool. Does this point that there is a certain level of cooperation between Mr. Fool and the goddess, or is it that the faith of those higher up in the church actually to Mr. Fool?" Leonard suddenly felt a strong sense of confusion and puzzlement regarding his position in the grand scheme of things. Seeing that Pallas was also quite confused, he converged his thoughts and didn't ask any questions regarding this. He frowned and said, "Two sequence, one angels and a king of angels. Will this bring about a devastating disaster to Backland?" He remembered that Amon was a terrifying existence that could kill countless people silently, and could even live happily as his victim. Using this as a reference, Zaratul, who was of a neighboring pathway, definitely possessed similarly terrifying powers. If he and Amon were to clash, half of Backland or the entirety of Backland could become the capital of death or the capital of bizarreness. Pallas Zoroast laughed and said, "Balance also means that everyone will be very restrained. Besides, it's very likely that Amon won't let his true body enter Backland. At most, he will send a large number of avatars over. After all, the impossibility of a divine descent by Evemite doesn't mean that Storm or Steam can't." "What do you mean?" Leonard acutely grasped the key point in old man's words. Pallas Zoroast's tone suddenly became more relaxed. Regardless of whether it's because of the war or for other reasons, Evemite is likely unable to interfere with the matters on the ground at the moment. Otherwise, why would she need to lure Morn over to form a balance? She's directly set up a trap, and who knows, she might be able to capture Zaratul or scare the cowardly seer away. Did something happen to the goddess? Leonard suddenly turned nervous. The slightly aged voice replied, "It might not be a bad thing, and it might be a good thing." Without waiting for Leonard to ask further, Pallas Zoroast sighed again. "Amon was attracted to Backland by me. What about Zaratul? What about me? I think Zaratul is also here because of you, and you're in Backland because of me, Leonard pondered as he replied. Heck, why do you think you're in Backland? Pallas immediately scoffed. Leonard immediately replied, this is the arrangement of the church. It can't be the effect of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, right? That's not necessarily true. Pallas' tone turned a little stem. Most of the time, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence will not directly show in places where you can sense it. Most of the time, it will influence fate. Just like when you board a train, you'll suddenly feel that the scenery along the way is beautiful and will get off the train in advance, resulting in you entering the small city. This might be because there are beyonders or mystical items of neighboring pathways around you. In other words, there are other things in Backland that attracts you and Zaratul here, and through you, my fate is affected, causing me to be arranged by the church to stay in Backland most of the time. Leonard asked in enlightenment, hoping to gain confirmation. Pallas Zoroas slowly sighed and said, that possibility can't be ruled out. Above the grey fog, Klein soon flipped to a diary page of value. The 21st of November. As I had made too many preparations in the early stages, I obtained that chaotic and terrifying grade 0 sealed artifact even faster than I imagined. And then, after a difficult battle, and with some help, I finally restored it to a pure sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. In a few more days, the ritual will be completed. I should be able to advance to sequence 1 knowledge Emperor of the mystery prior pathway. The 26th of November. Sunny and breezy. The ritual was very successful. I digested it thoroughly, and my anchors were even more stable. There weren't many difficulties during the entire process. I'm already a sequence 1 angel, a knowledge Emperor. Bernadette no longer has to worry about the influence of the hidden sage. She can abide by the words do as you wish, but do no harm, and continue on this path. At the same time, the level of an angel at sequence 1 means that I can greatly resist the notice and corruption from the cosmos. I can head to the Crimson Moon and see what's happening there. Regardless of whether Mr. Dorr is lying or not, everything points to the fact that the Crimson Moon is the key to the problem. If I wish to become a true deity, I have to figure out the reason. I'll make preparations for another 3 more days before attempting to land on the moon. That's 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind. Ha ha, don't quote me on that. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled the hysterical diary page of Roselle. He began to suspect that it was written after the Emperor's landing on the moon. Putting down the remaining, unread diary pages, Klein began to use dream divination to recall the content he had read over the past year. He wanted to use the comparison to find clues to Roselle's abnormal mental state. Not long after, he saw a few lines of text in his dream. It was the last diary entry that was theoretically written by Roselle. I'm unable to give any actual suggestions because I myself can't see the true faces of the 7 deities or those evil gods. This might be partially related to the second blasphemy slate that the ancient organization hides. Unfortunately, one only have a rough idea of the hidden parts, and I'm unable to verify them. In this diary, the Emperor had even solemnly warned his friends to be careful of the moon. The dream suddenly shattered, and Klein snapped awake. There was an obvious look of fear in his eyes. He clearly remembered that, a long time ago, Roselle had confirmed that there was a hidden portion in the second blasphemy slate. The 19th of July. The night of the blood moon. Mr. Dorr's answer allowed me to confirm one thing: in that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. This? The Emperor forgot? No, how could he have forgotten such an important matter? He only appeared a little extreme, and he didn't have much of a problem. Why did this happen? Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself silently, having an inexplicable and terrifying feeling. The last diary entry, or rather, the Emperor Roselle who wrote that sentence, seemed to be another person. Chapter 1105. The key diary entry. Above the greyish-white that wasn't perturbed at all, Klein silently sat at the end of the long, mottled table, like a stone statue that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Regarding the discovery he had just now, he felt a deep sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. He felt a chill rush out from the back of his head, spreading across his entire body, bringing with it obvious yet real shudders. It was as if he had witnessed a familiar friend become a stranger in a very short span of time. His actions were abnormal, as though he had been replaced by someone else. Of course, there was a clearer and more direct analogy in this aspect. It would be Leonard Mitchell coming to visit and discuss the matter regarding Pallas Zoroast as a monocle is suddenly taken out and then put on. Could it be that the Emperor was unknowingly corrupted after his ascension to the Crimson Moon, and he didn't notice it at all? He usually didn't show any abnormalities. Only through reminiscing about his past through his diary entries, analyzing his inner voice, and talking to himself would certain premonitions surface in his mind? Or could it be that this was a form of hypnosis by Adam? But Roselle was at least a sequence 1 when that happened. Klein couldn't help but lower his head to inspect himself. He imagined how another version of himself existed in his body without realizing it. He wasn't sure if this entity could be called a human. This truly is an extreme sense of horror. Klein slowly took a deep breath and forced himself to focus his attention on the diary pages of Emperor Roselle. Soon, he discovered something worth reading. The 28th of July. I attended that ancient secret organization's gathering once again. From the discussions among the members, I sensed a problem. Is it because I advance too quickly that I'm relatively inexperienced? There are many things that I have never heard of before. Just like how they mentioned about the corruption from the cosmos and underground. This is the first time I know of their existence. I wonder how many of them are he S1 or she's. Apart from a minority of the members, most of them don't like others knowing their levels. While others are communicating with each other, I asked old Mr. Hermes with a whisper, hoping to understand more about the corruption that stems from the cosmos and underground. Hermes told me that this isn't something I can come into contact with at my current level. Just learning about it alone will cause me to be corrupted. It's actually that scary? What could it be? I'm even more intrigued. That old Mr. later told me that the corruption that originates from underground can be ignored because it will fade with time. A long time ago, in the era when the ancient gods were active, powerful creatures had attempted to resolve this problem completely. In the end, it made things worse and caused tremendous losses. Later, they gave up on the idea of directly exerting influence, and they switched focus to sealing and guarding it. From that day forth, although accidents happened occasionally, it was stable overall. Today, even if there are no seals or guards, as long as no one comes close and tries to go deeper, there won't be any incidents of corruption. What a surprising situation. It appears it doesn't require the protagonist of this era to resolve this problem. Old Mr. Hermes mentioned the cosmos again and said that the situation there is more complicated, interesting, and more dangerous than I imagined. He said that even a Sequence 2 angel doesn't have much knowledge of the cosmos. They only have a general understanding of it. They aren't aware that, apart from the dangers, there are too many other things. If it wasn't for the fact that he once knew an existence that was good at wandering the cosmos and learned plenty of matters from that person, he wouldn't be able to tell me all of that. I was very curious, but I didn't hold much hope when I asked about the existence who was adept at wandering the cosmos. Old Mr. Hermes didn't hide the truth. He said that it was Mr. Dorr, Bethel Abraham. Mr. Dorr. I pretended not to know anything and asked about that person's level in a very casual tone. Hermes didn't answer directly. He only said that in the fourth epoch, even angels and demigods would address him by his name in private. Those who could make everyone address them by their titles are in a small minority, of which Mr. Dorr was one of them, aside from Evernight, Storm, Earth, and the other deities. Is that so? Mr. Dorr's level really isn't low. The corruption that stems from underground will naturally fade with time? Rhodes said that the grey fog gives it a feeling that resembles that of an object from underground. It hopes that I can explore the underground world after I return to my throne of divinity. As for Luca Brewster, he's certain that the higher the sequence, the greater the danger the underground world will bring. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers. He was increasingly puzzled about what was happening underground. Fortunately, Hermes's description, the state of the abandoned castle, and the attitude of the Evemite goddess seemed to indicate that the corruption that stems from underground would naturally dissipate. Leaving it alone was the best solution. Phew, then I shall temporarily put aside my worries regarding the underground world. Hermes's words and the bronze door deep in the City of Miracles corroborate with each other. The dragon of imagination Ankwelt had really tried to resolve the problem of the underground world, but ended up with fear and trauma. From the looks of it, the greatest possibility for the coming of the apocalypse is probably from the cosmos, and my current sequence doesn't qualify me to know of it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein sighed as he continued flipping through the diary pages in his hand. After reading a few pages, his eyes suddenly lit up and locked onto one of the pages. The 31st of December. The end of a year is the most suitable time to make a resolution and start a new story. I've already thought of where the 8 secret mausoleums should be built. I'm just clueless about the last one. This has to be more covert than the 8 previous ones, or else it will be meaningless. After a long thought, I thought of a place, the nameless island where Grimm was buried. Of course, the abyss is also an option. However, I can't find a living devil in the area that I can enter, so I can't force them to become my citizens and help me build a mausoleum. Ordinary humans can't survive there, and even powerful beyond us will find it difficult to resist the corrosive properties of the abyss itself. Regardless, the environment on that nameless island seems like a pretty good choice. The princes of abolition in the 4th epoch's understanding of citizens is too limited. The rule of an emperor is not only limited to humans and humanoid creatures, all living things should be my subjects. And there are many extraordinary creatures on that nameless island with no intelligence. They have long worshipped and followed me. I can totally drive them into building a secret mausoleum. When I wrote this, I suddenly recalled that experience. Because I dreamed of Grimm, I brought Edwards, Benjamin, and the others back to this nameless island and discovered that those extraordinary creatures lived together in harmony. They were gathered together and holding a ritual, and amongst them was the deceased Grimm. I was indeed shocked back then. I felt a fear that I hadn't felt in a long time, and everything appeared extremely bizarre. That time, William and Polly died. Only Edwards and Benjamin survived. If I hadn't already become powerful and controlled a Grade 0 sealed artifact, everyone would have perished along with them. The power of those beyonder creatures that affected that nameless island actually came from the cosmos, and those who were corrupted would return to the source after dying. Thankfully, the power from the cosmos could only project a small portion of it into the real world. I finally solved the problem and made that nameless island my secret base. Now, it's time to use it. After reading the diary, Klein didn't feel exhilarated that he had correctly guessed where Emperor Rozel's final mausoleum was. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was, on the one hand, because the corruption caused by the cosmos had truly appeared in front of him. On the other hand, the nameless island wasn't that secretive. Other than the Emperor, there were also the 2 survivors, Edwards and Benjamin. It didn't meet Rozel's requirements of complete secrecy. Before this, did Edwards and Benjamin pass away normally, resulting in them being unable to divulge any secrets, or was it that, after Rozel successfully built the mausoleum, he made these 2 subordinates stay on the island forever, resolving the problem of spirit channeling? Of course, if Rozel had the corresponding sealed artifacts or beyonder powers, he could also make them completely lose the corresponding memories. After a moment of silence, Klein flipped through the diary pages again in search of the coordinates to the nameless island. However, he didn't see the corresponding content when he reached the last page. Instead, there was a diary entry that vaguely revealed some of Rozel's thoughts in his later years. The 27th of December. I've been feeling uneasy recently because I have no confidence in what will happen next. I no longer yearn for help. I'm very satisfied if they can remain neutral. I have put myself in the most dangerous situation. This is an act of me taking initiative, but it is also a choice due to a lack of options. Sometimes, I'm very confused. How did I end up like this? Was I too extreme, or was this the only thing I could do? No, at this point in time, I can't be confused anymore. Apart from affecting my mindset and making the already slim chances even slimmer, it's meaningless. Now that I've reached this point, I can only continue on. If I succeed, it will naturally be sunshine and rainbows. All my hopes are placed on one sentence. Life is possible by being in death's embrace. From the looks of it, the Emperor really chose the method of making use of one's revival after death to escape the madness and corruption. This is simply crazy. It's like he's playing a game of Russian roulette with all 6 chambers filled, hoping that one of the rounds misfire. People who don't like going to the extremes, or those who are good at coming up with all kinds of strange ideas, wouldn't consider the viability of this method. Perhaps it's because the enemy can't guess it that this might give the Emperor a sliver of a chance of living. Klein leaned back into his chair as he silently sat in the ancient palace for a while. After he slowly recovered his scattered thoughts, he considered how to find the nameless island. I remember that the person who visited the nameless island, Benjamin, seems to be from the Abraham family. This be asked via Miss Magician. Yes, I'll be meeting her soon. There's no need to specially get the fool to pass the message. I'll get Queen Mystic to ask the descendants of Edwards, William, and Polly. That will be more suitable. With this in mind, he surveyed the area and sighed before disappearing above the grey fog. Chapter 1106. Making Contac. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter. Investigate the nameless island which led to the deaths of Grimm, William, and Polly. This can be done through the descendants of Edwards, Benjamin Abraham, and the descendants of the 3 deceased. This was a letter to Queen Mystic Bernadette, so Klein didn't write the reason. He believed that she would understand what this meant. After folding the letter, Klein casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After completing the setup, he placed the letter on the altar, took 2 steps back, and recited in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. An invisible creature that roams the upper realms, a strange spiritual body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. The moment he said that, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively activated his spirit vision with a mere thought. However, he didn't see anything. Then, he discovered that the letter placed on the altar had disappeared. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. Next time, I'll switch to using my spirit body thread's vision. Klein was stunned for a second before he sighed inwardly. In the evening, under the illumination of the street lamps that lit up one after another, a carriage drove to the intersection of the Backland Bridge area and East Borough and stopped by the side of the streets. Wearing a long dress and a dark cloak, Force paid the fare of 3 solely before alighting from the rental carriage. She walked slowly along the shadows of the street, preparing to make a large detour to escape from her imaginary stalker. At the end of the previous tarot gathering, she had swiftly overcome her laziness, packed up, and went out to visit her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues. As for the reason, there was no need for a special reason. It was very normal to care about friends and acquaintances after an air raid. And the reason why it wasn't last week was because, in the eyes of the ordinary citizens, the situation in Backland was especially tense. There could be a new round of attacks at any moment, so everyone naturally tried their best not to leave the house. During the visit, Force had originally planned on diverting the topic onto the strange tales at the hospital, but to her surprise, there was no need for her to do so at all. Her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues would usually chat about such matters on their own accord after some idle chatter, making one convinced that such illusions happened at every hospital. No, Force knew that it wasn't an illusion, so she inexplicably felt horrified, suspecting that she would have nightmares at night. I don't have to make any major changes at all. As long as the patient's miraculous recoveries are changed to them having their physical wounds healed, only to have them go bonkers, it would make for an excellent horror story. Furthermore, it happens in a city that everyone is familiar with and also in the hospital that people often come into contact with in the city but exudes a terrifying atmosphere. It will result in perfect immersion. I can almost foresee another best-selling novel about to be bomb. I just don't know if I can write this genre well. The only problem is that this story will lack sufficient emotion. A female patient passionately kissing a face that's covered in mushrooms and weeds. Isn't that way too outlandish? Force walked as she thought, entering a creative state of mind. At this moment, her vision blurred. She saw a figure walk out from the shadows in front of her where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate. The figure wore a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a deep-set face with cold facial features. Apart from his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked identical to the crazy adventurer of the 5 Seas, German Sparrow. Although Force knew that Mr. World wouldn't hunt her and was here to fulfill the contract, she couldn't help but tense up. It was as though she had met her strictest teacher from back in her school days. Good evening. Her footsteps slowed down, but she still continued moving forward and greeted him. Klein nodded without a word. He turned around and walked into a secluded alley to the side. The gas lamps inside were already damaged, so it was dark. Despite the dark environment, Force similarly didn't say a word. She lowered her head slightly and followed behind German Sparrow at an adequate pace. When they reached the depths of the alley, Klein looked around and said in a deep voice, "Help me ask your teacher if he knows of this person, Benjamin Abraham. If he knows him, I want all his information and all the text and pictures he left behind." Okay. Force was nervously waiting for Mr. World to teleport her somewhere else, but she never expected him to mention something else for no reason. She nearly failed to react. She didn't ask why and quickly nodded in agreement, as though she couldn't wait to do it. Then, she took a deep breath and continued waiting for German Sparrow to approach her. He grabbed her shoulder and began teleporting. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Force looked up in shock, only to see Mr. World still standing in front of her, looking at her. She then heard him say in a deep voice, "Write it now. Write it now." Force didn't ask why, as she subconsciously said, "I didn't bring any paper, a pen, envelope, or stamp with me." Before she could finish her sentence, the 4 items were thrown at her. Force caught the items and took a few steps out. Using the gas lamps at the end of the alley which opened up to the roads and the hard wall, she quickly wrote the letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. With both hands in his pockets, Klein waited patiently without any signs of impatience. In fact, he had long been lurking around Miss Magician without showing himself. According to the address Force provided, he had been secretly monitoring her from the moment she left home in the afternoon. His monitoring was done by getting his marionettes to pray to see God Calvetua from time to time while his actual body stayed above the grey fog, using the prayer light dots to observe the situation around the magician. With the help of his true vision, Klein was currently certain that Zaratul hadn't targeted Miss Magician, thus, it was safe to make contact with her. After knowing that Miss Magician had met Zaratul's marionette, how could he be at ease and be daring enough to meet her and take her traveling? Now, he was certain that Zaratul had been attracted by the Abraham family's sealed artifact or Saint of Secrets Botis. As for a mere sequence 6 like the magician, she wasn't worthy of notice. Hence, she wasn't exposed. A few minutes later, Force finished writing. She used a sticky herbal powder she carried with her to seal the envelope and pasted the stamp. "Do I throw it into the mailbox now?" Force glanced at the cover of the letter with her teacher's address and real name and asked hesitantly. She felt that she had to do it herself. She couldn't hand it over to the world, or it might bring danger to her teacher. Of course, if German Sparrow insisted, Force felt that there was nothing she could do. Even if she tore the letter apart, there was still a possibility of her being hypnotized or having her spirit channeled. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Return after you're finished posting it." Phew. Force let out a long sigh of relief. Turning around, she ran towards the street and found the mailbox. After finishing all of this, she returned to the dark alley. Without waiting for German Sparrow to speak, she handed over the fountain pen and the remaining 2 stamps. She very quickly said, "One was enough." Klein gave Miss Magician a look before he took the stamp and pen and calmly said, "This means that your teacher's residence is less than 100 kilometers from Backland." Force's expression froze. "What's the big deal? I also know that your teacher lives in Pritz Harbor, and there's a high chance that he hasn't moved away yet. As for why I gave you 3 stamp tickets, of course it was intentional." Klein muttered to himself before taking a few steps forward to stand in front of Miss Magician. He then reached out his left hand that was wearing a transparent glove and grabbed the lady's shoulder. Force subconsciously lowered her head again. The surrounding colors immediately became saturated and layered while countless, indescribable figures flashed. When the things and colors she saw returned to normal, Force instinctively raised her head to thank him. However, German Sparrow had already disappeared. Force sized up her surroundings in a daze and realized that she was standing in an empty corner. In front of her was a door, and a din and the smell of alcohol were emitted from beyond the door. Force pulled at her cloak and walked out the door with a hint of fear, only to see many men dressed as pirates. They had scimitars and guns, either hanging or lodged by their waist. While drinking hard liquor, they discussed the strengths of the fleets of Fasak and Lun in high spirits. Quite a number of beautifully dressed women were amongst them, like dancing butterflies. She was wearing a long, dark-colored cloak in a Backland style. Her brown hair was long and slightly curled. She had a rather mature temperament, but her expression of fear made it seem like Force was a lamb that had barged into a wolf pack. It was so disharmonious and eye-catching, and it quickly attracted the attention of many. She felt a little familiar with what those people had said to her. It was as if they were part of a language branch she had learned, but she couldn't understand them immediately. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? As Force was at a loss, a plump man squeezed over and said in broken Lonese, 10 soli, 1 night. Force had been involved in many of the Beyonder circles over the years. Although she didn't know where she was, she knew very well what kind of situation she was in. The light in her eyes flickered strangely before they converged into one point. An indescribable aura emanated from her body, making the people around her subconsciously avoid her gaze. This was the authority of a judge, a qualitative change in the ability of an arbiter. Berserk Sea, the Ruz Island. Danitz hid in the shadows, watching the intelligence peddler, Boltz, in a serious manner. Chapter 1107. Relax. As a hunter who had shadow cloak, Danitz's hiding and monitoring abilities were always pretty good. Back then, he had even helped German Sparrow lay an ambush for Steel Mavetti. At this moment, he didn't show any traces of himself, but he felt a little bored. He was eager for Anderson to switch with him as soon as possible. When will such a life end? Vice Admiral Ailment, hurry up and appear. No, not now. It's better to wait until Anderson arrives. Danitz did some introspection and rationally ended his prayer. He was worried that a pirate admiral at Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would discover that he was hiding in the dark, and he lacked the courage and confidence to deal with her. Of course, if he wore the boxing glove, everything wouldn't be a problem. As long as he made the decision fast enough, fear and apprehension wouldn't be able to catch up to him. You seem very troubled. Suddenly, a voice rang beside Danitz's ear. Danitz jumped out of the shadows in shock as an orange flame quickly formed in his hand. At the same time, he cast his gaze to the source of the voice. He saw Anderson hiding in the woods. There were green vines stuck to his head that seemed to meld him with the environment. Dogsh *T. It was unknown if Danitz was cursing Anderson or himself. After venting his anger, he asked, "When did you come?" 2 minutes ago, Anderson replied with a smile. You hid well. I didn't manage to find you immediately, so I followed your hiding habits and casually asked you a question. Danitz was momentarily unsure if he should be proud or angry. He asked with mixed feelings, if I had remained calm just now, would you have failed to discover me? In theory, Anderson said with a smile, completely unfazed. But as an experienced hunter, there can't be only one way. Just as Danitz was about to ask what other solutions there were, he suddenly saw Boltz extinguish the candle and prepare to sleep. Minutes later, the figure of intelligence peddler, Boltz, appeared by the window in the darkness. With a nimble leap, he landed into the shadows outside the house. That was where Danitz had been hiding. Having re-entered the shadows, he was almost stepped on by his target. Boltz walked towards the sea under the cover of the shadows. Dogsh *T. Only then did Danitz appear, giving Boltz the middle finger. Anderson also left the woods. As he pulled out the branches from his head, he smiled at Danitz. I think we'll hit the jackpot tonight. Tacit glanced at the strongest hunter in the fog sea and nodded vigorously. I hope it's Vice Admiral Ailment. He used the shadows that were everywhere at night and immediately took the lead in following the intelligence peddler, along with Anderson. They maintained a perfectly adequate distance. Not too stupid, Anderson observed for a moment before chuckling. Tacit scoffed inwardly but didn't respond. He knew very well that this wasn't an occasion where they could afford to mock and provoke each other. 15 minutes later, Bots arrived at the beach and stood there, staring at the dark blue sea under the crimson moonlight. He didn't wait too long. In the darkness of the sea, a huge outline appeared, gradually forming a black ship with a white flag fluttering in the air. On the flag, 2 ghostly blue flames burned within a pitch-black skull. The Black Death. Vice Admiral Ailment Trace's flagship, Black Death. Tacit instantly became excited. If not for his shadow form, his pupils definitely would have dilated in a bid to draw in more light to see every detail of the ship. He subconsciously moved a distance forward, hoping to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy was on the ship. As the gigantic sailboat approached, the 2 people in the shadows could see sailors busy on the deck. Is there a dock for docking here? Or will they just give Bots a dinghy and get him to row himself over? Just as these thoughts flashed through Tacit's mind, he heard Anderson say with a suppressed voice, "Leave." Ah? Tacit's greatest strength was that he was good at following the instructions of an authoritative figure. Be it in front of Edwina Edwards or German Sparrow, he would follow the instructions to a T, apart from grumbling at most. At that moment, although his face was filled with puzzlement, with the intention to retort and persist in his own plans, he still used the shadows to silently leave the beach. When they could no longer see the Black Death and could only hear the vague crashing of the waves, did Tacit leave the shadows and appear in the forest. He hurriedly asked, "Aren't we going to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment is aboard?" Anderson sized up Tacit and chuckled. Never underestimate a beyonder who's very famous at sea but has lived to this day. Every pirate admiral is a target you must be careful against. You must never be careless. Tacit subconsciously replied, "Admiral of Blood, Senor, Admiral Hell Ludwell." They were all pirates who were easily killed by a particular crazy adventurer. Anderson was momentarily at a loss for words to rebut Tacit's with. After a few seconds, he said, "So, isn't Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy worth paying more attention to considering how she survived German Sparrow's attack, Happy Smiley?" After careful thought, Tacit inexplicably felt that Anderson's words made sense. Just as he was about to speak, his throat suddenly felt itchy as he coughed. After coughing a few times, his throat began to swell in pain, and he could taste metal. "Look, I told you to be careful." Anderson clenched his fists and held them to his mouth. He coughed lightly, but it wasn't as serious as Tacit's. Tracy must have spread all kinds of ailments around the ship. Once anyone approaches it, they'll quickly be infected with it and be exposed. With this wide of a range, it means that she has completely digested the Sequence 5 potion and has a chance of advancing to Sequence 4. Why couldn't it be that she has already advanced to Sequence 4? As he was far from the source of the infection, Tacit quickly recovered and instinctively retorted. "If that were the case, you are either on the Black Death, or you have a victim of the Black Death disease and are on your deathbed." Anderson half turned his body and cast his gaze towards the obstructed beach. Tracy must have used some sort of trick. It's unlikely for her to only be able to maintain the target area of the ailments to be at the front and not the other 3 directions. Instead, she used the wind to spread the ailments to affect the people on the shore. With that said, Anderson clapped his hands and smiled again. "Isn't our encounter proof that Vice Admiral Ailment is on the ship? You can inform German Sparrow." Tacit didn't hesitate any further. He immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger. Using the excuse of guarding the area to prevent any accidents, Anderson walked out of the forest. It was 3 in the morning in Backland's East Borough. Apart from the moonlight and starlight, it was pitch black. Wearing cotton pajamas and a sleeping cap with a protective hairnet, Klein sat on the bed and received the letter from Remnant without asking anything. Opening the letter, he calmly got out of bed, took out a pen from his pocket, and wrote on the back of the letter, "Return to the port city and await further instructions." After watching Miss Messenger leave, he calmly changed into his shirt, put on his vest, tied his bow tie, and put on his black trench coat. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Using the topaz spirit pendulum to divine the danger level of this operation, he received almost no revelations. Without any hesitation, he returned to the real world and stood in front of the mirror. He picked up his half-top hat and wore it above his head. On the bunk bed in the room outside, Konas and Inuni opened their eyes. In an empty room on the Black Death, a figure quickly outlined itself. He had black hair and brown eyes with cold and hard facial features. He was none other than German Sparrow. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein swept his gaze and casually found a chair to sit down as he admired the sea vista outside. In the captain's cabin 1 level away, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was dressed in a white blouse and beige pants, watched Bolts leave the room in disgust. She pulled at her collar out of reflex, and her expression turned livid. She had just learned that Blazing Danitz, the strongest hunter Anderson, had been staying in the Rose Island recently with unknown motives. "They're all related to German Sparrow. Is that fellow looking for me?" Tracy narrowed her eyes as she walked towards the window without any hesitation. She was prepared to instruct the sailors on the deck to steer the ship away from these waters. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly turned sluggish. It was as if she had sunken into a state where she knew she was in a dream but was unable to extricate from it no matter how hard she struggled. Not good. Black flames abruptly emerged from the surface of Tracy's body, attempting to burn away any external influences. However, while the flames were initially able to flow smoothly, they later began to turn intermittent as they kept falling to the ground like withered petals. A strong sense of despair surged within Tracy as her thoughts turned increasingly slower. Desperate, she quickly condensed a layer of crystalline ice around her body, retracting the invisible threads towards her and wrapped herself in layers. At that moment, the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. Wearing a silk top hat and black trench coat, German Sparrow walked in. Then, he politely closed the door. With a light cracking sound, the entire captain's cabin instantly became extremely quiet. The sound of crashing waves was no longer present, as though they had been separated from the real world. As for the invisible spider webs that entangled Tracy, they seemed to misunderstand the order that was given as they tightly bound Vice Admiral Ailment up, preventing her from moving or using her beyonder powers. Distortion. As her thoughts returned to normal, her brain no longer felt frozen. What do you want to do?" She couldn't hide her fear as she watched German Sparrow slowly approach. What she couldn't understand was why the other party would give up on the attempt to make a marionette even though she had clearly lost her ability to resist. The reason why Klein did so was because he was worried that Vice Admiral Ailment and the Demoness of White were related by blood. This way, Trace's death would cause the demigod who was good at hexes to sense something and take measures ahead of time. Tap! 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 Klein stopped in front of the Demoness. Chapter 1108. Messed Up Family. German Sparrow's silence made Trace's heart sink, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. When he saw despair surface on Vice Admiral Ailment's face, Klein took out a piece of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he made it fly forward like a poker card. With a whoosh, the slip of paper cut through a tiny portion of the invisible spider webs like a piece of metal. It tore open the translucent ice crystal and lacerated Trace's left arm, causing blood to splatter. The surface of the paper was quickly dyed with a bright red tinge before it boomeranged back from the trapped Demoness into Klein's palm. Tracy originally imagined that the piece of paper would come at her throat, but she never expected it to only target her arm. She was momentarily stunned. Only when German Sparrow folded the piece of paper and placed it into an iron cigar case did she suddenly realize something. She asked, "Your true target is Katerina?" Klein placed the iron cigar case back into his pocket without answering her. He calmly asked, "You are her descendant?" Upon hearing this, Tracy, who was still trapped by the ice crystal and spider silk, suddenly let out a low laugh. "I'm not just a descendant. I'm her child. Child, daughter, as Klein rejoiced over his caution in not recklessly killing her, causing Demonis of White Katerina to sense something, he subconsciously analyzed whether Katerina was the mother or father of the ailment maiden. If Katerina was also formerly a male, it's possible that she's Trace's father, but the problem is that she was already a sequence for demigod during the Pale Disaster that was at the end of the Fourth Epoch. And for the assassin pathway, a man will change into a woman at sequence 7 which. In other words, if Katerina is Trace's father, Tracy needs to be at least 300 years old. However, it's impossible for a sequence 5 Beyonder to live for so long. Even most sequence 4 and sequence 3 saints aren't capable of that. There's only one answer, and that is that Tracy was born by Katerina. Also, it happened in the past few decades. An advanced maternal age of more than 1,000 years. Klein nodded slightly and confirmed without any change in expression. She's your mom. Tracy's expression suddenly turned odd. No, my mother. Just as he was about to ask what was the difference between that and mother, since it was essentially a more formal and eloquent manner of speech. Tracy sneered and said, my mom is another person. She used to be my father. You demonesses have messed up families. But that isn't the reason why you spread catastrophes to the world. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial muscles as he continued looking at ailment maiden, his face impassive. Tracy, who was already in a dire situation, was now beginning to abandon herself to despair. Without waiting for German Sparrow's response, she sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Maybe it was all a mistake since I was born. Abnormal parents, abnormal family relationship, abnormal sect members. They sculpted me and harmed me. At the age of 8, one found out that my father, who I had always admired as a role model, had suddenly become a woman. He was becoming like a dainty flower by the day, becoming more and more adept at using his charms. Later on, he even found a male friend and gave birth to my younger brother. Can you imagine that kind of feeling? After I ran away from home and came to the sea, I finally found a normal sense of self-recognition and a social identity after many years of hard work. I finally understood what I really wanted. Then, a potion bottle turned me into a woman. A woman. After listening quietly, Klein said without changing his tone, your instigation skills are pretty good. Tracy turned agape, but in the end, she only sighed and smiled with a complicated expression. I admit that I was trying to win your sympathy. Everyone wants to live. Isn't that right? However, I didn't lie. That was my life experience. She stopped exaggerating her pain and sadness and paused. Before you kill me, I would like to ask you a question. It's a question that won't put you in a difficult spot. What is it? Klein looked at the demoness and asked. Tracy hesitated for a moment before finally asking, before you came to assassinate me the previous time, did Helen know about this? Klein was silent for a moment before he said, she didn't know what would happen. Tracy's face suddenly glowed. Really? Before German Sparrow could respond, she revealed an extremely complicated expression. Before I die, can I ask you for another favor? If you can see her again, tell her that I feel very guilty about what happened in the past, but I don't regret it. At this point, Tracy tried to shake her head, but failed thanks to the restriction provided by the crystalline ice and invisible spider webs. She could only laugh at herself. Forget it, there's no need to tell her. Let's leave it at that. You can do what you were here for. With that, Tracy closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard German Sparrow say in a deep voice, say this, no one is to disturb me. Tracy was surprised as she felt perplexed, and it showed on her face. However, since she was already facing death, such a small matter wasn't worth nitpicking about. She opened her mouth and said, no one is to disturb me. As soon as she said the statement, the same voice echoed on the Black Death, greatly amplified. The pirates didn't have any doubts about this. It was as if they were following a specific pattern. They instinctively avoided the captain's cabin and continued their work. Since the captain said not to disturb her, they naturally wouldn't seek her out. At the same time, Tracy saw German Sparrow take off his top hat and press it to his chest. He bowed slightly at her, as though he was bidding her farewell. Then, she felt as though she was isolated from the entire world. There was silence. Even the crazy adventurer was gone. She had obtained the environment of not being disturbed just as she wanted. The magnify and distortion powers of the lawyer pathway. The layer of ice on Tracy's body began to melt, but the invisible spider webs continued to bind her firmly, preventing her from doing anything. She couldn't even change her center of gravity. Hence, she could only stand there like a lifelike wax statue. He didn't kill me. Tracy looked ahead blankly, momentarily in disbelief. She didn't believe that German Sparrow hadn't taken action because he pitied her. This crazy adventurer had killed many pirates, and there had never been a situation where he showed mercy. As for Tracy, although she believed that she wasn't the typical demoness and didn't live up to her status as a demoness, how could she not have done anything bad as a pirate? She was experienced in both the slave trade and in plundering ships. Similarly, Tracy didn't believe that German Sparrow was moved by her beauty and her experiences, and had ended up coveting her, because his cold gaze was like he was looking at a dead person. There must be other factors. A thought flashed through her mind as she made connections with matters she might be involved in. She quickly came to a conclusion. It's likely because of my blood relationship with Mother. As for demonesses, they're all good at hexes. Once I die, Mother will immediately notice it. When she discovers that there's a problem here, she will make preparations ahead of time, preventing German Sparrow from finding his target during his subsequent actions. That's why he allowed me to live but made it impossible for me to contact anyone else. From the looks of it, regardless of the outcome of his operation targeted at Mother, he will return to kill me. And if I want to continue living, I have to succeed in saving myself before that happens. In Tracy's heart, she didn't have much of a relationship with her mother, Katerina. This demoness of unaging had lived for a long time, and most of the time, she had maintained her youthful state of mind by dating young men. She was passionate about the occasional children that she had whenever she found it novel to have one. At other times, she was mostly indifferent. However, as she grew older, Katerina's evaluation of Tracy was that she resembled her past self more and more. Hence, she was doted on her and provided more help. However, Tracy didn't want such attention. It only served to make her lose her original gender, putting her into a painful situation that she couldn't shake off. Phew. Although I hate her and blame her, I still unknowingly rely on her, hoping that she can respect my opinion more. I hope that she can escape German Sparrow's pursuit. Tracy once again began to struggle in an attempt to escape her bound state. On the one hand, she was trying to save herself. On the other hand, she wanted to inform her mother to be careful of German Sparrow as soon as possible. Of course, Tracy found it questionable that German Sparrow, who had likely advanced a sequence for recently, would be able to harm her mother. She was, after all, someone who had survived since the Fourth Epoch, and was a demoness with the title of unaging. However, she didn't only pin this belief on hope alone. This was because German Sparrow had helpers, such as the Death Consul who even her mother feared. Plop! Tracy finally collapsed on the ground and tried to roll towards the desk. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to roll her body. The person she was fighting against was none other than herself, she who had been distorted and magnified. Above the grey fog, Klein had already taken his seat in the high-back chair of the fool. He placed the paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Trace's blood on the surface of the long, mottled table. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. Vice Admiral Ailment Trace's mother, Katerina's current location. Putting down the pen, he held the two pieces of paper and leaned back into his chair. He closed his eyes and repeated the words he had written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream. He saw a tall and towering Gothic bell tower appear in the grey world. Around the bell tower, the white-robed Katerina stood in the shadows of a few houses. She observed the surroundings with a heavy expression, as though she was searching for something. As for the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, its position was identical to what he had seen before entering the grey fog. This meant that Demoness of White Katerina was still in Backland. She was in Westborough, in search of a particular target. Chapter 1109. Patience. After ending the divination and returning to the real world, Klein walked to the room outside the rental flat. There, he pondered for nearly a minute while looking at the crimson moon in the night sky. Perhaps, there's still another chance for digesting the potion, he muttered silently as he ultimately rummaged for something. He took the 2 marionettes and disappeared into the shadows. In Backland, he no longer dared to use Flaming Jump, afraid that it might catch Zaratul's notice. After all, it was impossible for him to always have an opportunity to ignite Will or Septin's paper crane to protect himself. This was a sign of disrespect towards the Snake of Fate, and it was easy for Dr. Aaron's family to be targeted if he kept visiting them. In the blink of an eye, Klein appeared at the back of the tall, Gothic-styled bell tower in his dream. He hid in the shadows, one formed by the Bell of Order, a symbol of Backland. Immediately following that, he and his 2 marionettes split apart, each occupying different hidden spots. After doing all of this, Klein quickly turned a rat into a marionette, allowing it to run to the edge of the range of his control. It opened its mouth and softly chanted an honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Demoness of White Katerina is in this area. Since Klein was fulfilling his agreement with the Red Angel evil spirit, he also hoped that this high-level creature would step into a trap that might possibly be for him. At the same time, he had some doubts about Sauron Einhorn Medici's true intentions. He had no intention of urgently getting help from the Church of Evernight or Queen Mystic. He planned on watching from the sidelines to confirm the situation, lest he implicated others into springing a trap. Just as the prayer ended, the grey rat suddenly twitched and fell quietly beside the rubbish bin. It had already lost its life and was no longer Klein's marionette. This was a way to prevent himself from being marked by the Red Angel evil spirit. As for him, after giving up on that rat marionette, he immediately left the area where the Bell of Order was located with Konas and Inuni. He also made the winner pray to see God Calvetur a few kilometers away. After the prayer, the 2 of them continued to retreat, widening their distance. Then, Klein hid in a storage room in a particular house, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog to sit at the position of the Fool. He then beckoned for the Sea God Scepter. With the help of the prayer light of the winner, he expanded his scope and observed the target area. At the same time, with his other hand, he held the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Trace's blood. With a medium like this, and a general scope, it didn't take long under his true vision before he found the hidden Demoness of White Katerina. The black-haired, blue-eyed woman was dressed in a pure white robe. She looked like a weightless feather, and she was gently drifting across the streets and alleys. Even if the patrolling policemen looked in the right direction, they were unable to detect her presence. If it wasn't for the grey fog's help, Klein could only use spirit body threads to see through the invisibility to a certain extent. Taking a deep breath, he patiently waited for the Red Angel evil spirit to appear. He also observed Katerina, wanting to know what she was looking for. He suspected that the Demoness of White was targeting Trissy Cheek. Seconds changed to minutes as the crimson moon gradually tilted to the side. Having wandered around the Bell of Order for a while without finding anything, Katerina revealed a slightly frustrated and disappointed expression. She looked as though she was about to leave that area at any time. And the Red Angel evil spirit never appeared. This? Sauron Einhorn Medici was just lying to me. He really didn't have the Demoness of White as his goal? No, that's not necessarily the case. If that happened, then his condition would be meaningless. The Red Angel evil spirit has actually arrived at the scene, but has chosen not to immediately take action like me. He is waiting for the battle between Katerina and me and my companions to reach its most intense state before suddenly appearing to reap the greatest benefits. Klein's thoughts wandered as he came up with a guess. He suspected that the Red Angel evil spirit was as cautious, careful, and staid as he was. He'd hoped to be the fisherman pulling in the net and not that net. This is really troublesome. Next, it will depend on who's more patient. Klein muttered silently as he continued to observe the situation around the Bell of Order through the prayer light. Tick, Tick. Tick. The second hand was beating at the same pace in the quiet night. Demoness of White Katarina's expression turned increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, she cast her gaze on the glass window of a building. The dim night was like a mirror reflecting the things in front of them. Katarina's beautiful blue eyes sparkled slightly as the surface of the mirror instantly turned dark, as though there were countless objects and layers of space hidden within. The glass window seemed to have become a passageway to an alternate world. With a thought, together with the various beyonder powers that Demoness Trissi had showcased, he suspected that Katarina was about to use the mirror world to leave this place and end her hunt till tonight. How can the Red Angel evil spirit still endure this? Klein tensed up as he instinctively wanted to put down the sea god scepter and return to the real world. He wanted to act against the Demoness of White and prevent her from leaving. As this thought flashed through his mind, he ultimately didn't move. He felt that he could still wait a little longer because even if Katarina left the surrounding area of the Bell of Order, he could still locate her again as long as she didn't discover that something had happened to her daughter. When the time came, he could first summon a Rhodes to ask about the target's actual abilities and items. Then, he could either seek the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette or the Church of Evernight to borrow a Grade 1 sealed artifact. He could then make the scales of victory tip towards him before taking action. I deliberately didn't hide my operation this time. If I were to borrow a sealed artifact and the Archbishop assents to it, that means that the goddess's true attitude towards George III is, she doesn't like the king becoming the Black Emperor, but she can only accept it silently. If someone is willing to disrupt the ritual, she is willing to provide some help. Klein calmed his slightly anxious feelings, allowing his observation to become more relaxed. At that moment, Demoness of White Katarina's expression returned to normal. She floated to the glass window and entered without any corporeal form. The layers of illusory worlds within the mirror converged as though they were constantly moving away. At this moment, using his true vision to observe the area underneath, Klein seemed to hear a shrill female scream. This cry seemed to come from another world. It contained extreme fear and disbelief. None of the residents in the surrounding area were jolted awake. No one heard anything. That was Katarina's scream? What exactly happened to her? Klein's gaze froze as he thought of something. The Red Angel evil spirit is also an evil spirit, and it's also capable of using mirror blink, thus, using this medium. In other words, he is no stranger to the mirror world. Could it be that Sauron Einhorn Medici had been hiding in the mirror all this time, waiting for the Demoness of White to throw herself into a trap? As his pupils dilated, the darkness and gloominess in the glass window disappeared. The mirror had lost its unique characteristics and returned to its original state. A few seconds later, the bottom of the glass window slowly bled, forming a liquid that slid down. In the areas that the liquid passed, the surrounding grayish-white tint spread, covering its original pale yellow color. It was like a newly embedded stone. Drip! 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 The drops of liquid landed on the ground, dyeing it bright red like blood, beautiful like flowers. Upon seeing this scene, the muscles on Klein's face twitched slightly before he forced himself to use his clown powers to control his expression. This ending was really unexpected. A powerful and senior Sequence 3 saint, one who had lived for more than 1,000 years, was unable to put up any resistance in front of the Red Angel evil spirit's trap. There was only silence left. As for Klein himself, even if he counted the 2 marionettes and the sealed artifacts he possessed, he was still a little weaker when compared to Katarina's strength. He needed to make up for this gap through prior preparations. This also meant that, if he were to face the Red Angel evil spirit, he would probably not end up any better. He would similarly be powerless and puny, slowly sinking in the torrent that followed. Is this what a former King of Angels is? Even though his strength has yet to recover to its peak state, it still leaves one in such despair. Seeing the blood seeping out from the glass window gradually lessen, he took a deep breath and returned to the real world. Following that, he and Winner Inuni exchanged positions as he had teleported to the glass window. When Bizarro sorcerers switched positions, they could only choose to swapping their bodies or bodies and external objects. However, it was impossible to be too precise at his current level, so Klein wasn't able to leave behind whatever he wanted. He could only choose to leave everything or not leave anything behind. Inuni, who wore German Sparrow's appearance, said to the glass window in a deep voice the moment he materialized in front of it, "I have already fulfilled my promise." A figure suddenly appeared on the glass window. He was wearing a long black robe with red stripes. He casually wore a hood, revealing a soft outline. His skin was brown, and he had a pale face. He was the gatekeeper who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. "Well done," the young man walked down from the window and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Klein took out something from his pocket. The corners of his mouth curled up as he happily replied, "You did well too." As he spoke, he blew at the monocle in his hand and wore it on his left eye. Sauron Einhorn Medici's smile froze. Chapter 11:10. Spirit Channeling. For a moment, the cold night became abnormally scorching hot, as though invisible lava was surging within it. However, everything quickly returned to normal. The Red Angel evil spirit sized up Klein and smiled as if nothing had happened. "I'll say it again. You have talent in being a provoker. Back when Zaratul digested the Bizarro sorcerer potion, even he didn't dare to pretend to be Amorn in front of me." There wasn't a hint of anger in his tone. He didn't mention why Zaratul didn't dare to do so, but with his gaze sweeping across Klein, it was as if he had fallen deep inside a glacier, his body freezing in the process. This was how his actual body felt. Even though he was separated by a marionette, the back of his neck and back still had goosebumps. Without needing Sauron Einhorn Medici to say anything else, Klein understood the hidden meaning behind his words. Anyone who dared to use such a method to scare him would suffer the punishment of steel and blood on the spot. Looking at the Red Angel evil spirit in front of him who had a converged aura but was giving off a feeling of an extremely high level of superiority, Klein couldn't help but inwardly mutter, if it wasn't for the fact that the Bizarro sorcerer potion had been digested to a certain extent, I would have thought that your willpower was as strong as steel and that your strength has returned to the level of at least a sequence 1. And now, I can basically confirm that, under your calm demeanor, you're hiding a strong fear towards Amorn. This also means that your current level is at most at sequence 2. Besides, I was already mentally prepared to lose a marionette. In order to quickly digest the potion, I had to take the risk. If Danitz was here and he was given the opportunity to shout out coward twice, he could probably quickly digest the provoker potion even if he had drunk 4 or 5 bottles. Without further agitating the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein smiled and took off the monocle. Back in the Solomon Empire, Zaratul should already be an angel. How would he still need to digest the Bizarro sorcerer potion? I'm talking about the young Zaratul, Sauron Einhorn Medici said casually. This is consistent with the description from the grandpa in Leonard's body. Klein nodded indiscernibly and focused on the main topic at hand. You've already finished off the demoness of white. What do you think? The Red Angel evil spirit laughed and said, also, one must be polite. Since Katarina calls herself the Saintess of White, then you shouldn't call her a demoness anymore. Polite. A hunter emphasizing manners with me. At that instant, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched, expressing the ludicrousness of the matter, but he ultimately held back. From the looks of it, provoking isn't limited to ridiculing and cursing others. Danitz, who only knows how to curse using one word, is a disgrace to hunters. As he thought, Klein said, I've already fulfilled my promise. I think you don't mind giving me a small reward. Reward, the Red Angel evil spirit scoffed and asked. Klein ignored his attitude and continued, I wish to communicate with the demoness of white. I want to ask her something. Just this request, the Red Angel evil spirit asked in amusement. Klein nodded. That's right. No problem. Sauron Einhorn Medici raised his right hand and grabbed at his glabella. From there, a blurry figure was pulled out. It was none other than Saintess of White Katarina, whose facial expression was filled with horror. Can we have a private conversation? Seeing this, Klein looked around. The Red Angel evil spirit immediately laughed and said, Do you need a room where the two of you can be together? Think about it with that brain of yours. Even if you want to hide the questions you would like to raise from me, I can still find out through Katarina's spirit. That is, of course, unless you don't plan on returning her to me. Or are you a little boy who needs things to follow a ritual? Klein made the marionette reply with a deadpan expression, I have a way to make her forget my questions. This was both the truth and a lie. The truth was that he could use Havin Rambis as manipulators beyond a characteristic to complete the job. However, it was relatively difficult, and the chance of failure was very high. Furthermore, the negative effects weren't minor. The reason why he lied was because he had no intention of doing so. This would expose many important matters. He only had one purpose in saying this, to make the Red Angel evil spirit suspect that the answers obtained weren't the truth and that there were key hidden parts beneath the surface. From that, he would ignore the value of the answers obtained on the surface. This worked wonders on people who were highly suspicious. Of course, there was no hope of success. After all, the entity opposite him was the Red Angel who was master of conspiracies. Not bad. After Sauron Einhorn Medici heard Klein's reply, his body suddenly vanished, projecting itself onto the glass window. Klein glanced at the blood that had already coagulated on the grey stones, feeling somewhat wistful as he brought the somewhat muddle-headed demoness of White Katarina far away from the glass and into a dark alley. He then took out candles, essential oils, and herbal powders. He set up an altar and prayed to the Evernight goddess, hoping that he could use ritualistic magic to complete the mediumship. This was a skill he had mastered when he was still a Nighthawk. As the ritual was completed, an immense and terrifying power descended from an indescribable height, causing the surroundings to become unusually quiet. Klein's eyes instantly darkened, as it was like the dark night was compressed. He then saw more things around Katarina's spirit, flickering light and blurry mind storms. He easily passed through those obstacles and faced the demoness of White's body of heart and mind. Has the cooperation between the demoness sect and George III come to an end? Without being careless, Klein began from a less sensitive question to observe Katarina's condition. The dazed and confused look on Katarina's face faded a little as she nodded with a pure smile. Yes. Then why are you still in Backland? Klein asked further. Katarina replied solemnly, I'm in pursuit of Trissy. She took an important sealed artifact from us. What's the sealed artifact? Klein suddenly recalled the sapphire ring that demoness Trissy had once worn on her hand. It was intricately made. Demoness of White Katarina said with a pious expression, it has something to do with the awakening of Primordial. Apart from its high level at grade 0, it doesn't have any special abilities. Indeed, it has to do with the Primordial Demoness. You people even changed Trissy's name to Trissy Cheek. Klein didn't reveal that he knew the true name of the Primordial Demoness. Instead, he asked, do you know where the other 8 mausoleums of George III are? Katarina frowned slightly and answered in a manner meant to garner sympathy, they are separately located in the southwest suburbs of Backland, Awar County, East Chester County. This demoness of White first gave a simple account of the locations of the 8 mausoleums before introducing their specific locations and situations in detail. The 8 mausoleums have already been repaired. They temporarily deactivated the teleportation tunnel. Even if they have the corresponding charms, there's no way to open them again. It's almost impossible to find them directly from the outside world. Other than Prince Grove, Duchess Georgina, the 2 angels of the royal family, and George III, no one else can enter. Well, some of those places were places where Kona's Kilga often went hunting, so it matches my guess. This means that the demoness of White isn't lying. I'll make a confirmation above the grey fog later. If this is really the case, it would be quite troublesome. With the current situation, be it Prince Grove or Duchess Georgina, they would definitely be in the sights of the angels. The biggest hurdle is entering the ruins. Once entry is gained, what follows won't be that dangerous. War has already broken out, and there's a need to fight against the Phasacians. Demigods are a limited resource, so there's no way George III can have every ruin be guarded by a saint, with the option of an angel to provide reinforcements. As Klein's thoughts raced, he first posed a question. The royal family has 2 angels. In fact, that's not the case. It's very likely that George III is also one, Katarina replied honestly. One of those two angels is the founder of the Lun Kingdom, Protector William I, who has survived since the Fourth Epoch. He is a Sequence 1 Hand of Order of the Arbiter Pathway, while the other is the former Duke of Southville, Glink Augustus. He is a Sequence 2 Balancer. As for how many Grade 0 sealed artifacts the royal family has, I'm not sure. The founder on the £10 note is still alive? I have the feeling that history has seeped into reality again. After some thought, he nodded and asked, "Why are you working with George III? For a conqueror beyond a characteristic. It's already in our hands." Katerina's expression became a little excited. Conqueror was the name of the Red Priest Pathway Sequence 1 potion. Then, will it belong to the primordial Demoness, or belong to the upper echelons of your sect? Klein asked thoughtfully. Who are the higher-ups of your sect? It will be sacrificed to primordial. However, we have to find the sealed artifact that Trissy took away first. Currently, it has been kept by the Saintess of Black. All the higher-ups of our sect have colors as their code names, Katerina answered truthfully. After understanding more details, Klein terminated the spirit channeling, cleaned up the altar, and allowed the Demoness of White Spirit to return to the glass window from before. As for himself, his body suddenly turned transparent. With the help of teleportation, he disappeared from this region, rendezvousing with his actual body and his other marionette. After watching German Sparrow leave, the gloominess and confusion on Katerina's face suddenly vanished as her expression became extremely astute. She then entered the glass window, which had turned dark again. A few seconds later, Sauron Einhorn Medici and Demoness of White Katerina walked out of the mirror together. The latter's figure was clear and filled with flesh. She showed no signs of death. Are you saying that he was asking about the other 8 secret mausoleums of George III? The power of the spirit channeling came from Evernight. The Red Angel Evil Spirit stroked his chin and turned to ask Katerina. The Demoness of White nodded slightly and said, "That's right." Heh. The Red Angel Evil Spirit immediately laughed. So he doesn't want George III to become the Black Emperor. Katerina's eyes darted around as she revealed a smile. But it's impossible to succeed. No matter how fast he advances or how much help he receives, there's no way he can resist the combined forces of the royal family, the military, and that organization. No, if it's just the Augustus family, with his level and strength, he won't be able to do anything unless Evernight personally descends. Having said that, this Demoness of White asked in a seemingly casual manner, "I'm very puzzled. Why didn't you kill me directly after grasping the absolute advantage over me?" The Red Angel Evil Spirit glanced at her as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Do you think you have the right to be my true target?" Chapter 11:11. Poker Expert. Upon hearing the Red Angel Evil Spirit's reply, Demoness of White Katerina's expression instantly froze, unable to contain her anger. Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed and continued, "You must have become a demigod at the end of the Fourth Epoch. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you haven't become an angel. Don't you feel inferior? As for that fellow just now, he had to rely on Azag-Egus to face you head-on in the beginning. He was as weak as a chick that had just hatched. But now, in less than a year, he has already advanced a sequence 4 and obtained godhood. He has the ability to match your strength. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Didn't you think that the past 1,000 years were a waste? Even a dog might open the gates to angelhood after living for more than 1,000 years. I know what you're thinking. You're very jealous, and on the other hand, you also have a twisted desire. You want to prove yourself by sleeping with him. You demonesses are really laughable. On the one hand, you insist that you were originally men so as to prevent yourself from losing yourself, thus, resulting in you losing control. On the other hand, you have to showcase the charm of a woman and try your hand at extreme pleasure and intense love. But we hunters have no such problem. Regardless of what gender we were in the beginning, all we need to do in the future is war, war, war. Primordial really is a twisted fellow. Letting a pure woman take the path of a demoness would be so much better, however, generation after generation, you pass the damage down. And for what? Isn't the main goal merely to seek revenge on fate? Every word of the Red Angel evil spirit was like an arrow that stabbed into the heart of the Demoness of White. It made her beautiful and exquisite face twitch, and her smooth, raven-black, long hair seemed to grow thicker. Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at Katerina and immediately chortled. Don't tell me that you're losing control because of my provocation? What a nostalgic feeling. The Red Angel evil spirit paused for a moment before saying, You can leave now. If there's anything, then remember to recite my honorific name. Of course, I will come to you directly if I have to. Demoness of White Katerina's expression returned to normal. She frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, You're letting me leave, just like that? The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. Why? Do you want to sleep with me? It's not impossible if the timing is right, but there's something very important that needs to be done right now. Don't worry. Since you've already recited my honorific name and given me a drop of your blood, you'll be under my watch, and you can be affected by me at any moment. Have you already forgotten the differences between an angel and a saint? Don't you know how powerful a real higher-level figure is? Unless you directly pray to Primordial and receive a response, otherwise, you'll never be able to free yourself from my gaze. Well, in normal circumstances, an angel can do such a thing, but that's only limited to the situation of you only chanting my honorific name. If you don't believe me, I'll let you seek the help of an angel. Demoness of White Katerina listened with a gloomy expression before finally smiling. I'll keep your teachings in mind, Lord Medici. Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyebrows twitched. You don't seem so compliant. I can even imagine how you were when you faced German Sparrow, but I don't care. I forgot to tell you. It's best if you immediately confirm the condition of your bloodline descendants. Don't you find it suspicious that German Sparrow managed to find you so easily? Katerina's face turned slightly pale, but then it grew serious. She slowly nodded and said, I understand. With that said, she immediately retreated and entered the glass window again. It was unknown where she was headed for in the illusory, stacked mirror world. With the Demoness of White disappearing, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on the left side of the Red Angel evil spirit's left cheek and made a sound. What an excellent actress! She made it seem like she wasn't good at controlling her expression, showing her restlessness and lack of intelligence as though it was easy for her ulterior motives to be discovered. That's right. That way, there's a high chance that we would belittle her and let our guard down against her. The Red Angel evil spirit's right cheek also cracked open in a hideous manner. TSK, demonesses are indeed very cunning. However, I've never underestimated any prey. The Red Angel evil spirit used his normal mouth to say, She wants to desensitize me and make me belittle her, but it's impossible. The bloody gash on his left cheek opened and closed and replied, Then why were you captured by Alistair Tudor? That's because of the two of you. The personality that belonged to Medici pouted and said, It had nothing to do with belittlement and desensitization. The blood-colored crack on his right snorted and said, How does it feel like to become someone else's prey? The mighty god of war, the Red Angel beside the Creator. Not bad. Medici's expression darkened a little, but his words seemed to contain some self-complacency. The personality that belonged to Sauron said with the left cheek, You really like to bluff in order to achieve your goals. Back then, Alistair and company managed to see through your lies, which was why they managed to seize the opportunity. And just now, you were bluffing Katerina. You're only capable of releasing your aura, relying on traps and surprise attacks to bring about a certain amount of damage. There was no way you could quickly finish her off, but you pretended that you had returned to your Sequence 1 state, tricking her into reciting your honorific name and handing over her blood. Medici pouted again and said, A bluff is also a normal playstyle in poker. The effect is pretty good, isn't it? At this point, the Red Angel chuckled and said, Furthermore, it's not just a bluff. What I'm most fond of is to mix in a truth or two every few bluffs, allowing me to wait for fellows who think they've seen through my disguise to step into a trap. It's just like the mistakes you two idiots made back then. But you were the first to die. The two sides of the Red Angel evil spirit's face cracked at the same time. Without any hesitation, Medici said, that means I'm the strongest, worthy of having the most attention. With that said, the three personalities of the Red Angel evil spirit fell silent at the same time. After a few seconds, the blood-colored crack that represented Einhorn opened and closed. German Sparrow's connection with Evernite is tighter than I imagined. He should have noticed Katarina's true state just now. Medici chuckled and said, "It's all right. This is something Schief has tacitly allowed in the first place. Back when the Great Smog of Backland happened, the ones who participated in the operation are all gone. Only that demoness named Trissy is still alive. Isn't that enough to explain something?" Sauron and Einhorn didn't speak further as they allowed the bloody crack on the cheeks to wriggle and heal. The Red Angel evil spirit then reflected himself on the glass window and disappeared from the area around the Bell of Order. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace. Looking at the spinning topaz pendant in his hand, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He had already used spirit dowsing to confirm Katarina's answers, and he came up with a concrete conclusion. Right on the heels of that, he began his dream divination based on what he knew of the 8 secret mausoleums. He saw the corresponding areas and their blurry states. This made him understand that entry was impossible via normal methods. Even the process of prying without interference had difficulties in locating the interior of the mausoleums. This is very troublesome. Also, when I was channeling the demoness of White Girl's spirit, it was quite different from the time when I did it for Kona's Kilga and Vin Rambai's. She had too many expressions, and her answer was more proactive. Is this something special about demonesses, or is it due to other factors? With a thought, he beckoned with his hand to draw out a piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood. He wrote down the corresponding sentence and made a dream divination to search for his target. In the blurry world, Klein saw Tracy, who had escaped from her spider webs, looking out the window. There was a dark and illusory storm around there, making it impossible for him to know where it was. Tracy has escaped. She doesn't look sad. She only feels a certain amount of anger and confusion. Her relationship with the demoness of white is so terrible. Or could it be? Just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw a black flame suddenly ignite and melt his dream away. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could no longer use the blood in his hand to divine the location of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. This meant that a demigod powerhouse had used a mysticism technique to sever the connection between the two. Could it be that the demoness of White Katarina isn't dead yet? Right, when the Red Angel evil spirit answered me, he was using rhetorical questions. He didn't admit it at all. I was channeling the spirit of a living person. Klein was instantly enlightened as he hurriedly made another divination. Finally, he confirmed that the demoness of white really was still alive. Indeed, the Red Angel evil spirit's true target isn't the demoness of white. Also, combined with the feedback from the progress of my potion's digestion, is it right for me to say that the Red Angel evil spirit is weaker than I imagined? He hasn't even recovered to the level of Sequence 2, and he was unable to quickly finish off the demoness of white. He could only rely on other means to subdue her? After pondering for a moment, Klein realized he couldn't come to a conclusion. He quickly reined in his thoughts and stopped considering the problem. This was because he had already obtained the information he needed from demoness of White Katarina. Klein put down the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood and suddenly chuckled. Severing the connection between the blood and the body, preventing powers of divination and prophecy from using it as a medium. I wonder if it will work when rubbing it on the surface of Grozel's travels? After looking at the piece of paper for a few seconds, Klein temporarily gave up on the idea of testing it, because there was no need for it. His focus quickly shifted to the other 8 mausoleums of George III. Ordinary lines of thought shouldn't work. The things that I can come up with are definitely things that the angels and saints under George III can figure out as well. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods have already tacitly allowed this matter, exposing this matter by printing it on flyers might have been effective. Teleportation Nexus, the Tudor ruins. As he thought about it, a thought suddenly came to his mind. He had an idea. Chapter 11-12. Traveling Notebook. In the magnificent palace above the grey fog, Klein stretched out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered silently, "The 5 large family clans of the Tudor dynasty are Amon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. The one who helped Alistair Tudor become blood emperor were the kings of angels, Adam, Amon, and Abraham. Can it be inferred that, during the time of the Tudor Trunsoist United Empire, there were the consuls, Amon and Abraham standing beside Alistair? If that's the case, Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor didn't have plans on switching paths in the beginning. When he secretly constructed the mausoleums, he likely would have sought the help of one or more of the following: Amon, Abraham, and Antigonus. As for Bethel Abraham, he's Mr. Door, and he grasps the apprentice pathway. When it comes to teleportation, even a true deity might not be as good as him. So, could the teleportation nexus in the Tudor ruins be set up by Bethel Abraham? There's a high chance of that. Yes, only important figures like Mr. Door can enter and exit a secret ruin at such a level. Even my divination above the grey fog is unable to pinpoint its location. Likewise, it's difficult for an angel who wields concealment to enter it directly. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was leaning more and more towards his own guess being closer to that of reality. I wonder if Mr. Door left behind any relevant information to provide accurate coordinates or methods of entry. This would require Miss Magician to ask her teacher again. Sigh, I really hope that Miss Magician can become a traveler as soon as possible. That way, she wouldn't need to rely on writing letters to contact her teacher. She could teleport over directly. Yes, she can do it now, but the act of being able to record so many traveling spells would scare her teacher and arouse suspicion. It's really troublesome. If there are no records left behind by the Abraham family, do I have to attempt to converse with Mr. Door? Not only is this troublesome, but it's also dangerous. Most importantly, Miss Magician isn't even sequence 5 yet. She hasn't been able to clearly hear, much less respond to Mr. Door. It's impossible for me to turn her into my marionette or descend onto her body. Early on, Klein had seriously considered communicating with Mr. Door through Miss Magician when he first pulled her above the grey fog. Later, after he came to learn more, he grew increasingly apprehensive about the idea, and he didn't dare take the risk. Furthermore, the level he was at now lacked the measures that spelled sufficiency and security. As his thoughts churned, he suddenly sighed and said a word: patience. At sea, on an island with relatively high pirate activity. Force raised her glass and took a sip of the transparent and colorless liquid in anticipation. Her face scrunched up as if she had tasted something hard to swallow. Phut, isn't this Lanti-proof too inferior? Why are they having so much fun drinking this? Force put down her cup, raised her right hand, and fanned her mouth. She softly muttered, apart from the alcohol content, it doesn't have any other strengths. Oh right, it's also cheap. After drinking a mouthful of cold water from another cup, Force picked up a fountain pen and wrote in a rather poor quality notebook. The pirates here are only in pursuit of strong liquor while keeping an eye on the price. To them, being drunk is more important than anything else. 3 pirate friends that I know have told me that this port city was built by them. At first, they only docked their ships here to hide their loot and settle their families. Later on, the bankrupt, adventurers, and tax fugitives came to this place and settled down. They also plowed the lands on the island and built houses. Finally, an entrepot market was formed, and the merchants at sea swarmed over like sharks smelling blood. At this point, Force looked up at the 3 pirates curled up in a corner. Do you have anything else to say? The 3 burly pirates trembled at the same time and said with a mournful expression, no, really. We have nothing. I have to say that it feels pretty good to imitate Mr. World's attitude when it comes to dealing with pirates. Force sighed and shook her head. She retracted her gaze and continued writing. There's a liberal mood here. If the women are interested in any man, they can, like the men, offer a price. Similarly, it works when a man catches the eye of another man, or when a woman catches the eye of another woman. According to my 3 pirate friends, due to the long periods of repression and boredom while drifting out at sea, it's inevitable for some people to experiment with certain forbidden taboos. In this aspect, they've been very honest and even described their experiences. In addition, they informed me of things that I never dared believed. Pirates actually advocate the concept of democracy and justice. This has completely overturned my understanding. But on careful thought, it doesn't seem difficult to understand. At least they didn't say that they were pursuing justice. The explanation from my 3 pirate friends is that when a person with his weapons doesn't have absolute, overwhelming strength, it's always the case of there being tyranny from the majority on a pirate ship. Furthermore, a large ship requires a lot of people to run it. When these factors are combined, it makes the pirate crew very particular about democracy. There will always be a captain who will be voted by his or her crew now and then to be banished or even killed. I believe that if a captain possesses absolute strength, the pirate crew would definitely develop another style of governance. At this point, Force looked out the window again and saw that, under the blue sky and white clouds, buildings made of wood and rocks formed a dense circle around a market. From time to time, she could see a few children in tattered clothes skipping past. Upon hearing the extremely lively commotion, Force wrote again. There's no urban planning here at all. Everyone casually builds their houses and expands their borders. As a result, many roads only allow for one person to walk through. There's no sunlight at all. My first reaction is that once a fire breaks out, the outcome will be extremely terrifying. Backland once had a similar tragedy. However, my 3 pirate friends told me that this isn't something worth worrying about, because it's humid and often rains here. People with special powers never keep it under wraps. This place is still under the influence of war. Although it's chaotic, it gives people a sense of tranquility. Also, what they're most afraid of isn't the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, or all sorts of horrifying legends, but rather of the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. Every pirate is warned by their peers not to drink too late into the night. They shouldn't take a walk in the middle of the night or use small alleys. That's because it might lead to them going missing. And the murderer is rumored to be that gentleman. Is this a form of hunting? As she wrote, Force's expression gradually turned solemn. She hurriedly pulled out another stack of paper and added on the content. There's a unique coldness that wafts through the hospital at night, and the darkness outside the window is much thicker than other places. No one knows why that young lady who lives in a single ward gets her family members to bring her mushrooms and weeds. No one knows where these things end up. In short, there were no signs of any fires in the ward, and there's no abandoned junk outside. This makes the nurses suspect that the patient is secretly eating mushrooms and weeds. Standing in front of the mountain, Afternoon Town, which was divided into 3 regions of the top, middle and bottom, had a camp set up by the City of Silver. Derek Berg clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth, softly chanting, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After piously chanting, he stood up and picked up the ancient bronze cross that was covered with sharp spikes, walking towards the bonfire outside. As the unshadowed crucifix couldn't coexist with other mystical items, his giant hammer named Thunder God's Roar could only be temporarily left to Hyam and Joshua to carry with them. As the City of Silver's expedition team gathered, Klein, who was in Backland, had already arrived above the grey fog. He picked up the Sea God Scepter and, with the help of one of the crimson stars burgeoning and contracting, he saw the situation in Afternoon Town, and he expanded his vision towards the giant King's Court. If he didn't use the prayer light and the Sea God Scepter, Klein was unable to expand his field of view by relying only on the crimson stars. As his gaze moved, a beautiful but deep dusk gradually appeared in his eyes. In the area where dusk was frozen, there were countless palaces, countless towers, and many majestic city walls. They were magnificent and opulent, resembling a miracle found in myths and legends. Furthermore, they were frozen in time. The giant King's Court. As he tried to zoom in with his vision, Klein realized that he was unable to see the exact situation beneath the dusk. As expected of the divine kingdom of an ancient god, and it's not the kind that has been abandoned or hidden. It's no wonder that the kings of angels chose this place for a secret gathering. I hope that Little Son's prayer after entering the giant King's Court will help me see it more clearly. Klein nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, he focused a portion of his attention on Shepherd Elder Lovia. he discovered that this lady had an illusory silver armor covering her entire body. This should be the evil spirit she grazed. I haven't seen any effects from the true creator yet. Klein slowly let out a breath and patiently waited for the subsequent developments. After a while, under the lead of Chief Colin Iliad, the 9-man expedition team, including Derek Berg, left the afternoon town camp. They followed the stairs paved with grey stones and walked towards the peak of the mountain. They were at least sequence 6 beyonders, and most of them belonged to the warrior pathway. They moved at relatively fast speeds, clearing a few waves of monsters that were mainly rotten giants. Finally, they arrived at the region shrouded by dusk. They were shocked by the grand and epic building, and no one spoke for a short period of time. This was also the first time they had encountered a place where there were no flashes of lightning, a place that was illuminated by natural light. Demon Hunter Colin narrowed his eyes. He took out a small metal bottle and drank the liquid inside. After their evolution over the many generations, they were more accustomed to the dark environment with frequent lightning. They were instinctively afraid of such a situation that was in a state of frozen twilight. It was both a point of hope and fear. After drinking the prepared potion and mentally preparing himself, Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia led the members of the expedition team as they stepped into the region illuminated by the sunset. Before Derek could sense anything, he saw the unshadowed crucifix in his hand drop, revealing a corporeal form formed from pure light. However, the light emitted by the corporeal body was no longer pure. It was tainted with an orange-red color unique to dusk. Right on the heels of that, Derek felt his condition plummet. It was as if he was at the weakest point of the day, ready to welcome the approaching night. Chapter 11:13. Powerful Guardian. The towering building stood quietly in the frozen dusk. There wasn't any sound in the area, as though it was just an oil painting. After passing through such an environment, Derek Berg became even more high-strung than when he had explored the depths of the darkness. The hair on his back stood on end. After entering a place shrouded in dusk, the entire exploration team, including Chief Colin Iliad and Shepherd Elder Lovia, couldn't help but show signs of exhaustion and looking worn out. It was as if they had reached the end of their lives. And as they proceeded forward, rotting giants ran out of different buildings in increasing numbers and increasing strength. With one side weakened and the other side strengthened, it became difficult for them to advance. After several intense battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally broke through the lockdown and barricades of the monsters and came to an extremely quiet area. There wasn't any sound at all, and that only served to leave their scalps tingling. With regards to this, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad had no choice but to break the silence and remind everyone, this means that we have truly entered the Giant King's Court and are about to approach the Cour region. The danger level will only increase and not decrease. Upon hearing this, a few members of the expedition team began to waver due to the influence of the twilight. From their point of view, although they didn't dare to stay in one place in the earlier stages most of the time, afraid that they would be surrounded by the rotting giants, they had ultimately eliminated all the monsters in a tiny area. They felt that they could rest for a while and obtain many Beyonder characteristics, mystical ingredients, and potion formulas. This expedition could be said to have been very fruitful, leaving them no reason to continue delving deeper. What they should do was seek out a suitable building and set up an advance camp to make preparations for a second expedition. Faced with such a suggestion, Colin Iliad didn't say much. He only emphasized that the objective of this explorer was to figure out the general situation of the Giant King's Court as much as possible, so as to accumulate sufficient information for the subsequent operations. Then, he led one of the members named Antiona to placate those who had wavering wills. As the Shepherd Elder Lovia also supported the chief, a small number of the members of the expedition team quickly adjusted their mindset and quietly followed the chief forward. After a while, they saw a huge stone staircase. It was entirely greyish-white, but it was dyed with an orange-yellow glow. It was gorgeous and silent. Every step of the staircase was relatively high. If it were any ordinary human, they would definitely find it very difficult to walk. Fortunately, the shortest member of the expedition team, Elder Lovia, was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and she could muster strong winds. On the huge staircase, it was so majestic that one had to look up to see the city walls at the top. There were many signs of burn marks and damage on the walls, and some places were impaled with arrows that were as thick as ordinary trees. The several-meter-long arrows had even caused some rocks to crumble. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was tens of meters tall. Its color was closer to grayish-blue, and there were golden nails embedded in it. There were 2 guards standing outside that exuded an extremely oppressive stance simply by looking at them. They were 5 to 6 meters tall, wearing exquisite, sturdy silver full-body armor. One of them held a great sword, while the other held a great axe towards the ground. Behind the armored visor, there was a ball of orange light that looked like a single eye. Silver Knight, Demon Hunter Colin raised his right hand and swung his sword horizontally to stop the members of the expedition team behind him. He had long removed the 2 swords on his back and applied different concoctions on them. Silver Knight. Derek Berg's eyelids twitched as he felt his heart palpitate. He had recently come into contact with information that only the upper echelons of the City of Silver knew about. He knew that the giant pathway sequence 3 was called Silver Knight. He also knew that the City of Silver lacked the correct potion formula, but it had the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. What horrified Derek was that the guards of the Giant King's Court Cour were actually 2 sequence 3 demigods. This was a level higher than the City of Silver's strongest combat force. This was only the area of the Royal Court's entrance. So it was questionable what they would encounter if they ventured deeper. After the initial shock, Derek couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps he could find the potion formulas after the giant pathway sequence for in the Giant King's Court. That way, the chief could become a Silver Knight and greatly increase the strength of the City of Silver. When the time came, they could explore the Giant King's Court at a deeper level, find more potion formulas, hunt more monsters, and obtain even higher level Beyonder characteristics and magical materials. Subconsciously, Derek looked around and discovered that the reactions of the other members of the expedition team, such as Joshua, Chaim, and Antiona, were basically identical to his. They were both nervous and fearful, but also somewhat hopeful. At this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia took 2 steps forward and stood beside Colin Iliad. She looked up at the grey-blue door and the 2 Silver Knights who were in an unknown state and said, if there was only one, then we would have a chance of finishing it off. What she really meant was that, now that there were 2 Silver Knights, even if they were willing to suffer heavy casualties, they were unable to clear the enemies. After all, even if the chief could control his mythical creature form and normally battle a sequence 3, the environment here didn't permit him to make similar attempts. The decadence that the twilight had brought might make something that could previously be resisted into something impossible to withstand. Colin Iliad nodded and glanced at both Lovia and Derek Berg before observing the area ahead. From the looks of it, as long as we don't get close to that door, the 2 guards won't attack us. Perhaps we can try to lure one of the Silver Knights away to finish it off. The female warrior named Antiona suggested after some deliberation. She had long, wine-red hair, and her facial features weren't considered exquisite. However, when combined together, she looked extremely elegant and beautiful. In this expedition, her main mission was to rely on a sealed artifact she wielded to treat her teammates' psychological problems and fight against enemies of the psyche domain. Her exact thoughts were to wait for the members to lure one of the Silver Knights away before using the terrain and their combined efforts. As for the chief and Elder Lovia, they could work together to deal with the remaining one as soon as possible. This was a textbook solution that the City of Silver had used in situations they had encountered. Even if there's only one Silver Knight, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the Silver Knight you lure away won't directly reveal its mythical creature form. Demon Hunter Colin firmly rejected her suggestion. Ignoring the fact that the Silver Knight had powerful Beyonder powers, as long as it revealed its mythical creature form, most of the members of the City of Silver's expedition team wouldn't be able to look at it directly and would be affected. There was no way they could run circles with it. Without waiting for the rest of the team members to speak, Colin Iliad looked back and said, "Let's take another path." Derek found some information in the World of Reflections in Afternoon Town. It recorded a tunnel behind the Giant King's Court. Shepherd Elder Lovia cast her gaze on Derek Berg. She was indifferent, calm, and without any emotions. Derek subconsciously raised the unshadowed crucifix higher, restraining his indescribable shivers. All right. Lovia agreed with Colin Iliad's suggestion. Hence, the expedition team retreated from the huge stone staircase and headed left. Before long, they saw a rugged trail. On the right was a towering cliff, and on the left was a bottomless chasm that was tainted with the glow of the sunset. Of course, it was only a trail for giants. To the members of the City of Silver's expedition team, it was still relatively spacious. As they proceeded forward, Derek and company's spiritual perception were triggered as they subconsciously looked to the side. At the edge of the cliff, grayish-blue swollen palms stretched out from the orange clouds and grabbed onto the ground. They were densely packed and difficult to count. If they were all giants, even if they were sequence 7 or 6 giants, they were able to destroy the City of Silver's expedition team here relying on sheer numbers. Just as Colin Iliad was about to swing his sword, Derek suddenly had a strange, subtle feeling. He quickly raised the unshadowed crucifix higher and pressed one of his fingers onto a particular thorn, causing bright red blood to seep out. The pure cross emitted a bright twilight glow as though it had returned to the state of noon. They surged towards the edge of the cliff, enveloping the grey-blue giants that attempted to climb up. The giants froze at the same time as their bodies began to fade, quickly melting away. They weren't real giants, but that of wraith and shadows left behind after the tragic deaths of those giants. Therefore, the unshadowed crucifix had sensed them. It was a scent-level sealed artifact of the Sun Domain, the nemesis of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. After easily killing these monsters, the City of Silver's expedition team warily continued proceeding forward. After a while, they finally circled around the mountain wall and cliff and saw a dark forest. In the forest, the trees were tens of meters tall and were extremely thick. However, their barks were peeling off, and the trunks rotting. The leaves were withered, giving the feeling that they were waning. The leaves were supposed to be entangled together, but they formed a barricade in midair, blocking the light of dusk, darkening its interior. But at that moment, due to the large number of collapsed and fallen trees, the orange-red glow had already scattered across most of the areas within the forest that were visible with the naked eye. Derek looked ahead and silently calculated how much longer he could use the unshadowed crucifix. He said to the chief and his teammates, "This is the waning forest where the ancestors of the giants are buried." In other words, the Giant King's parents. Colin Iliad stared at the forest and said, "It has already been destroyed. Even if there are still remnants of danger, it won't be too powerful. We can try exploring it." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied without hesitation. "My cross can deal with the environment here. I'll walk in front." He remembered that Mr. World had reminded him that there might be some kind of corruption lurking in the forest, and that the unshadowed crucifix could provide him with an effective warning. The grizzled Colin nodded gently and said, "Be careful of your surroundings." Derek took a silent breath and took a large stride forward and walked towards the waning forest. At the same time, he used the convenience of walking ahead to softly recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Then, Klein, whose gaze that had been blocked by the dusk and had been disconnected for some time, could finally see the actual situation. However, he was unable to significantly expand his range of sight. Chapter 11:14. The Remnant Will. The forest that should have been engulfed in darkness and in decline was filled with the orange-red light of dusk. The light was intense and burned like fire, but it couldn't help but carry a sense of brilliance with it that couldn't be ignored. With the unshadowed crucifix that seemed like pure light condensating in his hand, Derek Berg slowly walked ahead. The grizzled demon hunter Colin, who was walking behind him to the left, held 2 straight swords in his hand. Hyam, who was walking behind him to the right, held the Thunder God's raw hammer. This 2-meter-tall half-giant was prepared to switch the hammer for the sealed artifact with Derek at any time. The radiance emitted by the unshadowed crucifix became increasingly dim, as though the sun had already set in the horizon, leaving only a sliver of golden light. Of course, no one from the City of Silver had ever seen such a scene before. They could only use the descriptions from ancient literature to imagine it. Similarly, this was the first time they understood what a sunset meant. Whoosh! As the exploration team ventured deeper, a wind began to blow in the nearly frozen waning forest. It was as if countless living beings were weeping deep within the forest. However, Derek and company didn't feel any effects of the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the wind intensified, making his heart tremble. Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. His body and mind turned cold. Generally speaking, it was human instinct to shrink their necks, raise their arms, and defend their backs at such moments in time. They would then half-turn their bodies, observe the situation, and be ready to attack. However, Derek didn't do so, because in a dangerous environment, rashness would often result in terrible situations. Furthermore, he had the chief and his teammate behind him. He had full faith in them that they would react in time, thus, he had handed his life to them. With a swoosh, a silvery white blade wrapped by a small snake-like electric bolt flew across the side of Derek's neck, vaporizing a blurry and twisted figure into the light of dusk. At the same time, the unshadowed crucifix was triggered by something. It suddenly broke out of its gloomy and dim state, making the light it emitted to once again become bright and pure. Dawn seemed to come to the surrounding area immediately as indescribable black shadows began to show themselves in the light of dawn before quickly melting away. After everything calmed down, Derek looked ahead and asked curiously, "What are these?" "They don't look like wraiths, shadows, or evil spirits." Demon Hunter Colin surveyed the area and slowly said, "A remnant aura of some sort. They seem to have combined with the power of dusk, causing a certain anomaly. I've never seen such monsters." Derek tightened his grip on the unshadowed crucifix and moved his other finger, which hadn't been stabbed, onto the thorns. Relying on the unshadowed crucifix, which was the nemesis of the evil around them, the expedition team proceeded rather smoothly. Before long they arrived deep in the waning forest. Through the trees they could vaguely see a sea and orange-red clouds in the distance. The damage here wasn't too serious. The branches and leaves remained suspended in midair, blocking the frozen dusk, making the environment darken. After carefully circling around the place, the area before Derek's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw two grayish-white, mottled tombstones. Before he could carefully observe them, the rays of dust that shone through the gaps of the leaves had produced a strange refraction effect at the same time, interweaving themselves into a gigantic figure that was nearly 10 meters tall. This figure was very blurry and contained an everlasting and imperturbable air to it. It was like a reflection from a mythical era. Its skin was grayish-blue, and it wore silver-gray armor that seemed to be stained with blood. Its face was glowing like the setting sun, as though it was a manifestation of its eyes. Just its existence alone had caused the surrounding trees and the void to bend, making everything around it to begin waning uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind without any explanation. Giant King, Ancient God Ormir. Goosebumps appeared on the skins of the members of the expedition team, Joshua, Chaim, and Antiona. Bit by bit, the goosebumps emitted grayish-blue colors. At the center of their eyebrows, flesh and blood were squirming, as if a monster was about to bore out. They had collectively been put into the state of being on the verge of losing control. They didn't even see the mythical creature form. Merely approaching the figure had led to signs of losing control as the severity of it increased. Derek Berg was relatively alright because the pure light of the unshadowed crucifix had enveloped him, giving him a warm feeling, allowing him to temporarily withstand the waning effect. At this moment, Colin Iliad had already bent down. He held two swords that were smeared with ointment, and he ran towards that terrifying figure like a hurricane at high speeds. However, this demon hunter didn't charge in a straight line. His footwork was ingenious as he moved left and right, approaching his enemy in a zigzag-like manner. The gigantic figure that stood in the twilight looked at everything with its sunset-like eyes. It seemed emotionless, like a statue carved out of stone. Suddenly, the glow on its face flashed. It then bent down and heavily pounded its fists on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently as a fissure opened up. It made Derek and the others lose their balance as they staggered and almost fell. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had leaped up ahead of time to a height of more than 10 meters, and he cleaved downward with his two swords in a domineering manner. At that moment, the figure that seemed to come from a mythical legend pulled out an illusory sword from the fissure in the ground. The giant sword that seemed like a manifestation of dusk itself was suddenly swung forward. The orange-red storm of light suddenly took form and swept towards Demon Hunter Colin, as well as Derek and company who were right behind him. Wherever the light passed, the trees would wither and the soil would turn to sand. Everything began waning in an irreversible manner as a path was drawn out. Boom! The twilight storm was blocked by invisible walls, causing the forest to shake. At some point in time, Shepherd Elder Lovia had appeared beside Derek. In front of him was a tall and illusory figure covered in silver armor. The figure with a dark red glow near its eyes genuflected and stabbed an illusory greatsword into the ground, creating an unusually strong and invisible wall. Bam! At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin's two swords slashed at the nearly 10-meter-tall figure that possessed the aura of an ancient god, sending off countless sparks. The silver-white figure didn't suffer any damage. The silver-grey armor that was covered in blood spots only dimmed a little. With the force of the rebound, Colin once again soared up. He flipped in mid-air and launched his attack again. In the waning domain, he didn't dare release his mythical creature form, because it was very likely that there was no way of reversing it. Seeing that the phantom that stemmed from a mythical legend had been blocked, Derek hurriedly followed the sudden tremor and heat from the unshadowed crucifix in his palm, and he pressed his finger against a spike. His blood surged into the cross along with the pain. A vigorous and bright light churned out, flying into the air and turning downwards, instantly enveloping the figure in silver-grey armor. His eyes were like a miniature setting sun. In the holy, solemn, and pure light, the gigantic and illusory figure stopped moving, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and the silver-grey armor that was tainted with the light of dusk began to melt. Seizing this opportunity, the evil spirit knight in front of Shepherd Elder Lovia pulled out the illusory greatsword from the ground. With several silver rifts that oscillated between disappearing and reappearing, they instantly struck the enemy. Demon Hunter Colin's two swords cleaved downward, as though they were emitting rays of the light of dawn that enveloped the head of the ancient figure. Joshua, Hyam, and the others didn't hesitate to unleash their strongest attacks. After 3 rounds, the illusory figure that seemed to have transmigrated from time had finally begun to crumble, being reduced to burning orange dots of light. When Demon Hunter Colin landed on the ground, he deliberated and said, "That should have been the remnants of the Giant King's will to protect this area. After many years of melding with the environment, it has a certain degree of strength and a form. It's a type of evil spirit. What secrets are hidden here?" Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone cast their gazes forward, towards the place where the terrifying phantom had barred their way. The atmosphere was rather heavy. Fortunately, it was only an evil spirit that was restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. It was just a tiny portion of its remnant will and had almost no strength left. After thousands of years, it's still as terrifying as ever. What would a real ancient god be like? Why would he have such a strong will to protect this? Is it because it's where his parents are buried? As Derek heaved a sigh of relief, he followed the chief and company towards the tomb while being plagued with puzzlement and curiosity. Phew. There's no need for me to do anything. I have to say, this unshadowed crucifix really is very useful in the Giant King's court. It's so good that I'm wondering if it's Adam's goal. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god scepter that had been raised higher. He then cast his gaze at the place where the Giant King's remnant will had continued protecting for over thousands of years. The first thing he saw was 2 ancient mottled tombstones. On them were the words father and mother in Jotun. They contained a mysteriousness that could stir the powers of nature. It allowed one to directly feel the mixed emotions of nostalgia, sadness, pain, and guilt without realizing that they were infected and making them feel depressed. Behind the stone pillar was a grave, but it had already been destroyed, revealing 2 black coffins underneath. It was unknown who had opened the lids of the coffins, as though a confirmation had been made. This made the 2 greyish-white skeletons lying inside become bathed in the light that penetrated through the leaves, dyeing them with an orange-red color that resembled blood. These 2 skeletons had the shape of humans. One was less than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters tall. Chapter 11:15. Inside the King's Cour. One of the 2 humanoid skeletons wasn't more than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters tall. It looked ordinary, but it delivered an unimaginable blow to Klein, who was above the grey fog. At that moment, it was as though he had returned to the time when he saw the door of light and the cocoons. Although the emotions he felt were different, the shock was almost identical. This isn't the corpse of a giant. This definitely belongs to a human. The parents of the giant King Ormir were humans? Klein's pupils dilated suddenly, as though they were thirsting to let more light in for him to see it more clearly. However, no matter how he observed or scrutinized the skeletons, he couldn't find any characteristics of giants from the two greyish-white skeletons. Their limbs were perfectly proportional, and their bones had two eye sockets. They were definitely not underage giants. After a brief moment of silence, Klein lowered his hand with the sea god scepter once again as thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps they're parents that aren't related by blood. Maybe the ancestors of the giants are humans. In the first epoch where chaos and madness reigned, some humans fused with the Beyonder characteristics, mutating into cruel, irrational, and bloodthirsty giants. On the one hand, their descendants inherited their physical Sharak Hapismiley. The other hand, they gradually recovered mentally. Hence, they stabilized themselves to become a savage and bloodthirsty race. Among them, Giant King Ormir was the first batch of mutants, but he had managed to maintain a certain level of rationality, hence, becoming an ancient god? The source of all of this does resemble the origin myths, the original creator? After his thoughts settled into a theory, he began making connections while coming up with more questions. Why does the Giant King want to label the waning forest as a forbidden area and not allow any living creatures to enter? He doesn't wish for the fact of humans being the ancestors of giants to be known. But if that's really the case, he could have just cremated his parents' remains. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, what's with that strong sense of guilt? Who opened the tomb? The ancient sun god who killed the Giant King? The god of dawn, Badheil, or the other subsidiary gods of the Giant King's court? Also, since the ancestor of giants was human, what about elves, sanguine, and other supernatural beings? The ancestors of dragons are actually lizards? In the middle of the second epoch, were there factors regarding their different origins that led to the conflict between the different factions of the quasi-human and the mutants? As Klein didn't have enough clues or information, it was difficult for him to make any judgment or think of any more possibilities. He could only forcefully rein in his thoughts and focus his attention on the City of Silver's expedition team. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin led Lovia, Derek, and company to the stone tablet and saw the remains in the tomb. They also fell into an indescribable silence for a long time. Finally, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, asked hesitantly, "These are the parents of the Giant King?" From this City of Silver's Dawn Paladin's point of view, the two corpses were indeed not as tall as giants. They were even inferior to him from back when he had just become an adult. If they were identified as young giants, then the proportions and facial features of their bodies didn't match. Joshua's question reverberated in the surroundings, but no one answered. After a few seconds, Demon Hunter Colin slowly said, "That's why it's a secret." He didn't mention his thoughts or theories. Does this mean that giants are actually a branch of humans, a result of the transformation brought about by Beyonder characteristics? Upon hearing this, the wine-red-haired Antiona said thoughtfully, "The ancestors of the giants are humans?" Derek felt a little dizzy from the shock. He felt that there was a huge gap between the two. With this thought in mind, he recalled his companions who had lost control, especially those from the giant pathway. He slowly and vaguely believed that it wasn't impossible. Those who lost control usually became abnormally large. Their skin was covered in greyish-blue color, and there was a huge crack in the middle of their brows that sucked in their pair of eyes. Perhaps, Demon Hunter Colin answered briefly. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team fell silent once again. In this atmosphere, Derek glanced at Shepherd Elder Lovia and realized that this member of the six-member council had a calm expression. It was neither solemn or confused. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin looked around and said, "Split up into groups of 2 to 3 people and search the surrounding areas. Let's see if there's anything to be found." The members of the expedition team snapped back to their senses and began carefully exploring the area according to the chief's instructions. Unfortunately, this waning forest didn't have anything of value other than trees, tomb tablets, or tombs. Without further delay, Derek exchanged sealed artifacts with Hyam to prevent his Beyonder characteristic from being purged by the unshadowed crucifix. Then, they followed Demon Hunter Colin out of the waning forest, circled around the protruding boulder along the mountain, and found the gigantic cave that was 30 meters tall. Outside the cave, a stone stele had already shattered into pieces and was growing weeds. Under the orange glow of the twilight, there was an indescribable sense of waning death. After entering the cave, the City of Silver's expedition team followed the weathered stone slabs and the peeling murals. They walked between the withered weeds and rough gravel, and they warily explored the area. With every step they took, they would feel that their lifespans were weakening and were becoming dehydrated. After an unknown period of time, the City of Silver's expedition team finally saw a grayish-blue door which was open. On both sides of the door were pieces of iron-black fragments that seemed to belong to some sort of armor. "There should have been guards here," Colin said simply. He took out a bottle of medicine and gulped it down. His light blue eyes were quickly tinged with a layer of dark yellow, and two complex dark green symbols appeared in his pupils. After carefully observing the grayish-blue door for a while, he nodded and walked into the dark hall. All of them passed through the door and came inside. The hall seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it rose up after a loud thud. More than 10 seconds later, the hall stopped moving. Outside the door, a magnificent palace propped up by stone pillars appeared. It looked like the residence of the guards. Derek subconsciously looked around and swept his gaze across the various items in the hall. He saw 2 murals with ancient characteristics. The main character of a mural was a giant who wore full-body silver armor and emitted an obvious glow. At the location of his eyes, there was a blob condensed from the dawn of light. In the middle of another mural stood a lady dark brown hair. She was a female giant in a long leather skirt. She held a wheat head and fruits and was surrounded by fields ready to be harvested, clear lake waters, fruit-bearing trees, and bright mushrooms. God of Dawn Badhile. Goddess of Harvest Omabella. Derek came to a realization as he nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and saw the chief staring at the mural that represented the Goddess of Harvest. His expression was still as heavy as before. Is the Chapter 11:16. Familiar gaze. Lovia's response made Joshua even more wary. He looked at the other members of the expedition team and anxiously asked, "Did any of you hear any abnormal footsteps?" With Thunder God's roar and a broadsword in hand, Derek recalled for a few seconds and shook his head in denial. Hyam, who held the unshadowed crucifix in his hand, looked at the sealed artifact that was still glowing and replied, "Perhaps it's your hallucination." "No, I heard it very clearly." The scarlet-gloved Joshua frowned and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Demon Hunter Colin, who was walking right in front, half turned around and calmly instructed, "Hyam, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Yes, Your Excellency." Hyam immediately walked to Joshua and pressed the unshadowed crucifix, which appeared to be a manifestation of pure light, against his teammate's forehead. However, this sealed artifact didn't undergo any changes. Immediately following that, the wine-red-haired female warrior, Antiona, came to the side of Joshua and raised her left hand. There was a pale gold bracelet around her wrist. On it were 3 small bells covered in golden scales. The tinkling sounds that sounded calmed Joshua's heart. He was no longer as tense and impatient. "No problem." Antiona cast her gaze towards the chief, Colin Iliad. 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes. He looked at Joshua for a few seconds before nodding and saying, "It might not be an illusion, but you have to be careful if any abnormalities arise within you." Seeing the chief supporting him, Joshua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right." After the doubts were temporarily put away, the City of Silver's expedition team continued down the staircase that was covered in the glow of sunset, one level after another. Suddenly, everyone heard a groan. From the corner of his eye, Derek Berg saw Joshua raise his hands and strangle his neck. As he was a Dawn Paladin, he had immense strength. Just as he let out a grunt, his hand snapped his neck. With a gloomy and twisted expression, Joshua collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The person who killed him was himself. Although Derek and the others didn't manage to react in time, their years of training and the experience they had gained from exploring the depths of the darkness made them instinctively take up battle positions, wary of any subsequent attacks. Then, they heard a muffled grunt. It was from Shepherd Elder Lovia. The facial muscles of the woman with long silver-grey hair tightened as obvious twitching and squirming appeared, as though another face had grown out. She plopped to the ground on the wide staircase as she grimaced with indescribable pain. Her hands moved slowly but uncontrollably as she clenched her neck. Just as Lovia was about to exert her strength, two swords that were smeared with silver-grey ointment reached out and pried her palms apart. Demon Hunter Colin, who was already prepared, reacted in time. Lovia's body twitched as she lowered her head even further. Opening her mouth, she spat out pieces of torn flesh and incomplete organs. She took a deep breath, as though she had finally recovered. Then, she propped her elbow on the ground and took a step forward, prostrating herself and swallowing the flesh and blood organs that she had just spat out in a pious and humble manner. Demon Hunter Colin, who had several old scars on his face, quietly watched this scene without stopping her. Finally, Lovia looked up and said with her unfocused grey eyes, "It was degeneration. A form of degeneration that everyone has. Do you have a solution?" Colin asked without any change in his tone. Lovia nodded without hesitation. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her right hand to grab her left index finger. With a loud snap, she pulled it out and stuffed the blood and bones into her mouth. As she chewed, she muttered, "The Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerate nature of all living things. The honorific name of the true Creator." Derek's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that something subtle was happening around him. The orange glow became more saturated and closer to the color of blood. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein's expression instantly turned solemn. Although he couldn't see anything through his true vision, he could vaguely sense that there was a gaze cast over from afar, causing it to interfere with his observations, thus weakening his clarity and range. In addition, that gaze gave him a strange sense of familiarity. It's difficult to not be familiar with it. The first half of my life after I transmigrated was to deal with him, his son, his oracle, his wish to descend, the items left behind by him, his crazy ravings, and all sorts of murals related to him. At that moment, Klein was completely certain that the entity who had begun to focus on the City of Silver's expedition team was none other than the true Creator. Frankly speaking, when Lovia began to recite the honorific name of that entity, Klein wanted to directly smite her with lightning storm and eliminate the problem before it appeared. However, he ultimately held back the urge because he wasn't confident that he could finish off the shepherd in one strike. The evil spirit that Lovia had grazed was likely at the level of a Sequence 3. Although it had died a long time ago, its current combined strength was still at the level of Sequence 4. It likely wasn't a problem for her to withstand a lightning storm, which was close to but not at the angel level, for some time. And once the fool couldn't easily kill Lovia, it would be a sign of fear in the eyes of Demon Hunter Colin. In addition, Klein believed that Colin Iliad was happy to see Shepherd Elder Lovia chant the true Creator's honorific name. He wanted to use this to put the fool in check and achieve some semblance of balance. This was actually an act of disrespect in front of deities, making it very easy to anger those great existences, but there was nothing that Colin Iliad could do. He couldn't simply trust the fool and the true Creator, so he could only try his best by probing them while staying on the edge of a cliff. Only by doing so would the City of Silver not suddenly be destroyed like the cities that had been buried deep in the darkness, covered with the dust of history. What a pity! If the unshadowed crucifix was in my hands now, I'd have the chance to instantly kill that Silver Knight evil spirit by using all my strength to activate the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. It's a fundamental restraint. Klein sighed silently and could only accept this development. He hadn't discovered anything unusual with Joshua until this City of Silver warrior with scarlet gloves strangled himself. Only then did he see his spirit turn dark and gloomy. Just as the shepherd elder had said, this was a form of degeneration that he originally had. It was no different from losing himself because of money and beauty, making it very difficult for external forces to detect it. That staircase should have remnant godhood powers that represent degeneration. They're embedded into the environment, making it difficult to discover and resist. Previously, the stone golem had no spirituality, so it wasn't affected. From the honorific name, the true creator wields control over degeneration. Just his gaze alone is enough to disperse the corresponding powers. Klein adjusted his mental state and continued to observe the subsequent developments. During this process, he couldn't help but consider a question. Was the true creator like him now, watching the movements of the City of Silver's expedition team in his divine kingdom? On Earth, this is called a fellow viewer watching the same live stream. If I were to send gifts, would the true creator gift even more? By making this teasing remark, he tried to ease the nervousness and concern that he felt from having the true creator cast his gaze over. That was a true god. Be it Adam or Amon, they weren't even qualified to be on par with him. At that moment, Shepherd Lovia had already stood up, and her left index finger had also grown back. She looked at Chief Colin Iliad and said, "This region will no longer suffer from degeneration." This meant that the staircase wasn't that dangerous anymore. Normally, the expedition team would ignore Joshua's corpse. Whether they advanced or retreated, they couldn't afford to waste any time. If they stayed in an extremely dangerous area for too long, the other members would have an accident. However, since the 6-member council's elder Lovia used a tone of certainty to indicate that there were no problems nearby, they could rest and deal with it. Derek put down Hyam's broadsword and walked to Joshua's side. After staring for a few seconds, he bent down to pick up his scarlet glove and wore it on his left palm. He still remembered that Joshua was always bragging about the mystical item he had obtained during an expedition. He could also clearly recall that when he left the afternoon town camp, he had said that he would be forced into a marriage after the expedition, with no idea as to who his wife would be. Yet, an hour later, this teammate had turned into a cold corpse. To the people of the City of Silver, this was something that happened frequently. No one cried or broke down. However, there was an emotion that had already seeped into their bones and blood. It was heavy and mixed with grief. They watched as Derek raised his left hand and aimed it at Joshua's corpse. A blazing flame flew out, enveloping the teammate who had been fighting alongside them earlier. After the cremation, Demon Hunter Colin put away the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out. The rest of the team members grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them into a hidden pocket in their clothes. Amidst the silence, they continued down the stairs and arrived at the bottom of the staircase. There was a towering palace bathed in the glow of dusk. Behind it was a corridor and staircase that led to another area. The palace door was open, and it was pitch black inside. Not a single ray of light could shine inside. Demon Hunter Colin carefully observed for a while before saying, "Just like in the outside world." What he meant was that the group should use various means to maintain a lit environment and not allow themselves to fall into a state of absolute darkness. Hence, Hyam activated the unshadowed crucifix, allowing it to envelop all of his teammates. At the same time, Antona lit a lantern and held it in her hand, in case the cross suddenly lost its effectiveness. The group entered the palace and walked through the abnormally empty hall. Their footsteps reverberated into the distance, but there weren't any echoing sounds. As he walked, Derek suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy as he felt a strong sense of sleepiness. At this moment, he heard the chief's low growl. "Don't fall asleep." Derek suddenly woke up, snapping out of his fatigued state of not being able to open his eyes. At that moment, a female warrior's body went limp and fell to the ground, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Then, she disappeared into thin air and disappeared in front of everyone. Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia exchanged looks for a while before shaking their heads and leading the team forward. During this process, they would hurt themselves from time to time, using pain to stay awake. Finally, they passed through a bunch of arches and saw the darkness that couldn't be dispelled up ahead. With the help of the light from the team, they discovered that it was a hall with countless murals drawn. In the middle of the hall was a long dark red table. Situated around it were high-back chairs with intricate patterns. This? Derek felt a baffling sense of familiarity. He immediately came to a realization that this was somewhat similar to the scene at the tarot gathering. Suddenly, balls of light lit up and murmurs sounded around them. Around the hall stood stone pillars that didn't support the dome. Scarlet flames were ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings in an abnormal manner. The murmurs grew louder, as if they had finally passed through a long and distant space and arrived at their destination. The hall was so lively that it was as if a gathering was held. Around the dark red table, blurry and illusory figures suddenly appeared. A total of 11 figures sat on different high-back chairs. Chapter 11:17. The Strongest Organization. As the flames flickered, Derek and company subconsciously looked at the long dark red table. The first thing they noticed was the figure closest to them. The figure wore a simple linen robe and had a head of long silver hair and indiscernible facial features. It made Colin, Lovia, and Derek find the figure oddly familiar. In an instant, they felt as though a bolt of lightning struck their minds, illuminating their blurry memories. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Just as the pupils of the team from the City of Silver dilated, the figure turned around and looked at them. A pair of indifferent eyes immediately occupied their vision as extraordinary mysterious rings appeared. In a daze, Derek saw a figure in front of him. He was a handsome, radiant, and energetic man. He wore a pure white robe and had short golden hair. With his appearance, the surroundings became abnormally bright. The warm feeling was like a ray of light, instantly filling every spot. Derek felt as though he had seen the day, as mentioned in legends, momentarily forgetting where he was or what he was doing. The man took a step forward and his blurry figure overlapped with Derek. Then, Derek sat beside the dark red long table, occupying one of the high-back chairs. He had become the handsome and radiant man who was attending a secret gathering. At the same time, the grizzled City of Silver chief, Colin, whose face was covered in old scars, encountered the same blurry and illusory figure. The figure was 7 to 8 meters tall. He was wearing silver full-body armor, and his eyes were glowing like the light of dawn. He raised the long sword in his hand, letting it press against Colin Iliad's forehead like a scepter. Demon Hunter Colin struggled for a moment, but he quickly calmed down when he was enveloped by the orange light. With that, he and the giant in front of him merged into one. He strode towards the dark red table and sat on the second seat on the right. Shepherd Lovia encountered a man in a long black robe. He had black curly hair over his shoulders and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered in shadows. It was difficult to see his face clearly, but the silver threads, complicated patterns, and gorgeous accessories were directly reflected in her mind. Lovia trembled and couldn't help but lower her head, allowing the layers of black wings on the man's back to wrap around her. She became the man and walked to the end of the dark red table. There were 2 high-back chairs with complex patterns placed there. Lovia chose the left one. The remaining members of the City of Silver's expedition team also encountered similar situations, but the figures they faced were different. After they had found their seats on both sides of the dark red table, the area around the empty high-back chair at the seat of honor became darker, outlining a female figure that seemed to be shrouded in fog. Right on the heels of that, a voice that seemed to transmigrate from ancient times echoed in the ears of the attendees. We are trying to redeem ourselves, and also maintain the balance of this world. Dissociation and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic order. This is also in line with his thoughts. I can't deny that we all have our own sinister thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. Death and spilling blood are inevitable. In the name of Rose redemption. Above the grey fog, Klein listened attentively. He couldn't wait to hear more of the content said by the voice. However, whether it was the scene or the voice, it began to loop. It was as if it had only been fixed at a section lasting less than a minute. This is the scene of the establishment of the Rose redemption? Previously, the Red Angel evil spirit said that this was an extremely secretive organization established by a group of corrupted angels. Now, it seems like that isn't the case. The person who said that was probably not Medici, but either Sauron and Einhorn. They actually didn't know much about Rose redemption. Klein mumbled inwardly as he cast his gaze back at the City of Silver team that were repeating the actions like puppets, approaching the table, sitting down, listening, and leaving. When the torches around the hall lit up one after another, Klein had already found something unusual with his true vision. He saw the murals on the wall come alive and rapidly expand, overlapping with the hall. It made the table, chairs, and floor tiles that had been cold for thousands of years warm up once again. It made the figures that had once been in this secret meeting cross the borders of time, reviving at their fixed seats, allowing the words from the past to reappear. Many of those figures were familiar to Klein. One of them was the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. This king of angels, who was still a member of the Rose Redemption, was the most lifelike among all the illusory figures. Combined with how the scenes were looping, Klein began to suspect the person who left the murals was Tail Devourer Ouroboros. In the previous temple ruins, there were murals left behind by him, likewise for the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In the Giant King's court, there are similar murals and signs of those powers. I wouldn't believe it if anyone were to say it's not him. Just how much does this King of Angels like murals? He draws them wherever he goes. Klein couldn't help but lampoon Ouroboros in his mind. The second figure he noticed was sitting beside the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. He was dressed in black armor that seemed to be splashed with blood. He had red hair that resembled fire, looking young and handsome. The reason why he paid attention to this figure was because he had seen it in his dreams. In addition, it was also the most arrogant person among all the figures. Not only did it sit back in its chair, but it also placed its feet on the dark red long table. It didn't mind that the surrounding people were high-level figures of the same status. Red Angel, Medici. These are the kings of angels who participated in the secret gathering? Who else is involved? As Klein's thoughts raced, he decided to first rescue the people from the City of Silver who couldn't exit the looping cycles of fate. He had a lot of experience in this aspect. Yes, the medium to the loop is the hall itself. However, there's no need to attempt to destroy it. As long as it can temporarily break the cycle of fate, the dusk outside will seep in and dispel any abnormalities. They belong to the divine kingdom itself. In terms of status, they can only be stronger or on par with the power left behind by Ouroboros. After observing for a few seconds, Klein quickly came to a conclusion. After flipping a gold coin for a divination, he immediately spread his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the sun. Derek Berg's spirit body immediately tore through the cycle of fate, creating an invisible crack. The orange glow from the light of dusk outside the palace immediately surged into the hall from the window up high. Without waiting for Little Sun to figure out his situation, for fear that the true creator would lock onto him, Klein didn't hesitate to let him return to the real world. Derek snapped out of his daze and realized that he had unknowingly sat down at the side of the dark red table. He looked up blankly and saw the chief, Elder Lovia, Hyam, Anteona, and the others. He realized that there were still certain traces of confusion on their faces. Thinking back to his experience just now, Derek was alert as he deliberated and said, "The cycle of fate." Indeed. Colin Iliad, who had experienced this before, nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around, and his gaze landed on the largest mural that he had seen lately. The mural depicted the same exact hall. There were similar columns, torches, the dark red table, complicated high-back chairs, and object layout. As for those high-back chairs, there were 11 figures sitting in them. At the very end were 2 seats, and along the table, 5 on the left and 4 on the right. The City of Silver team's eyes also followed the chiefs and took in the corresponding scene. The 5 figures on the left were the beautiful silver-haired man, the red-haired and arrogantly seated man, an elder wearing a hood that exposed only his mouth, winkles, and beard, a dignified middle-aged man dressed in black armor, and a handsome man dressed in white robes. The 4 on the right were a black-robed mummy wrapped in bandages, a middle-aged man with facial features resembling the natives of the southern continent, a giant covered in silver armor, and a supple, beautiful, and dignified lady. The 2 high-back chairs at the very end were a man with dark black curly hair and a woman shrouded in fog. At that moment, a guardian raised his right hand and pointed at the handsome white-robed man. His figure is made up of mysterious symbols. These symbols represent white angel, Orcuses. Before the guardian could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a tragic cry as golden flames spewed out from his body. He instantly became a charred corpse, as if it would be reduced to ashes the moment it was touched. It made Demon Hunter Colin and Shepherd Lovia incapable of saving him in time. Don't try to distinguish those symbols. They contain immense power, Colin hurriedly warned the others. And above the grey fog, Klein was thinking of another matter? White Angel Orcuses. That's the Eternal Blazing Sun's true name? If not for the fact that the Giant King's court itself isolates itself from projected powers, just using Jotun to read this name will attract his attention and incur divine punishment. Amidst his thoughts, Demon Hunter Colin stabbed his swords in front of him, creating an invisible barrier. Then, this City of Silver chief identified the symbols and labels that formed those figures. He began reading it slowly and firmly from the left. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. War Angel, Medici. Wisdom Angel, Herebergen. At this point, the invisible barrier that was constantly shaking suddenly stopped. This was because this name was no stranger to the people of the City of Silver. This was the true name of the Dragon of Wisdom. Could it be that the Dragon of Wisdom later became the Wisdom Angel next to the Lord? Similar questions arose in everyone's hearts, but Klein discovered something strange. The history of the City of Silver had records of the name Herebergen. The language they used on a daily basis was Jotun, a language that could mobilize the surrounding forces of nature. This also meant that, in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone in the City of Silver had definitely read or written the name Herebergen before, but there was no response from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The Church of Knowledge and Wisdom still wasn't able to find the forsaken land of the gods. At this moment, Colin Iliad controlled his emotions and continued reading, Wind Angel, Leodero. White Angel, Orcuses. Dark Angel, Sefirah. Evernite Goddess, Amanises. God of Combat, Badheil. Earth Mother, Omabella _. God of the Dead, Salinger. God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolsna. Although Klein had expected this, he was still somewhat stunned. The former Rose Redemption was frighteningly powerful. Amongst the 7 deities today, 6 of them were members. There was also Death, the god of spiritual creatures, and 3 kings of angels. This made him recall what the Red Angel evil spirit had once said. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of Rose Redemption, but they've since left it. Chapter 11:18. Klein's Fear. In the past, Rose Redemption could be called the Deity Alliance. But such an organization could only develop itself quietly under the might of the ancient sun god. It had to hide, and secretly scheme in the Palace of Dusk. How powerful was the ancient sun god in the past? Klein couldn't help but let out a breath as he felt deeply poignant. He examined his own tarot club and realized that, compared to the Rose Redemption, it was like child's play. Even if he counted the auxiliary members, Will or Septin, Pallas Zoroast, Azikegas, and Rionet Tinker, there was no way to compare with the Rose Redemption at its peak. No, even if I compare it with the current watered-down version of Rose Redemption, there's still a huge gap between it and the Tarot Club. After all, its leader and convener is only a sequence for Saint. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he turned his attention to the 11 figures. Based on their images, titles, and true names, I can confirm that the Wind Angel, Wisdom Angel, and White Angel are the current Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They really betrayed the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, and they even feasted on the deity they served. The God of Combat and Earth Mother are indeed survivors of the Giant King's court. One of them is the eldest son of the Giant King, and the other is his queen. They're mother and son, so that way, the fact that Faina Potter didn't directly declare war on the Lord of Storms to help Fasak makes things a little odd. It requires some thought. Also, the goddess was indeed a former subsidiary god of the Annihilation demonic wolf, the goddess of misfortune, Amanises. After that ancient god perished, not only did she grasp the authority of the Evernight and successfully ascend to the throne of Sequence Zero, she also single-handedly destroyed all the descendants of Phlegria, sealed the Antigonus family's angel within the nation of the Evernight, and used the Mother of the Sky's body as her vessel for a descent. That's ruthless. As a blessed of Evernight, Klein subconsciously raised his head to look around when he thought of this, afraid that his inner thoughts would leak out to the outside world. After entering the foggy town and learning that Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky were the descendants of the ancient god, Phlegria, Klein had a certain idea as to the true identity of the Evernight goddess. After all, in the history of the City of Silver, it clearly stated that the Annihilation demonic wolf controlled the authority of the Evernight and had many strange powers. Combined with the Antigonus family's possession of the Seer pathway, and the Mother of the Sky of the Nation of the Night clearly belonging to Evernight, Klein suspected that the Annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria was an ancient god that had mixed two non-neighboring pathways beyond the characteristics. Therefore, he was extremely crazy and almost irrational. His goal was to destroy and corrupt everything. Hence, he guessed that the Evernight goddess might have something to do with the ancient god, Phlegria. From Grozel's travels, he learned that one of the two subsidiary gods of the demonic wolf king had gone missing after he'd perished, while the other had submitted to the phoenix ancestor. Furthermore, that true name corresponded to death of the fourth epoch, Mr. Azik's father. With that, he could vaguely connect the goddess of misfortune Amanases to the Evernight goddess. However, due to his temporary status as a blessed of Evernight, he didn't dare think too much about it. Instead, he focused his attention elsewhere. At this moment, when he saw her real name, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, he felt relieved and felt as though he were on firm ground. In addition, he was even more fearful of the Evernight goddess. Because she didn't want the ancient god, Phlegria, to be revived, the goddess controlled the various matters of the Seer pathway, preventing Beyonders who aren't cleared by her to advance further. That's right. That ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town mentioned who tempted Dark Angel Sasria, the left hand of God, and the deputy of the Divine Kingdom, but he couldn't say the name, as if it had been erased. Isn't this a demonstration of concealment powers? Other than a place like the Giant King's Court, there's no way to say the names Evernight Goddess and Amanases together. Even if one did, no one would be able to hear it. There are two people who convened Rose Redemption, one is Dark Angel Sasria, and the other is the goddess. Apart from the venue where the ploy was conceived, it's filled with the forces of concealment. In other words, the goddess had single-handedly directed the fall of the ancient sun god, started the cataclysm, and ended the third epoch. Compared to her, be it Adam or Amon, they are still far from her. How could such a true deity be so easily trapped by Adam's arrangements and be unable to interfere with matters of the real world? Although it's not a conspiracy where something the goddess yearns for the most is used, making her willingly walk into a trap, how can the goddess, who wields the powers of concealment and plotted the death of the City of Silver creator, be unprepared? Also, what does this is also in line with his thoughts mean? Who does he refer to? After understanding so much hidden history, will I digest the scholar of your potion on the spot once I drink it? With this in mind, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, forcing himself to focus his thoughts elsewhere. When that ecclesiastic phantom mentioned the fourth king of angels, it self-destructed. Was it because the remaining three became true gods? However, the residents of the City of Silver would occasionally use the names Badheil and Herabergen, so why wasn't there an anomaly? What is the difference? The strongest among the kings of angels, the left hand of God, Sasria, why did he disappear into the rivers of history? Perhaps he is one of the present-day evil gods, the true creator, the dark side of the universe, or the mother tree of desire. There are remnants of the godhood of degeneracy outside the hall. Was this left behind by him? Yes, the birth of the true creator is related to the Rose Redemption. How will he react when he sees the murals in this hall? With a thought, Klein cast his gaze at Shepherd Elder Lovia. The lady looked a little lost. She didn't seem to understand the titles and names, but she recognized a portion of them. For example, Angel of Fate Ouroboros. She had become a believer of the true creator in the temple ruins left behind by Ouroboros. Derek also stole a glance at Elder Lovia, but he didn't notice any obvious changes in her emotions. As the son of the Tarot Club, Derek was one of the people present who knew the situation of the outside world the most. Furthermore, he had long known who the kings of angels were. He suspected that 3 of them had later become deities. At this moment, he was the least confused and perplexed. He was only slightly shocked at Rose Redemption's level. This was more exaggerated than he had imagined. It's no wonder the Lord perished. Derek was first enlightened before he felt his heart turn heavy. At this moment, he swept his gaze and saw the chief's face turn pale and ugly. He even muttered a few words softly, "This is impossible, impossible." As far as I can remember, the chief has never lost his composure like this. Did he think of the Lord perishing due to Rose Redemption? He can't accept that he will never return. However, he had long learned of this from me. Just as Derek was feeling puzzled, he discovered that, aside from his tightly pursed lips, the chief's expression had returned to normal. In the minds of the other members of the exploration team, the prophecy they had previously learned in Afternoon Town appeared. Omnipotent Lord, I repent. Tempted Sefirah. The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. It was already too late by the time I discovered all of this. Degeneration, bloodshed, darkness, rot, murders, corruption, and shadows had already drowned this piece of land. A huge calamity will begin here. Hyam, who was holding the unshadowed crucifix, took a long while to calm his emotions. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the place belonging to the dusk. These are the subsidiary gods and kings of angels during the second epoch. They plotted everything, causing a huge calamity to happen. They made the Lord forsake this land." Colin Iliad pulled out the 2 swords in front of him and half turned around, calmly replying, "Most likely. If we can figure out what exactly happened back then, do we have a chance to please the Lord and let him look at this land again?" Upon hearing the chief's answer, Antona asked anxiously. At that moment, Derek seemed to see a trace of pity and sadness in the chief's eyes. He heard him acknowledge and say, "Perhaps." "Then let's continue exploring." The other team members pleaded with burning eyes. This was the closest the City of Silver had gotten to having a glimmer of hope over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. None of them wished to let it go, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. Colin Iliad slowly surveyed the area and said, "Don't forget the principles to uphold during explorations. Don't act rashly at any time. Having confirmed that this place is related to redemption, we can always come a second time, a third time, or even more. There's no need to be so impatient." Upon hearing his words, the other members of the exploration team calmed down. They replied one after another. "Yes, Your Excellency." Under the arrangements of Demon Hunter Colin, the remaining members split up into small groups and carefully searched the hall. They didn't discover anything else that was valuable beyond the murals. Of course, it wasn't that there was no such thing. This was, after all, a divine kingdom of an ancient god. What seemed like an ordinary long table, chairs, stone pillars, and torches might have special effects when taken outside. Furthermore, those effects could last for a very long period of time. Alas, it wasn't convenient for the City of Silver's expedition team to bring them around, as they lacked practical value. As for the other murals, they were profiled from different angles of the main murals. When combined, they formed a 3-dimensional scene. After completing the search, Derek and company gathered again and followed the chief to the exit at the back of the hall. There was a grey-blue door with a single pane. With a 10-meter-tall door between the two of them, Colin Iliad carefully observed for a while before finally saying, "There's a powerful guard outside." Chapter 11:19. Tacit Cooperation. Upon hearing the chief's words, Shepherd Lovia immediately raised her question. Just like the 2 silver knights at the front gate of the king's court. It won't take the initiative to attack targets outside a certain range. Colin Iliad nodded slightly and said, "At least that's how it seems to be at the moment." They were already near the exit, but the guard outside had no reaction. This meant that the other party didn't possess real intelligence or spirituality. It was very likely that they were objects that came to life. Without waiting for the other members to speak, Demon Hunter Colin continued, "Huge, heavy. After obtaining the corresponding information, the City of Silver's group formed a tacit understanding. A team opened up a distance from the exit, but they faced towards the door. It was protected by Shepherd Elder Lovia. As the bait to attract the guards, a team took the corresponding holy oil from the chief and smeared it across the ground at the exit. Hyam, who held the unshadowed crucifix, and demon hunter Colin stood by the side of the door and used the stone columns to hide. Then, Colin Iliad sheathed one of his swords onto his back and took out a small metal bottle, gulping down the liquid inside. His aura rapidly faded away and wasn't obvious anymore. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to discover his existence. This was another setup. Hyam was in the open, while the demon hunter was hidden. After another 10 seconds, Shepherd Lovia stretched out her right hand and grabbed at thin air. Her silver-grey hair was dyed a deep blue color. The wind howled as the greyish-blue door opened. Right on the heels of that, heavy footsteps could be heard, causing the entire hall to shake. A giant covered in iron-colored armor rushed into the hall with a halberd in hand. Its exposed parts didn't show any flesh or blood, as though they were made of metal. Behind the black mask was a dark red glow. If it didn't move and stood there, it wouldn't be any different from a statue. Tap! 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 The shaking in the hall became more and more obvious. The giant statue suddenly threw out the halberd in its hand, stirring up a hurricane that tore towards Derek and company at the door. Boom! The halberd struck an invisible barrier as the illusory ripples rapidly spread out. In front of Shepherd Lovia, an illusory figure that wore silver armor had appeared at some point in time. It stabbed its greatsword into the crack on the floor. Tap! 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 The giant statue didn't stop as it ran into the hall. At that moment, a whistling sound was heard under its feet as its massive body jerked backward. It had stepped on the spot that was smeared with holy oil. As the giant statue fell, the crimson light in its eye suddenly bloomed as an invisible force appeared and held it up. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot out from the unshadowed crucifix, accurately hitting the giant statue's only eye. The dark red color dimmed. Demon hunter Colin leaped up and held the same sword with both hands, plunging it down like an eagle swooping down at its prey. Dawn appeared as they converged on the straight sword, making it exceptionally huge. It even exceeded Colin Iliad's height. With a poof, the bright sword pierced through the gap in the giant statue's armor, stabbing into its eye. A flood of light from the dawn rushed in. With his hand still gripping the hilt of his sword, Colin Iliad exerted more force. As the giant statue fell to the ground, he pulled out his sword and leaped to the side. The giant statue lay at the door as its body emitted cracking sounds until it finally all movement. Without looking at it again, Colin turned to look outside the door. After a few seconds, he said, "There are no other guards for now. We can handle this statue." Derek and company quickly surrounded the giant statue and skillfully searched for materials. Above the grey fog, Klein watched the entire battle from the sidelines and was deeply impressed by the City of Silver's teamwork. According to his observation, it was unknown what metal the giant statue was made of. Its surface was covered with armor that had shocking defensive strength. It could completely ignore most attacks in battle, and it was very difficult to deal with. Furthermore, this giant statue didn't have any spirit. In other words, it was immune to the beyonder powers of the corresponding domain, such as spirit body threads control, hypnotism, frenzy, and nightmare. It was like a walking fortress that made one suspect that it was the work of the goddess of harvest. Klein believed that, if he were in their shoes, with the core powers of a bizarro sorcerer being useless, he could only rely on his two marionettes' powers to deal with the giant statue. He had no idea how the battle would develop. The distortion and disorder powers of an Earl of the Fallen might be effective, but I might not be able to finish it as fast as the City of Silver's expedition team. A team of Beyonders with a tacit understanding would be able to produce the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Yes, that chief's confidence in timing, as well as his decisiveness in his attack, was also key. Klein nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. If this were really a live stream, then he might not be able to help but send a gift as a tip. Of course, there was a high chance that it was just a thought. After taking away the most valuable item on the giant statue, the City of Silver's expedition team proceeded forward. They followed the corridor outside and entered another hall. Just like that, they weaved through the layers of palaces, towers, and different corridors, in an attempt to find more clues, as well as the entrance to the sea as described by the outsider, Jack. Regardless of whether they believed the boy's words, they couldn't help but look forward to the dark blue sea behind the giant king's court. On the other side of the sea, there were kingdoms where humans flourished. There were no monsters hidden in the darkness. The sun rose and set, and lightning only appeared when it rained. People had all sorts of food there. During this process, the City of Silver's expedition team didn't encounter many enemies. Most of them were statues that had come to life. A small number of them were evil spirits formed by the combination of remnant emotions and the power of dusk. The latter was unable to put up any resistance against the unshadowed crucifix. That's normal. The fool Klein above the grey fog nodded slightly, expressing his acceptance of the current situation. After the giant king perished, this place already belonged to the ancient sun god. It's unlikely that there will be a large number of giant powerhouses and mystical items left behind. When the kings of angels were conspiring, they definitely eliminated any unnecessary troubles ahead of time. Once the ancient sun god was eaten up, the ownership of this place was a mystery. Perhaps it was abandoned. In short, there aren't many foreseeable demigods or items. Well, without the unshadowed crucifix, those evil spirits will be very troublesome. The City of Silver's expedition team might not be able to advance so smoothly, making it impossible for them to advance so far unless an angel leads a team or activates a Grade 0 sealed artifact. When the unshadowed crucifix returned to Derek, the City of Silver's expedition team was already very close to the tallest building in the giant king's court. The dusk here was extremely dense, as though it came from that palace. Once we leave this hall, we should come to the wing of the giant king's residence. Demon Hunter Colin got his bearings and direction before pointing ahead. Shepherd Elder Lovia nodded. Finally, there was some irresistible hope in her expression. Derek's heart beat faster, and he could no longer control his excitement. Then, he was placated by Antiona. After composing themselves, the people from the City of Silver entered the hall in front of them and saw that there were oil paintings hanging on both sides. These oil paintings depicted different giants. Some held bone flutes, some carried wind chimes, while others carried a 7-stringed guitar that matched their height. As the City of Silver's expedition team arrived, the giants in the oil paintings suddenly came to life. They began playing their instruments, producing a beautiful tune. The light of dusk in the hall lit up a little. More and more food appeared on the long tables around them as they glowed with a tempting glisten, effusing a very tempting fragrance. Roasted chicken. Roasted goose. Fish with honey baste. Is this a dinner banquet for the giant king's court? But aren't the sizes of those chickens, geese, goats, and fish too large? The work of the goddess of harvest? With a glance, Klein confirmed that the food that appeared was an illusion. After all, the giant king's court no longer had any ingredients, nor did it possess anyone who could envision or create them. This is normal food. Hyam, who was holding Thunder God's roar, stared straight at one of the long tables. His Adam's apple bobbed. Maybe. Derek sniffed and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Apart from the black-faced grass, they had never seen normal food. The meat that the monsters roasted was of different colors, but they also tasted equally as bad. It could even poison them. Demon Hunter Colin stared for a few seconds before sighing. They're all fake. Don't come into contact with them, or there might be unnecessary accidents. Other than Lovia, the team from the City of Silver retracted their gaze with great difficulty. They followed the chief all the way to the exit of the hall. After a series of inspections, Colin Iliad inserted his swords into the ground and pushed open the heavy door. A crack appeared as rich orange light shone inside. As the gap grew bigger, the towering palace gradually became clear. Then, the people from the City of Silver heard a crashing sound. At this moment, Colin drew out a sword and suppressed the restlessness in his team members' hearts. He then drew out his other sword and slowly walked out of the hall. Derek and the others followed cautiously. After completely bathing in the light of dusk, they looked to the left at the same time. There were railings formed from stone pillars. Beyond the railings, there was an orange-red cloud that was gently ebbing at the distance. On the endless swath of dark blue, they emitted crashing sounds. There was no need for anyone to explain. At the same time, the members of the City of Silver's exploration team recalled the records in the book and Jack's description. A term flashed in their minds. The sea. Chapter 11:20. Court Chaser. The dark blue, boundless sea that ebbed gently and seemed to contain infinite life was presented to members of the City of Silver's expedition team. It was no longer a record written down in ancient books, nor was it a combination of words spoken by outsiders. Although it was still very far away, it seemed like contact was possible. The wine-red-haired Antiona watched in a daze. She opened her mouth, as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she said was the words. The sea. Just as she finished speaking, a silver crack suddenly appeared on her forehead. The crack shot up rapidly, instantly splitting Antiona into two halves. Warm and bright red blood gushed out, splashing across Derek's face. Without a sound, more silvery white light shot out from her body, splitting her body into countless small pieces of flesh. The reveling face full of hope was like a puzzle that had fallen to the ground, splattering everywhere. It was only at this moment that Demon Hunter Colin reacted. He brandished his two swords and slashed them diagonally outwards, as though he was dealing with invisible enemies. Clang! 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 Silver light flashed, and the sound of metal reverberating echoed. The morning sun around Colin Iliad shattered and scattered in chaos. At this moment, the silver phantom behind Shepherd Lovia had already taken a step forward and stabbed the blurry giant sword into the ground. Clang! 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 As they surrounded the people of the City of Silver, the streaks of silver light appeared in different spots, trying their best to cut through the invisible barrier around them like insects struggling in amber. Clang! 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 The dense, sometimes thick silver light constantly appeared, causing the defensive powers of the expedition team to tremble, as though it would shatter at any moment. However, be it Demon Hunter Colin, Shepherd Lovia, or Derek, they couldn't find any traces of the enemy. The fall above the grey fog was just about to give a certain reminder when the chief of the six-member council seemed to realize something and crossed his two swords in front of him. Clang! The gigantic silver beam struck the two swords, causing Demon Hunter Colin's feet to sink into a solid stone slab. He took this opportunity and roared, "Unshadowed domain!" Upon hearing the chief's reminder, Derek didn't hesitate and stabbed his finger on the thorns of the unshadowed crucifix, doing so without any regard for the pain. As his blood oozed out, clear, bright, pure, and blazing light suddenly exploded, enveloping the entire area between the two buildings. There wasn't a single shadow in this area that could hide. Nothing else could be hidden. Light had become the ruler of this region. A huge figure quickly outlined itself on the side of the giant king's palace. It was wearing silver full-body armor and was nearly 5 meters tall. The flickering light behind the mask was either deep red or orange. And unmistakably, there was a single vertical eye there. This was a giant who was still alive. He didn't wait for the enemy to enter a certain range before attempting to attack, implying that he had sufficient intelligence. Unlike the other silver-armored knights, the giant's bracer had bright patterns on it. On the right was a blood-red color that circled around his arm, and at the same spot on the left, it was adorned with black spots. The giant knight raised his broadsword and pointed at everyone in the City of Silver. He said in a thunderous voice, "How dare you barge into the king's court and disturb Lord Sasria's slumber?" Sasria? Dark Angel Sasria? The fool Klein above the grey fog was alarmed when he heard that. He subconsciously sat up straight. The former left hand of God, the deputy of the divine kingdom, the leader of the kings of angels, one of the two leaders of Rose Redemption, hadn't disappeared into the river of history. He was sleeping deep in the giant king's court, sleeping in the residence of the giant king. Why did he choose to enter a state of slumber? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards the palace that the giant knight was guarding. It was the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The dusk's light seemed to transform into something corporeal that covered its surface, dyeing it with a clear sense of decline. It gave off the feeling that the sun had set and an eternal eventide was coming. On both sides were steeples, while on the other side were spires. The front door was a double door that opened outwards, with grey and blue as the main colours. Its height exceeded 10 meters, and it was covered with symbols, labels, and patterns. It looked stately and mysterious. There was a pitch-black socket on the left side of the door at a height of 3 to 4 meters tall. It was equivalent to an adult's fist. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly thought of the dream divination he had done in the past. Back then, he had seen the same scene, and the medium he had used for the divination was the giant's key he had obtained from Vice Admiral Iceberg. Is that the key to opening the giant king's residence? As he extended his hand, he tried to use his true vision to pass through the obstruction of the building to see the situation inside the palace. Unfortunately, he failed. The iron-black key, which was the size of a 7-string guitar, landed in front of him. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin suddenly said before the giant knight attacked, "You're a court chaser." The giant knight's broadsword didn't cleave down. Instead, he paused for a second and said in a low voice, "After all this time, to think that there's someone who can still remember court chasers. I'm the leader of all the chasers, the light color Merskigan, and I later followed Lord Sasria. I once hunted powerful dragons, elves, devils, demonic wolves, phoenixes. Today, you are honored to die under my blade." This light color didn't soften his attitude. He hunched his body slightly and held his sword with both hands. Like a flying meteor, he rushed towards the people from the City of Silver with heavy footsteps at high speeds. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, he could no longer hide his body like before. Just as Colin Iliad, Lovia, and company determined that Merskigan's attack would arrive in a second, this giant knight suddenly stopped his silver broadsword slash midway. Demon Hunter Colin, who wasn't in Lovia's evil spirit's defensive circle, suddenly had a premonition of danger. Without any hesitation, he lunged to the side. Boom! A silver ray of light suddenly emerged from the spot where he had been standing, destroying everything from within. This attack was so strange, like it was generated by the void itself. At the same time, there was also a change in Colin Iliad, who had ducked to the ground. His clothes were torn into pieces and cloth by his rapidly expanding muscles. In just a blink of an eye, this demon hunter had turned into a grayish-blue giant with bluish-black lines warped around him. At his forehead was a deep black crack. Every inch of him contained immense power, infinite mystery, and a strange psyche influence. If a Beyonder under sequence foresaw this scene, they would definitely suffer from a strong backlash. Their brains might suffer an excruciating pain that would cause them to lose their minds. Even their spirituality would be corrupted. And if they couldn't withstand such an influence, going crazy, losing control, or even sudden death were certain outcomes. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of a demigod. Originally, Colin Iliad didn't dare to release this form due to the influence of the twilight in the Giant King's court. But now, he realized that in the unshadowed domain, the feeling of decline had weakened significantly. He then raised the two swords that had enlarged in size as well. With them covered in the light of dawn, he fought fiercely with the light color Merskigan in the domain that was enveloped in light and shadows. Clang! 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 The three swords of the giants clashed and separated from time to time. Although Colin Iliad was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the barrage of attacks from the king's court chasers' leader. From time to time, he would feel a strong sense of danger. Then, without any warning, he would either duck or roll in another direction. And at this moment, silver beams of light would always appear from the inside and outside. Derek had already closed his eyes. Ignoring the loss of blood, he tried his best to maintain the unshadowed domain. Hyam and another Dawn Paladin similarly didn't dare open their eyes. They helped shepherd Elder Lovia and slowly moved the group towards the palace without exiting the protective domain. If not for the help of the silver-armored night evil spirit, they would have long been diced into small pieces of flesh and blood by the storm of light that swept the area. That light color Merskighan alone had placed the City of Silver's expedition team into a precarious position, with no chance of counter-attacking. As expected of the leader of the King's Court chasers, this should be the strongest force beneath subsidiary gods, or in other words, angels. Compared to the demon hunter, the Silver Knight has several more terrifying beyonder powers. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein held the sea god scepter and carefully observed the battle. He quickly figured out the aspect in which light color Merskighan was powerful in. Firstly, his defensive power can be transformed into a full-body silver armor set. Secondly, it can be used to hide and conceal himself with the light, hiding any malicious intent. Thirdly, the condensed Sword of Dawn isn't something that can be maintained for a short period of time. It can be used as a normal weapon, sufficiently sharp, and good at cleansing. Fourth, it can create some sort of thin silver-white sword. It has the ability to teleport, and it can bypass most barriers to attack the target directly, and even cause it to erupt from within the target's body. Furthermore, this thin silver-white sword condensed without any warning, making it difficult to predict. This is a saint who's extremely good at fighting head-on. If it wasn't for the rich experience and strong intuition of the City of Silver's chief, he would have been in danger due to the suppression effect from being of the same pathway when fighting in his mythical creature form. If it were me, I might have already been killed. Of course, I wouldn't fight head-on with the leader of the King's Court chasers. From the current situation, because the evil spirit needs to protect its shepherd, there's no way for it to directly participate in the battle. The City of Silver's expedition team has almost no chance of winning. Yes, they are already slowly retreating. Very rational. If it really doesn't work, perhaps Mr. Fool will have to deliver lightning punishment. However, the true creator should still be watching. My lightning storm might not be able to quickly resolve Merskighan. Klein's thoughts raced when he suddenly thought of a problem. How did light color Merskighan, who wasn't an angel, survive since the end of the Second Epoch? He's neither a demoness, vampire, nor undying. And from him possessing reason, as well as the ability he displays in battle, he doesn't have beyonder characteristics of other pathways mixed in him. Chapter 11:21. Weakness. Since light color Merskighan didn't gain his long lifespan from his beyonder characteristic, Klein could only begin considering external factors. The effects of a mystical item? No, he doesn't have any mystical items on him. Aside from the Giant King's residence, there's nothing in the vicinity either. However, that's the sleeping ground of Dark Angel Sefirah. Furthermore, the key is with me. I don't think Merskighan would dare or have the means to enter. Who took the key to the Giant King's residence after Sefirah fell into a slumber? Isn't that a bit too wicked? Of course, the palace without the powers of a deity augmenting it wouldn't be able to trap a king of angels. Or perhaps, this key had long been transported to the northern continent during the migration of the giants. Sefirah chose to sleep in the palace because, other than a small number of existences, no one can open the door and affect his sleep. Was Vice Admiral Iceberg's key given to me through a roundabout manner by the god of knowledge and wisdom? He wants to learn of Sefirah's present state? If it's not the effects of a mystical item, what could it be? Time given by an angel from the Marauder pathway? Ignoring the possibility of giving stolen illusory items to someone else, there needs to be an angel or a Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. And there aren't any similar existences nearby. Back then, Merskighan was given a lifespan of thousands of years at once. This? Perhaps only Amon is capable of doing that. Clearly, he wouldn't help Dark Angel Sefirah. In addition, this blasphemer's true body seems to be wandering around the forsaken land of the gods. If there were angels or Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Marauder pathway here, they might have become his food long ago. The cycle of fate? After light color Merskighan's natural death, everything begins with him guarding Sefirah again? Yes, that's possible. If the current Merskighan is in an aged state, then it's completely understandable how so much time has passed. Furthermore, because the time in this loop seals centuries, it hasn't reached a node yet. It's only normal that I didn't manage to discover any signs above the grey fog in my haste. With this in mind, he quickly observed his surroundings to find traces of the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. However, there was no remnant power like that. Klein quickly retracted his gaze and continued to observe Light Color Merskagan's intense battle with Colin Iliad and the silver-armored Night Evil Spirit. His spirit body threads are normal, eliminating the possibility of him already becoming a marionette. Under true vision, his condition isn't abnormal. This means that he isn't a figure summoned from history. The divine kingdom of the giant king's court is slowing down the passing of time or aging. The former can be eliminated because my spirituality is almost unable to support my level of observation. This matches the amount of time the City of Silver's exploration team has spent in this area. There is a certain chance of the latter, with life progressing in the sunset state but being solidified during dusk. But the problem is that the ancient god, the Giant King, has already perished. Badheil, who wields the power of dawn and the power of dusk, has brought the divine kingdom to the astral world. It's impossible for this king's court to still have such a powerful influence remaining within it. Klein went through all the possibilities of extending one's life that he could think of, but none of them matched the situation of the leader of the court chasers. He had no choice but to consider another possibility. A secret art with a huge defect. This should be dependent on some kind of power in the Giant King's court. Otherwise, the range of Merskagan's activities wouldn't be so tiny. It wouldn't take until the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at Carrot Residence before he took action. The entity related to life inside the Giant King's court clearly exists, the former goddess of harvest, the present Earth Mother, Giant Queen Omabella. As this thought flashed through his mind, he cast his gaze at the giant statues outside the palace. They were no different from the ones the City of Silver expedition team had encountered along the way. They were only slightly larger. However, after careful inspection, he noticed a small number of abnormalities. These giant statues had the aura of life, and they possessed a certain amount of spirituality. However, behind the mask, it was pitch black without any dark red glow. This Light Color Merskagan had used some sort of secret technique in the life domain to bind his spirit with the living statues. Using them, he obtained a long life, but this results in him being limited to such a tiny region and being unable to leave. This is very similar to the way evil spirits exist. This way, Merskagan might not be able to show his normal mythical creature form. Klein conjured a gold coin and flipped it up to make confirmation. When he received an affirmation, he raised the sea god scepter high and prepared to remind Little Sun through the prayer light. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who had avoided Merskagan's first attack, suddenly ducked and circled around him, running straight for the Giant King's residence from the side. His gaze was locked onto those gigantic statues. In the intense battle just now, although this City of Silver chief had always been at a disadvantage, he didn't give up on observing his surroundings, nor did he stop thinking. He was similarly puzzled as to why the leader of the court chasers could live for thousands of years. When he discovered that the living giant statues were only standing outside the palace without participating in the battle, he had arrived at a certain conclusion. He didn't know what exactly was going on, what principles underlay it, or what domain it belonged to, but his rich experience in exploration, and the intuition as a demon hunter, made him believe that the statues were the crux of the problem. Tap! 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 With two swords in his hands, Colin Iliad dashed forward, taking large strides. However, he didn't run in a straight line as he zigzagged his way forward. Upon seeing this scene, Light Color Merskagan let out an angry roar as he held the broadsword in his hands and rapidly slashed forward. His reaction proved that Colin Iliad's judgment was correct. Bang! 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 Demon Hunter Colin suddenly leaped away and did a roll. And above his original trajectory, silver light appeared out of thin air and exploded, forming a long snake. It completely lifted the solid ground of the king's court, tearing open a deep chasm. With a loud thud, Light Color Merskagan took a step forward. His nearly 5-meter-tall body bent and smashed the silver broadsword in his hand onto the ground. Clang! The area shook violently as the pillars snapped and fell into the orange cloud beneath. The ground between the two buildings exploded layer by layer, sending countless gravel flying. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had already leaped up ahead of time and was in midair. He crossed his swords, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the rubble that resembled an arrow. At this moment, Merskaghan, who had his back bent his knee and exerted strength into it. His massive body shot out like a meteor, instantly closing the distance between him and Demon Hunter Colin. During this process, the silver broadsword in his hands moved upwards. Seeing that Demon Hunter Colin was no longer able to dodge, a bright light suddenly shot over, accurately hitting Merskaghan's broadsword. With a loud clang, Colin Iliad tumbled to the ground and finally approached the giant statues in one swift move. At the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that the silver-armored knight phantom in front of Elder Lovia had long drawn out its giant sword. It had condensed the light of dawn into a huge bow as it shot out arrows consecutively. Light color Merskaghan's single eye had already been dyed with a layer of red. He didn't care about the arrows of light, and he allowed them to hit his body as they produced clanking sounds. He kept charging forward and brandished his broadsword, causing silver light to appear from different parts of the void. He chased after the giant like Demon Hunter Colin, preventing him from attacking those giant statues. Suddenly, an arrow that was gathered from the lustrous brilliances tore past Merskaghan and silently hit the gap in his visor. This was from the evil spirit that Shepherd Lovia grazed. Demon Hunter Colin was merely bait. It was the real attacker. Swoosh! 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 One arrow after another flew past, but this time, they were all blocked by Merskaghan. But at that moment, the Demon Hunter had already positioned himself well. He aimed at the remaining giant statues and swung his two straight swords that were enveloped by the light of dawn. Light bloomed as a hurricane of light blanketed the area. With continuous cracking sounds, the statues collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the aura of the light color Merskaghan rapidly declined. This King's Court Chaser leader immediately roared, "Let's die together!" The silver broadsword in his hand exploded, splintering into countless fragments of light. They formed a terrifying storm that swept everything around them. The silver-armored knight Evil Spirit and Demon Hunter Colin simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating an invisible barrier. The dazzling white light swept between the two buildings, destroying the greyish-blue door and stone pillars behind Derek and company. However, when they swept into the giant king's residence, they failed to affect it completely. After an unknown period of time, just as Derek thought that the invisible barrier was about to be torn apart by the hurricane of light, the rays of light finally dimmed. In the ruins, the silver armor on the body of light color Merskaghan slowly faded away, revealing his greyish-blue body that was wearing linen clothes. Not far away from him, Demon Hunter Colin's body was covered in blood. He was transforming from a giant back to his normal state, but his aura was relatively stable. It was just that he had weakened greatly. With a clang, Merskaghan genuflected as his flesh rapidly aged, decomposed, and evaporated. Under the orange light, he seemed to see the lively King's Court once again. In the frozen dusk, giants came and went, playing the seven-stringed guitar or bone flute, wrestling, or enjoying the delicacies that they could eat at any time. The passing of their lives moved extremely slowly, and their king sat on a high throne, watching everything from above with a stately demeanor. After that incident, none of that existed, so he chose to follow Dark Angel Sasria. A smile appeared on Merskaghan's face as he opened his mouth and softly shouted, "King." This court chaser bowed his head, his flesh and blood completely evaporated, leaving behind a huge white skeleton and silvery white light that had condensed together. Chapter 11:22. The Instructions of the Fool. Above the grey fog, when Klein saw light color Merskaghan rapidly age and decompose into bones, he suddenly recalled Mobut, Syatas, Frunzia, and Snowman when they left Grozel's travels. He didn't have the time to stop it back then, and it was no different this time. This was because the leader of the King's Court Chasers had never chanted the honorific name of the Fool, so he was unable to pull him above the grey fog. However, compared to before, with the sea god scepter in hand, he could now do more things by using the prayer light. He immediately accommodated the Black Emperor card and activated the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. He made the paper angel carry his own words and used the crimson star to enter the real world and land on the remnant spirit of light color Merskaghan. This was one of the methods that wouldn't lower his loftiness as the fool. After all, the true creator was still watching the area. As Merskagan's consciousness was rapidly wiped out of existence, an angel with black wings suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed at which his spirit body collapsed slowed down as he heard a loud and majestic voice. What is the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredient of the Silver Night Potion? Is Sefirah really sleeping in the palace of the Giant King? Merskagan replied blankly, the advancement ritual of the Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. It needs a complicated altar to be set up, placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures one had hunted in the correct positions, and receive the blessings of a deity. The supplementary ingredients are? I can't be certain. In short, that door didn't open after Lord Sefirah entered. Amidst the response, the spirit of Merskagan's spirit slowly but firmly dissipated. Finally, he could no longer hold on as he was reduced to points of light that merged into the still dusk of the Giant King's court. And this conversation happened within the soul domain, so no one else could hear it. Thankfully, I'm careful enough to not let Merskagan say the main ingredient of the Silver Night Potion. Anyway, the Beyonder characteristic can be used to replace whatever it is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear the answer to the second question. The fool heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself inwardly. He then focused and seriously thought about what Merskagan had just said. A deity's blessing? Isn't this advancement ritual a little too difficult? It's only sequence 3. I have to consider the circumstances of his timeline. Merskagan is a powerhouse who survived from the Second Epoch. It was a habit to call an angel a subsidiary god, and include them in the ranks of a god. That also means that the blessings of an angel should be sufficient. Yes, I'll use divination to confirm this later. Of course, even if an angel's blessings are sufficient, I'm unable to do anything for the time being. It will depend if the Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the City of Silver have any living characteristics that can also be communicated with. The act of setting up that altar is actually a little complicated. Must the remains of the 6 powerful creatures that one has personally killed have to be at the demigod level? It's very difficult for demon hunters outside the forsaken land of the gods. How can there be so many demigod-level creatures to be killed? Most of them are protected by their corresponding organizations. From the looks of it, the Church of the God of Combat should have a new substitute method while maintaining the essence of the ritual. Is this the difference between the first and second blasphemy slate? However, for a young chief like the City of Silver, he must have killed more than 6 powerful monsters. That's easy. As he was currently certain that the second blasphemy slate had appeared after the ancient sun god's death, he was able to determine that light color Merskagan was referring to the first blasphemy slate. He quickly conjured a piece of parchment from his interpretation of the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients. Then, a divination with a topaz spirit pendulum was performed, to which he received a revelation that there were no mistakes. Then, he threw this message to the crimson star representing the sun. This is a gift from Mr. Fool. After doing all of this, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He increasingly felt that the answer to the second question was worth ruminating. He didn't say if Sefirah was truly asleep. He only said that the door hadn't opened after the Dark Angel entered. And the only thing that didn't open was the door. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom gave me the key, and Adam gave me the unshadowed crucifix. Was it done to open the door to confirm the Dark Angel's condition? As his thoughts raced, he suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, the true creator wasn't too interested in this. If this entity had sent down his will just now and tried to influence Merskagan's dissipating spirit, he would have clashed with the Fool's paper angel on the spot. That would be rather awkward. Only at that moment did Derek dare to open his eyes. His face was pale from having lost too much blood. In order to maintain the unshadowed domain, he had allowed the cross to absorb quite a bit of his blood. He looked around and placed the unshadowed crucifix in front of him as he sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At that moment, Hyam put away Thunder God's roar and his weapon. He removed the leather bag on his back and found a set of clothes to throw to the chief. To the City of Silver's exploration team, as long as they weren't wearing clothes and armor that were mystical items, it was inevitable that their clothes would suffer damage during battle. Therefore, they definitely prepared a few additional sets ahead of time. To them, the purpose of clothing covering their bodies was secondary. The most important thing was to leave space to store materials, ointments, and charms. Colin Iliad looked around vigilantly, but he didn't find anything unusual. He quickly put on his clothes and found one of the small metal bottles that had fallen all over the ground during the battle. He removed the lid and gulped it down. His face turned a little green as if he had been poisoned. However, his wounds and the signs of decline were improving. As for Lovia, she was no longer able to maintain the grazing of the silver-armored knight, and she placed it back inside her body. By the time Merskagans beyond a characteristic condensed into a silvery white luster that resembled a miniature sun or heart, it was put away by demon hunter Colin. This shepherd elder looked at the nearby palace with his grey eyes and said, "Chief, the path to the sea might very well be hidden there." Lovia paused for a moment before adding, "Perhaps there's another way to get to the other side of the sea." As Colin Iliad watched Derek, Hyam, and the others clean up the battlefield, pick up items, and deal with the mutilated corpse of Antiona, he shook his head and said, "The Dark Angel is sleeping inside, and he is definitely a king of angels, one we are currently unable to resist. Even facing him will be very difficult. Let's head back first and inform everyone that we have seen the sea before making preparations for entry into the Giant King's palace." Lovia's silver-grey hair fluttered slightly as she wore a solemn expression. "But we don't know anything. We can't make any targeted preparations." After saying that, she fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I have a suggestion. You, Derek, Hyam, and the others can head back first. I'll stay behind and attempt to enter the palace to gather useful information. I can fuse into the shadows and perhaps not disturb that Dark Angel. If I don't return, it means that the danger inside has exceeded the limits we can handle." When Lovia mentioned that she might die, her expression didn't change at all, as if she had long been prepared. Colin listened quietly and stared at her for a few seconds. "No. We can't bear such risks. If you awaken the Dark Angel, he might leave the Giant King's court and attack the City of Silver, but we definitely won't be able to resist against him." Without waiting for Lovia's reply, Colin Iliad turned his head and looked at the other 3 members. "Derek, what's your opinion?" "My opinion?" Derek was somewhat at a loss. He nearly blurted the question back out. Hyam and the other Dawn Paladin were equally shocked. This was because this was an internal conflict among the 6-member council. Colin Iliad had actually asked for Derek Berg's opinion. Could it be that the chief has been nurturing Derek as the next elder of the 6-member council? The 2 members of the expedition team looked thoughtfully at their teammates. "This is him asking for my opinion?" The full Klein above the grey fog frowned slightly. His brain immediately began to churn rapidly. "What views can I have? If they were to open the door and awaken Sefirah, I wouldn't be able to save any of them. All I can do is get them to ask for the help of the true Creator. Let's wait until I figure out the situation regarding the Dark Angel from the Red Angel evil spirit and other related existences before beginning the exploration. I don't have to worry about the Dragon of Wisdom and Adam's thoughts for now. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be calm and cautious at such times." As his thoughts raced, Klein sternly said, "Return." He then projected this image into the crimson star representing the sun. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before calmly answering the chief's question. "I think we should give up for now and wait until we're ready." Colin Iliad nodded and said to Shepherd Lovia, "This is my decision." Lovia fell silent for a moment before saying, "I will defer to your decision." She didn't say anything else as she helped Derek and company mark the area. As Antiona wasn't killed by a blood relative, there was a high possibility that an anomaly would happen. Therefore, the expedition team would mark the area, making the ones who arrived later to be more vigilant. However, they didn't need to worry about such effects since they were very far away from the City of Silver. While they busied themselves, Lovia suddenly looked up and said to Derek and Hyam, "This is the Giant King's court. There might not be any anomalies." She didn't explain as she looked at Antiona's pile of flesh that had been burned into ashes by the flames. She grabbed a handful of them and placed them inside her leather bag. After completing these matters, the City of Silver's expedition team found another passageway, but they obtained a disappointing outcome. Following that, under the lead of Chief Colin Iliad, they retraced their path back. After entering the palace that had already lost its main door while having the oil painting band playing their tunes, Derek couldn't help but turn his head to look outside at the broken railings again. He looked at the orange-red cloud in the distance, towards the deep blue sea. After staring at it for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and realized that the chief's light blue eyes were also silently looking in that direction. Colin immediately turned his head and said calmly, "Let's go." Then, without turning back, he proceeded steadily. Chapter 11:23. After the expedition. Above the grey fog, when he saw that the City of Silver's exploration team had begun embarking on their way back as the giant king's palace remained unchanged, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, exhausted. After 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was nearing its limits. At most, he could hold out for another 15 minutes. Regardless, the things obtained from this expedition completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Night potion formula to the City of Silver. As he rubbed his forehead, his thoughts began to wander. Being aware of these ancient secrets is very helpful to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been fully digested. From the feedback I've been getting over this period of time, it can be seen that all sorts of strange tales are indeed useful. When Miss Magician completes the script and publishes it, it just needs some time to build up some momentum before it's done. However, she started writing a few days ago. I don't know when she will finish her manuscript. Why can't she just write a few more hours every day? When I went to pick her up this time, I should urge her. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson a reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Danitz become a conspirer. Anyway, this was also part of the agreement. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. Especially for a hunter, it's even more troublesome. It requires a hunter who is adept at provocation and enjoys coming up with ploys to build a team of at least 30 people, and also nurture a deep sense of friendship amongst them while making them strong. When they act almost as one, they'll set up the ritual. The greater the strength and camaraderie amongst the team, the better the effects of the ritual. Seeing that the City of Silver's expedition team was returning in an orderly manner without encountering any accidents, he finally felt at ease. He left the world above the grey fog and threw himself into bed, falling into a dream. After some rest at the afternoon town camp, Derek Berg finally recovered and his face was no longer as pale. He had just eaten bread made from black-faced grass powder when a figure grew out from the shadows outside and said in a low voice, "Derek, the chief is looking for you." "Yes." Derek subconsciously stood up. "Thank you." He was originally prepared to find the chief and hand over the Silver Night potion formula. After watching the messenger retreat into the shadows, he walked out of the room and arrived at the clearing where the bonfire was illuminated. At a glance, Derek saw many members who hadn't participated in the expedition gathered in groups of 2 or 3. They were excitedly discussing something. They already knew that one could see the sea from the giant king's court. They knew that it wasn't too far from the coast, and as long as they found the correct path, they would arrive there in no time. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save themselves after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents of the City of Silver, who mainly had the power of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. Their long wait and persistence seemed to have paid off. Derek could understand the feelings of his team members because he was the same. However, from the world German Sparrow, he knew very well that the waters in the ruins of the Battle of Gods weren't that simple. To head to the other side of the sea would probably be extremely difficult. Ignoring everything else, just Archangel Sasria, who was sleeping in the giant king's palace and blocking the vital path outside, was a problem that he couldn't overcome at the moment. I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me. Yes, for that boy to appear in the temple ruins, it means that there are other paths that can bypass the giant king's palace and reach the sea. Derek thought optimistically as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked towards the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s, and he was much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it as he looked at it with his pupils unfocused. Derek was no stranger to this man. He knew that he was the husband of Antiona, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In the City of Silver, before the age of 18, one could date freely until they were married. And if one didn't have a partner at the age of 18, they would be arranged to have one. It was the same for widows and widowers after 3 years. This was a necessary measure to ensure the necessary population level for the City of Silver's continuation. It seemed like it was against human rights, but for the continuation of the entire city in the Dark Lands, it could only be done this way. Furthermore, this could ensure that everyone had a certain number of close relatives, preventing the possibility of mutating into a terrifying evil spirit after their death. As for Dolores and Antiona, they were neighbors who lived on the same street. They had known each other since they were young and had a good impression of each other. In the end, they started dating when they were teammates of a patrol team. Over time, they became husband and wife and had a deep, loving relationship. In light of how they had a young child, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one of them behind during the expedition to the Giant King's court. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangement, and on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow because of the way Dolores acted. It was as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the expedition, it only took half a day's time. However, to Dolores, it meant everything had changed. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward, subconsciously taking a few heavy steps. At the same time, he thought of a rumor. Shepherd Elder Lovia once had a husband, but he died in an expedition. This was very common to begin with and wasn't worth discussing. However, other than Lovia, the team that explored the ruins of the temple had all gone mad. After they were eradicated, there were rumors that gradually spread among the residents of the City of Silver. During that expedition, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. In the night with low lightning frequency, the winds were rather cold. Derek shivered and turned his attention back to the scene before him. He took a few steps and arrived at his destination. He raised his hand and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said calmly. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief wearing a linen shirt and dark-colored coat wiping his 2 swords with oil. Colin Iliad didn't stop. He raised his head and looked at Derek. "What are your thoughts on this expedition? What's the chief's motive for asking this?" Having been influenced by Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. Unable to grasp the true intentions of the chief, he had no choice but to close the door and answer frankly, there might be other paths to the seaside. The palace of the Giant King should be very important, but that's too dangerous. We need more information. Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "The kings of angels and other existences who call themselves deities secretly plotted together because they wanted to resist the Lord? And did their success cause this land to be forsaken?" Although Derek had never directly heard of such an inference, it wasn't difficult to come up with a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned from the Tarot Club. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his act of wiping his sword slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand and took 2 steps forward. Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea. After a moment of silence, Derek replied in deliberation, "Mostly. But not too much." Colin Iliad nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "Chief, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Night Potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual during Lightcolor Merskagan's death." When he said this, Derek knew that his lie sounded overly fake. It could be seen through right away because he didn't even dare to open his eyes back then. However, he just couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. Hanged Man were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good. What is it?" Derek was stunned for a second before he hurriedly recounted the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. Colin listened quietly and let out a long sigh. You have contributed greatly this time. This is extremely important to the City of Silver. In the future, our limit will be Sequence 3 and not Sequence 4. Up to a certain range, the risk of the expedition teams will be greatly reduced. Why will the risk encountered by the expedition teams be reduced when the upper limit is Sequence 3 within a certain range? As Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he couldn't understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was something he didn't have the right to understand. He planned on asking around at the tarot gathering later. He then bade farewell and opened the door. Derek, Colin Iliad suddenly called out to him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and found that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a while before shaking his head. Be careful of Lovia. Yes, Your Excellency, Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. Backland, North Borough. Hazel took a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor, and she was preparing to meet Miss Audrey at the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation to discuss matters regarding donations and help. After many interactions, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. She didn't feel pressured when beside her, and the strange emotions accumulated in her heart had mostly dissipated. She gradually recovered more of her forgotten memories. I should have a teacher? What exactly happened that day? Every time I think about it, I tremble all over. Hazel cast her gaze out the window, feeling a little depressed. Her carriage was driving past the vicinity of Bock-Lund Street. At this moment, a person dressed in the clothes of a mailman rode his bicycle horizontally across the carriage, looking rather relaxed. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. Chapter 11:24. Enhanced Teammates. Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expanding in her mind. It was about to tear apart an invisible barrier and spew out. She instinctively looked away and curled up slightly. Then, she felt a ray of light shoot out from the depths of her heart, exploding into countless memory fragments in her mind as it howled, raging back and forth. She suddenly remembered what had happened at home that day. She recalled her father, mother, maid, and servants wearing monocles or pinching their eye sockets. The indescribable horror was so vivid, as though it had been carved into her bones. The expression on Hazel's face crumbled as she curled into a ball as she trembled. The maidservant in the carriage was stunned as she hurriedly stood up and reached out her hands in an attempt to help her up. No! Hazel trembled as she shouted with a nearly sharp voice. The maidservant was shocked and frightened. She stood rooted to the ground, not knowing how to react. After shouting, Hazel calmed down. She sat up and looked ahead in extreme fear. She saw the monocled postman enter another street, leaving only his back visible. I wasn't feeling well just now. I'm feeling much better now, Hazel turned her head and barely said to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as afraid as she remembered. It was as if she had already gotten used to the situation after some time. If not, I might have lost control just now. Why would I use the word lose control? Thankfully, I forgot those memories and didn't do anything eye-catching when I saw the postman. It took me 10 seconds to break down. If not, I might have been detected, and something terrifying might have happened. Her thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. Miss, do you need to go to the clinic? The maidservant asked hurriedly. Hazel instinctively shook her head as her mind turned chaotic as she casually said, let's go to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby. All right. The maidservant turned around and instructed the coachman to speed up. Hazel kept taking deep breaths in an attempt to regulate her tense emotions, panic, and fear. It had to be said that it was somewhat effective. She seemed to have calmed down a little instead of breaking down immediately. At that moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point in time. It squeezed its right eye and spat out a human language with almost no sound. She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. It looks like T had some interactions with her before. Ah, she's a resident of Bock-Lund Street. Interesting. Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, to the cathedral. Turn toward St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to pray. She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened that day and what she saw today. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its feeler on its right and whispered in a human voice, humans nowadays are really lacking in creativity. They go to cathedrals at the first sight of problems. I thought I would discover something if I followed her. Next time, I'll steal the cathedral in front of them. As he spoke, the other feeler of the ant moved as well. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said and what she had just recalled. She had forgotten that she had met a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation and headed in with her maidservant in tow. Clearly, her maidservant and her driver didn't remember the previous order. In the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, Audrey welcomed Hazel and brought her new friend into the activities needed to help the injured soldiers at the front lines. As the World German Sparrow had mentioned that the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, and other angels were hidden in Backland, Audrey carefully gave up on the third stage of treatment for Hazel. She hoped that Hazel wouldn't recall what she had experienced for the time being to prevent any accidents from happening. Her current plan was to busy herself with charity work, helping others to make Hazel gradually brighten up and strengthen her ability to withstand the psychological trauma. In the Pirates' Free City, Force was drinking a high concentration of fruit wine that was locally produced, recording what she had heard and encountered today. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void, quickly reforming. It was German Sparrow in a half-top hat, black trench coat, and a cold expression. With a swoosh, Force stood up with her wine glass and fountain pen. She subconsciously said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Sparrow." As she spoke, she hurriedly placed the items on the table. Klein pressed his top hat and looked around. "Do you want to leave?" Force's eyes darted to her sides before she said, "All right." Over the past few days, she had already made preliminary records of the traits of the city that were different from other places. Without saying a word, Klein gestured at the items on the desk with his chin, indicating for Miss Magician to quickly pack up. Force didn't hesitate at all as she hurriedly organized her drafts, as though she had heard an instruction. As he stood there and watched the other party busy, he suddenly said, "How's the progress with the horror story?" Force trembled indiscernibly before replying, "Soon, soon." Klein gently nodded his head. "How much longer?" "A week? No, 5 days." "5 days, tops," Force quickly replied. Klein didn't say anything else. After Force packed up her drafts, fountain pen, half a bottle of wine, and other memorabilia, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past, and Force felt a little more relaxed than before. She even attempted to record this travel. Before long, she returned to Backland and returned to the alley where she had disappeared from before. She heard the World German Sparrow say, "Rest for a few days before setting off. Take note of any replies. Also, ask your teacher again if there's any information related to the Blood Emperor Tudor, mainly about the various ruins." "All right." Force quickly agreed and thanked him. After separating from German Sparrow, she returned to a street in East Borough and entered an apartment that she shared with Zio. Zio put down the newspaper and looked at her friend. "Was it effective?" "Pretty good. I went to a free city belonging to the pirates this time." Before Force could finish speaking, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why? Was it lacking there?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Force ran straight for the room inside and sat in front of the desk. She opened her drafts and picked up a pen. Without looking back, she said, "For the sake of the new book, remember to make me coffee." Zio followed her to the bedroom door. When she heard that, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. In another spot in East Borough, in a rented apartment with a similar layout. As Zaratul had already arrived in Backland, it was unknown when Amorn would be baited over. The Red Angel evil spirit's true motives were unknown, and he was planning on preventing George III from becoming a Black Emperor. On the one hand, Klein was trying his best to digest the bizarro sorcerer potion, and on the other hand, he was making various preparations. At this moment, after handling the magician, he opened up a piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Mr. Azik, I've recently learned quite a bit of ancient history. I believe you will be very interested in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to be a history teacher after losing your memories. This history involves some concealed secrets, so it's not convenient to describe them in a letter. When you wake up, I will share it with you in person. Also, I can create a charm called Yesterday Once More. Once used, you can find your past self through the historical void and borrow power from him. This is actually not something worth paying attention to. What's most important is that you can retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades to slowly awaken them. I believe you will like it. I attach 2 with this letter. If you wake up, you can try their effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please be careful. Please observe the situation in advance. On the matter of George III advancing to a black emperor, I will try to do something, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well. I also wish that you wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti." After folding the letter, Klein stuffed 2 Yesterday Once More charms into the envelope. Following that, he took out Azik's copper whistle and blew it. The huge skeleton messenger immediately emerged from the floor and received the letter with his head at a height lower than Klein. Klein nodded slightly and watched as the messenger disintegrated into bones before disappearing. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to pull out Will Orseptin's paper crane from his wallet. He wrote on it with a pencil, "I have something to ask you." He placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down on it. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the depths of the pitch-black sharp tower, Klein once again met Will Orseptin, who was sitting in a black baby pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly asked, "Do you know who can provide the method needed to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price would it take? If the price is too high, then forget it." Klein added inwardly. Will Orseptin, who was sucking on his thumb, was taken aback. "You want to help me accommodate the die of probability?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Regardless of whether it's a success or not, we should try our best." Just as he finished speaking, Will Orseptin's tears rolled down his cheeks. The chubby baby pounded his hands to the side and cried sadly. He whimpered and said, "It's useless. It's too late. I've already rebooted, and I still have to spend at least 22 years growing before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must have been that silly snake, Ouroboros, who took too much of my luck." Chapter 11:25. Opportunity. As he listened to Will Orseptin's tearful complaints, Klein was at a loss as to how to react. He could only remain expressionless. After the baby wrapped in silver silk calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, "Even if I said it earlier, it's useless. When I met you, you were already rebooted." "No, I was still Will Orseptin at that time. I didn't have Ceres as my last name, I'd rebooted for a long time back then." The chubby baby wiped his tears and said, "Although I'm still quite some time away from becoming an adult, as long as I'm willing to take a certain risk, it's not impossible to accommodate it. With the luck I've accumulated, that risk can be resolved. But the difference now is just too great. There's no way to make up for it." With a thought, Klein said after some deliberation, "Perhaps you can find an angel from the marauder pathway to steal time from you, allowing you to grow up faster." Will Orseptin was still choking as he shook his head and said, "It's useless. It's impossible for them to accurately steal my childhood and teenage years. If it's only a matter of time, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the age I can originally live to. When the time comes, Will Orseptin Ceres will die prematurely, having been born June 1350 and dying October 1350, for a ripe old age of 4 months. But I've seen cases of aging rapidly due to the theft of time." Klein recalled what he had seen in Amon's mausoleum. The chubby baby still shook his head. No, that's just a manifestation of it being symbolized. If it's used on me, it will just be a baby that starts to grow wrinkles while his hair turns white. To truly accurately steal the childhood and teenage years, it has to be Amon, and it has to be his true body in person. At this point, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent at the same time. No one spoke for a long time. If he were to get Amon, the years that were possibly robbed wouldn't be limited to just the childhood and teenage years. After a while, Klein took a deep breath without hiding anything. Then there's no need to consider this for now. However, I still want to know where I can find a way to accommodate the uniqueness. If I have a chance to get it, I definitely can't miss it. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future. Will Septin put down his tear-stained palm and sniffed. There's no need to ask others. I've already gotten it long ago, but I can't do it. Otherwise, do you think that me being president of the Life School of Thought was for nothing? Klein was surprised and curious. Why can't you do it? Will Septin pulled the blanket in the baby's pram and said, there are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. One is to be born naturally with it, which is equivalent to being a uniqueness coming to life and imbuing human nature into it. The other is to make the uniqueness come to life to a certain extent before forcefully putting it into one's body. By relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it, it will slowly take quite some time to slowly wear it down before one gets used to it and achieve a balance. The third is to concoct the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and drink it with a simplified apotheosis ritual. There's no need to mention the first method. This is why those brothers are enviable. The second is impossible after the ancient sun god's death. The third is the only viable option at the moment, but for the sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it depends on the machinations of fate. The first point was mentioned in Emperor Rozel's diary. It was said by Mr. Dorr. Does the second point mean that, after the ancient sun god wielded so many authorities, he was at least half a level higher than the present true deities, or even 1 full level? The Creator's level? As if in thought, Klein asked, what do you mean by only depending on the machinations of fate? What has this got to do with me saying earlier that I can help you accommodate the uniqueness? Will Septin's chubby baby face revealed a look of poignancy. The apotheosis ritual for the fate pathway might be the simplest, or perhaps it's the most difficult. As long as we find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion and attempt to advance. But the problem lies in the fact that the exact opportunity cannot be divined or predicted. There's no way to lock onto it. I can only eliminate certain interferences and patiently search as I experience life. I've already rebooted countless times and I've spent ages, but I still haven't encountered it. At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. It sounds simple, but in fact, one can only rely on fate. It really depends on how well you look. With a sigh, Klein asked in enlightenment, when I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp that opportunity? The chubby baby cried even harder. Although I didn't really find it. I did sense it to a certain extent. Is that so? Back then, when Will Septin came into contact with me, other than hoping to receive the help of yesterday once more, was it also pushed by luck? What a charlatan! Klein tersely acknowledged. Then there's no other way. You can only give me a few more of those charms. Will Septin nodded heavily. All right, replied Klein generously. He then added, you have to give me a few paper cranes. With that said, the baby wrapped in silver silk and Klein fell silent. In the rental apartment, after waking up from his dream, Klein got out of bed and walked to the room outside. He took out pen and paper and began to write to Leonard. I obtain charms that originate from high sequence beyond us of the seer pathway. It allows someone to borrow power from their former selves. Klein didn't mention that it might be something his dear poet needed, as if he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. All eyes were cast towards the yesterday once more charm. The 4 heads spoke one after another. Who to deal with this time? So direct. Klein sighed and smiled. It's unconfirmed yet. I'm going to attempt at foiling Georgil's plans. I might need your help at critical moments. The four heads in Remnant Tinker's hand spoke one after another. This sounds extremely dangerous. Requires higher payment. More of these charms. The comer of Klein's forehead twitched as though he had experienced the pain of tearing his soul apart. 3. Remnant Tinker's head, who had failed to join in the final sentence, shook. Klein smiled and answered, "No problem, but it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and made quite a number of yesterday once more charms. It made him feel like he was nearing his limit and needed some rest. Secondly, he felt that it would be another 1 to 2 weeks before he could digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion and attempt to advance to Scholar of Yore once Miss Magician's new book was published. When the time came, he might have a simpler method. Remnant Tinker's foreheads began to bob with the help of their hair, indicating that that wasn't a problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. Send it to the mailbox at 7, Pinster Street. He had previously divined that Leonard wasn't at home. Apparently, he had gone south of the bridge. One of the heads of Remnant Tinker tilted up as she sucked the letter, gold coin, and yesterday once more charms into her mouth. As he watched Miss Messenger enter the void and vanish from his room, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before beginning to set up a sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion was about to be completely digested, there was no doubt that he had to prepare the various ingredients for Scholar of Yore in advance. Among them, the demonic Wolf of Fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal could be obtained from the Evernight goddess. And with the demonic wolf's transformed heart, he could go to the spirit world to bait a hound of Fulgrim. After a series of tasks, he finished setting up the altar and took 2 steps back to inspect the surroundings. It's still considered clean. In addition to the Wall of Spirituality's seal, it satisfies the requirements of a ritual. I haven't made any contribution recently, so how should I ask for a bestowment? Could it be that I'm telling the goddess that I plan to take a credit loan and pay it in installments? Will this be a little sacrilegious? I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she will do the corresponding bestowment. Something of value. As he thought, his thoughts moved to the junk pile above the grey fog. He really wanted to pack up the items he couldn't sell for the time being, such as the biological poison bottle, the interrogator beyond a characteristic, lunatic beyond a characteristic, blatherer's aura, thousand-faced hunter's blood, six-winged gargoyle's eyeball, spirit world plunderer powder, and other items to sacrifice to the goddess to exchange for the materials needed for Scholar of Yore. However, he felt that this would make the goddess seem like a rag and bone man, hence, he could only give up the idea. It has to be of roughly the same value. I can't use Grozel's travels, it hides quite a bit of secrets. Perhaps it will be of great use. Yes, the next time Little Sun and the others explore the giant king's court, I can give them Grozel's ashes. This time, I wasn't sure how far they could go in the expedition, and was worried that they were unable to return after entering the Grozel's travels. See God Scepter? That's even more important. Not only is it my most powerful sealed artifact, but it also involves the believers of the sea god. It will be my anchor for some time. When I have other things, more anchors, it can be given to Mr. Hanged Man. I've in Rambizers beyond a characteristic. This has already been promised to Miss Justice. After some thought, he realized that he didn't have many choices left. One was Life's Cane, and the other was the Flaring Sun Charm, the Fate Siphon Charm, yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets. The latter are all disposable items. Even if they're combined, their actual value wouldn't be comparable to the main ingredient of a Sequence 3 potion. Besides, once my ability to transfer wounds improves, it can take over a portion of the Life's Cane's effects. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a decision. Chapter 1126. Unexpected 1. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles and burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder, took 2 steps back, and skillfully recited the honorific name of the goddess. Finally, he said, I sacrifice this cane filled with life to you. I'm willing to receive your blessings. He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to making an equivalent exchange, not offering sacrificial items and praying for a bestowment. There was no need to be too meticulous in other aspects of the ritual, but this was a case of showing his attitude at a fundamental level. He felt that he needed to be careful. When Klein finished his sentence, 2 out of the 3 candle flames swelled and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark mysterious door. The door slowly opened, creating strong invisible winds. They swept up the life's cane, allowing it to disappear into the seemingly endless cosmos through the gap of the illusory door. Immediately following that, there was a flash as 2 items tore through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a single sound. One of them was a strange heart formed by wisps of white mist, and the other was crystalline frost that emitted cold air. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess for her bestowment. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had closed. It rapidly faded away, and the altar was completely restored to normal. Phew, it really succeeded. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 2 steps forward, putting away the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have had to use my life's cane. That huge junk pile might have been enough. Perhaps I didn't need to sacrifice anything, and the goddess would have bestowed them to me. The present situation indicates that she is personally supporting me becoming a scholar of Yore. Of course, this way, if I receive too many bestowments, who knows what price I'll pay in the future. Using life's cane to trade for it makes me feel more at ease. Well, from the looks of it, before advancing to sequence 2 and becoming an angel, the goddess will still shower her blessings on me. In the future, it will be hard to tell what kind of developments and changes will happen. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts, ended the ritual, and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan on how to deal with the hounds of Fulgrim, the so-called Sefirah castle keepers. A magician never performs unprepared. South of the bridge, Rose Street. Leonard changed into a black and white police uniform and wore a red glove. He led his team members and the real policeman to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Backland. The epaulets he was wearing corresponded to a high-ranking inspector. But in fact, with his status as a captain of a Red Gloves team, he should be equivalent to a superintendent or even a chief superintendent. However, officers at that rank wouldn't involve themselves in such missions. Wearing those epaulets to the Harvest Church would easily arouse the suspicion of the public. After passing through the door, Leonard scanned the area and realized that it was empty. There were only 2 figures. One was sitting in the front pew, focused on praying. The second was the handsome man dressed in a priest's robes. He had black hair and red eyes. Emlyn White. Leonard nodded secretly as he walked down the aisle to Bishop Utravsky. He then coughed twice, making the half-giant bishop open his eyes and look over. I'm an inspector from the Backland Police Department. Leonard showed his identification and said, we would like to invite you back to assist in our investigations. Father Utravsky stood up slowly and asked in a calm tone despite looking down at him, what's the matter? The nearby residents reported your abnormal behavior, saying that it's possible that you're a spy for Faysac or Fainapotter. Leonard explained the reason he had long come up with. At the same time, he was prepared to pull Bishop Utravsky into a dream at any moment. Once he resisted, he would try to control this blessed in the shortest time possible. With the Red Gloves team's distribution, as long as they didn't directly encounter a true demigod, even if they were to face a blessed who was in charge of a holy artifact, they would have a good chance of taking down their opponent. Furthermore, before Leonard set off, he had applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. This was also the reason why he had delayed taking action until today. Father Utravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning to look at Emlyn White, who was standing by the candle stand. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Father Utravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. Okay. So cooperative? I thought we would experience an intense battle and that we had to be very careful not to cause any casualties. Leonard was taken aback before he smiled. Thank you for your cooperation. If there really was a battle that ended up harming a blessed of Earth Mother, Leonard suspected that the tense situation would rapidly be aggravated. Through the ancient history in Grozel's travels and the various secrets he learned from the Tarot Club, and the corresponding explanations of Old Man Pallas, Leonard knew that the relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernight was like dried timber. It could be ignited with a tiny spark. When the time came, the history books would record today's events. The war would go from a localized problem to a fuse that ignited the globe. Leonard Mitchell had lit a religious gunpowder keg. Phew. Seeing that Father Utravsky didn't resist and accepted the protective custody, Emlyn White secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was very satisfied with his performance at the Tarot Club. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn, who lacked a level of masculinity due to the gentleness of the soft moonlight. She lowered her voice and said, Cap, sir, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us? Yes, we can temporarily shut down the Harvest Church for some time to prevent any accidents from happening. Emlyn. Leonard. After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said if the spy case involves Faina Potter, he would also be considered a suspect. Let's invite him back to assist in our investigations. Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show in response. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Force rubbed her dark eye circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. Done writing. Zio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. It had only been a day and a half. Force shook her head and took a deep breath. No. But I've already written the first volume. I can hand it over to the editor of the publisher. If it's serialized, there's no need to finish it all now. Zio thought and said, this is indeed a good idea. It can effectively reduce your stress. Force's expression twisted as she closed her eyes. I hope so. In another rental apartment a few streets away, after a series of tasks, Klein, who had come up with a plan and made his preparations, put on creeping hunger and quickly turned transparent as he entered the spirit world. Looking up, he saw the 7 pure lights that comprised of 7 different colors. He released the arms of his 2 marionettes and took out a box. He removed the wall of spirituality around it, allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart to emanate from it. Then, he pulled Inuni while Inuni pulled Kona's. Together, the 3 of them rapidly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all kinds of strange spirit world creatures passed by them like oil paintings that depicted hell. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger suddenly stirred as a scene quickly appeared in his mind. Red, black, white, blue, and other colors saturated and overlapped as a slender figure suddenly appeared. It looked like a hound. Its entire body was covered in black short fur, and its eye sockets were 2 balls of dark red burning flames. The ends of its mouth extended to the back of its head. It clearly existed there in its corporal form, but it gave off an illusory feeling that felt surreal. Hound of Fulgrim. Klein immediately turned around and faced it. He released his 2 marionettes at the same time, allowing them to wander in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. The 2 dark red flames, which weren't too deformed but were absolutely terrifying, turned and looked at Klein. Right on the heels of that, its figure became more and more illusory. It instantly disappeared, as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that? As Klein muttered to himself in shock, he became even more wary of the possibility of a surprise attack. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures phased into existence. They were covered in black fur, their eyes burning, and the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. However, there was only 1 dark red flame left in the eye sockets of each of the 2 monsters. The remaining fireballs were in their paws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the 2 Hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was agape, wondering if he was dreaming. Chapter 1127. Sefirah Castle. Only after the two burning dark red fireballs floated over from the Hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of him did Klein snap back to his senses. He felt puzzled and relieved. Why did they harm themselves to come up with a pair of eyes for me? There seems to be thick and sticky blood surrounding them. If this is their trap, I would have already stepped into it. To think that I fell into a daze for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake for a bizarro sorcerer in battle. However, no matter who it is, it's inevitable that they will have similar reactions when encountering something like this the first time. The terrifying enemy who they had meticulously planned to deal with had ended up kneeling down and wagging their tails the moment they see them. This is like a dream. This performance is very similar to a Rhodes's. Could the great existence above the spirit world be able to showcase special traits in the spirit world? As this thought flashed through his mind, he looked at the two dogs that were prostrating themselves in the void and wagging their tails. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the two dark red flames and large amounts of thick, dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these things, he suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. They were sometimes shrill, sometimes dull, sometimes maniacal, sometimes seductive, sometimes crazy, and sometimes ethereal. Immediately following that, an illusory, greyish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread out in all directions. Above them, there was a towering and majestic palace that looked like a god's residence. This was a very familiar scene, because every time he entered the mysterious space above the grey fog, he would pass through it. In the beginning, it was difficult for him to notice his surroundings after he took 4 steps counterclockwise. However, as he got used to it, and with the advancements of his sequence, he was able to easily take the opportunity to observe the phenomenon. And at that moment, Klein had enchanted the honorific name of celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings or taken 4 steps counterclockwise. This made him extremely wary. Then, he saw a few figures appear in the endless grey fog. They overlapped with the grey fog at times while separating at other times. They were none other than Hounds of Fulgrim with their eyes burning with dark red flames, and their bodies covered in short black fur. The 2 Hounds of Fulgrim that had lost 1 eye each returned to their companion's side and blended into the dark spots in the grey fog. The entire phenomenon vanished as well. In the depths of the spirit world, Klein realized that there were no longer any Hounds of Fulgrim around him. Only his 2 marionettes and strange spirit world creatures remained. Klein lowered his head and looked at the eyeballs and blood in his hand. With their presence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. The Hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Sefirah Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void. I saw them active within the grey fog before fusing with the dark spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually came to a bold conclusion. Perhaps Sefirah Castle is referring to the mysterious space above the grey fog. It's referring to that strange door of light. As for the grey fog, it's a symbolic object formed from all the history in the spirit world. There are void gaps present in it. Every time I enter the mysterious space through the grey fog, I leave certain traces there, making the Hounds of Fulgrim no longer feel unfamiliar with me. They see me as the owner of Sefirah Castle, so when they saw me, they immediately offered me what I needed and shook their tails to gain my favor. After a day of planning, asking about the situation, and inviting helpers, I ended up targeting my own guards. As he thought of this, he inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity at the situation. It felt like the fool above the grey fog was reaching out his hands to fleece someone, only to end up fleecing himself. Phew. Sefirah Castle. Although this development makes me even more afraid, in any case, I still have some understanding of the owner of the grey fog and that mysterious space. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. After standing silently in the depths of the spirit world for a moment, Klein slowly exhaled and summoned his 2 marionettes back. He planned on waiting for the bizarro sorcerer potion to be completely digested before attempting to seek out relevant knowledge about Sefirah Castle from Rhodes and other places. When the time came, if anything were to happen, he could use his advancement to fight it. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. With her dark eye circles, Force returned and retrieved the day's newspaper and letters in passing. How was it? Zio, who had just returned home for lunch, asked. Force covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's topic and writing style. He decided to arrange for its serialization as soon as possible. You might not be aware, but the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals have been very popular recently. A best-selling author had gained inspiration from it and is beginning to serialize similar stories. I'm actually not the first to do so. This is a good thing. Zio thought about it and nodded seriously. This meant that Force, who had also written the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals, wouldn't attract too much attention. Her new pen name wouldn't be tested either. I know. Force threw the newspaper aside and took out a few letters that were stuffed in it before quickly flipping through them. Soon, she found the reply letter from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Force's expression immediately turned solemn as she quickly tore open the envelope. She spread open the letter and began reading. Benjamin Abraham is from Intes. He lived in Roselle's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave anything of value behind. Later on, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I'm unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. German Sparrow is about to be disappointed. Force pursed her lips and pulled off a magic trick, burning the letter in her hand to ashes. Then, she began writing a reply, asking her teacher if she knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Listituda. Klein went above the grey fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. The trail of clues for Benjamin Abraham have come to an end. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order. At the same time, he learned of the serialization of the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals. After returning to the real world, and just as he was about to head out for a meal, he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them had a letter in its mouth. Who sent it? Asked Klein in puzzlement. Rionette Tinker's remaining 3 heads replied, A. Seduced, idiot. Who is that? Klein grew confused as he took the letter and opened it. The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in stopping this matter? Trissy. Trissy? This demoness actually dares to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught by Miss Messenger on the spot? Oh right, Miss Messenger just said that the sender was a seduced idiot. Trissy seduced a man and got him to help her summon the messenger while she hid far away and waited for the other party to contact her through a mirror? She's pretty smart. She really is very persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she afraid that she'll be killed by either me or George III? That man should be a beyonder. It would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to hold a summoning ritual. After all, it relies on one spirit and spirituality. Klein was first puzzled before he came to a realization. Immediately following that, he began to wonder why Trissy managed to guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, and without knowing the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual or the corresponding history, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. It definitely wasn't as easy as the Red Angel evil spirit had said. Could it be that Trissy has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more power from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly as he felt that there was something amiss. If there was a chance, he would definitely get rid of demoness Trissy. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a piece of paper and pen from his pocket and scribbled a reply, I'm interested, but I don't know what you want to do. In the Backlund Bridge area, a man in his 30s looked in horror as the headless woman, no, the 4-headed demoness reappeared before him and dropped a letter. Are all the messengers in the mysterious world so terrifying? Only about 5 minutes after Rionette Tinker left did the man catch his breath. He picked up the letter and opened it to take a look. During this process, his gaze gradually burned because it meant that he could meet that beautiful woman again. According to her instructions, he waited until the evening before he took out the black sticky lump. He separated them and applied them evenly onto a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as if it was connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, the mirror presented a room that was completely different from the present environment. there was a young girl dressed in a dark black dress. She was none other than Demonis Trissi. The man who finished the ritual immediately revealed an infatuated expression as he subconsciously whispered. The reply said that he _ interested. The light dimples on the sides of Trissi's cheeks slowly bloomed, making the mirror appear brighter. Her eyebrows relaxed as she said, "I'll send you a letter. Forward it to German Sparrow. You absolutely cannot read its contents." After obtaining the man's unhesitant promise, Trissi stretched out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous light to disappear. She immediately found pen and paper and deliberated for a few seconds before quickly writing. The secret mausoleums needed for the George Il's ritual should be from Blood Emperor Lister Tudor, and there is an existence who understands it very well. It might be able to help us successfully infiltrate and cause damage during the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but we have to wait until the next full moon. What you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones from a descendant of the Abraham family. Trissi. Chapter 1128. Finally an outcome. East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. After receiving the reply from Demonis Trissi from Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker, he pulled a chair to sit down and began reading. This means she knows of Mr. Dor's existence, and she has a way to use the bloodline of the Abraham family to communicate with that entity. Trissi can already withstand Mr. Dor's cry for help. Isn't she afraid of losing control because of this? Besides, she seems to be very sure of Mr. Dor's identity. She really has obtained more knowledge and secrets from the primordial Demonis. But in such a situation, why would the Demonis of White Katarina be pursuing her? Questions arose in Katarina's mind as he read the short letter. As Trissi's vague mention of the matter was within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this aspect. Furthermore, she had provided a very feasible solution. Of course, the prerequisite for this method to succeed was to obtain the correct ritual and have a descendant of the Abraham family be willing to take a huge risk as they use something related to their bloodline as a medium. Of these 3 points, he was missing the first point. He still had some doubts about the third point. He attempted to find a safer and more concealed method, but Demonis Trissi seemed to only lack the second point. To me, it's easy to find the descendants of the Abraham family. I can directly contact them through Miss Magician. However, once I hand over their hair, blood, flesh, and bones to Demonis Trissi, this will put them at risk of being hexed. Klein understood the Demonis pathway rather well and knew that they were very good at hexes. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magician had mentioned to the fool that she had once buried an old man named Lawrence. He was undoubtedly a descendant of the Abraham family. I hope it wasn't a cremation. Although this is somewhat sacrilegious to a corpse, speaking to Mr. Dor is a necessary procedure to dispel the Abraham family's ancient curse. It's better to use the dead rather than implicate the living. When the time comes, I'll add this in Trissi's reply. I'll claim that this is a requirement stipulated by the descendant of the Abraham family for the ritual's medium. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissi is going to speak to Mr. Dor, and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. They are either of a high level or are involved in high-level situations. It will be difficult to obtain any effective revelations using divination, but Emperor Roselle said that the ritual required to facilitate Mr. Dor's return is very complicated. It definitely can't be set up by a small number of descendants. I can get Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to monitor Backland's underground market and see if there are any abnormal trades of materials and personnel. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magician in a while. He could also rush her writing. North Borough, Phelps Street. On a bench, a young man in a black trench coat and silk top hat was sitting there with a thin face and a broad forehead. He looked at the withered and yellow Intis parasol trees in a daze. He wore a crystal-carved monocle on his right eye, looking rather refined. At that moment, an elder who was heading to St. Samuel Cathedral stopped in his tracks when he saw that something was amiss. He asked gently, "Young man, what are you worried about? You lost something in this war." He suspected that the young man's relatives, lover, or friends had died in the air raid or during intense battles at the front lines. That was why he was sitting alone by the side of the street, looking lost. The young man raised his hand and pinched his monocle. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some rather complicated questions." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was taken aback as he blurted out. "No, but I often bring up philosophical problems for others, just like who I am, where I am, and what's my future." The young man smiled calmly as he continued to ponder. From time to time, he would purse his lips and whisper silently. The elder couldn't understand him and could only shake his head. Under the gaze of the stray dogs, sparrows, ants, and microbes in the air, he slowly left. The young man didn't turn his head. His monocle reflected yellow leaves that were floating down as he muttered to himself, to parasite, to not parasite, to parasite, to not parasite. See the bait, devour the bait, see the bait, devour the bait. After getting the hair from Lawrence's remains from Force, and seeing the horror stories of Backland hospitals being serialized in the Tacit Times, Klein entered a patient state. He also promised to send Miss Magician to a new place next week to record new sights and customs. Soon, a new week had arrived. After having his lunch, he planned to take a short nap to prepare for the 3 o'clock tarot gathering. At this moment, Remnant Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, walked out from the depths of the void. One of them had a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. He had a complicated premonition as he didn't immediately reach out to receive the bag Miss Messenger was holding. Remnant Tinker's 3 free heads spoke one after another. The real immutated king of mushrooms. This string of words? I roughly understand what's going on. Klein controlled his expression of not baring his teeth as he slowly took the bag. When he opened the bag, he wasn't surprised to see copious amounts of demons, no, mushrooms. Some of them were white and full, as though they would spurt out milk with a single poke. Some of them were black at the bottom and were embedded with thin blood-colored lines and markings. Some of them were covered in golden stars, and the mushroom cap was as large as a palm. At that moment, the mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they wanted to spread their hyphae and spores. After swallowing his saliva, he picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms, and he started reading. My dear friend, German. I finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be planted in dark and harsh environments. They can grow by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, without any other conditions. Their descendants will be divided into 2 categories. The first type will accumulate various kinds of poisons that cannot be eaten. However, they can be used as a source of poison. The other type can be used for food after being cooked at high temperatures through boiling, stewing, and frying. You must remember not to eat it raw or before it's cooked. Otherwise, they will proliferate in your body, using your flesh and blood as a hotbed. In consideration of having a variety of flavors, I've invented 11 kinds of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk. This can be directly drunk. Some are like beef. When frying them, there's no need to provide any extra oil. Some are as delicate as fish meat but without the bones. My suggestion is to roast or boil it. All of these wouldn't have been possible without your help. If I hadn't already advanced and become a druid, I might have taken a few years, or even more than a decade to resolve all the problems I encountered during the experimentation process. If you have any other ideas that are suitable for me, please share them with me. Your friend forever, Frankly. With the letter in hand, Klein fell silent for a long time. He looked up and realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently and walked to the desk. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and slowly wrote. Chapter 1129. Pressure. The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in? Upon hearing Mr. Fool's reply, Cattleya and company inevitably felt a deep sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was considered by all to be the most corrupted and most disorderly place. It was where the devils lived. But now, most of the natives were unable to survive in there. Is the environment in the abyss worsening, causing the devils to be unable to adapt to it, or is it because the situation regarding the corruption, chaos, and degeneration has improved, making the abyss no longer suitable for the devils to live in? Alger quickly had two theories, but he didn't know which one it was. The hermit Katlia shared the same thoughts as him, but she was even more puzzled as to why the Queen would ask such a question. Regarding Mr. Fool's answer, it seemed to have a deeper meaning to it, one that could help the Queen's in understanding whatever agenda she had, and its secrets. As for justice, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge prophet Demigod. He had once said that the end of the world would arrive in 1368 of the Fifth Epoch. This was publicly acknowledged by all beyonders who were good at making prophecies. Even the deities had agreed with it. It's 1350 this year, and we're only 18 years from the apocalypse. Hence, there are signs of the abyss appearing. The chaotic and degenerate environment that is originally filled with abstract meanings has broken past its limits, becoming even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of the situation, and this added to her slight anxiety and unease. As there weren't any signs of the apocalypse in the beginning, she didn't put much weight on the matter. She usually paid more attention to the current wars, casualties, and the victims of suffering. But now, the anomaly within the abyss had left her inexplicably horrified. She desperately wanted to improve herself. She wanted to finish digesting the potion and obtain the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Evin Rambies to advance to become a demigod. Only then could she have the ability to interfere and resist certain things that she didn't want to see happen. Mr. World, entrust me with more tasks. Audrey silently prayed in her heart and secretly placated her restless emotions. The members such as Leonard, Force, and Zio actually had some doubts about whether the abyss really existed. This was because, after the Second Epoch, the abyss had never revealed itself to the world again. The most active devils in the real world had come from the Blood Sanctify sect. Even the high-level devils and evil existences that the rituals pointed to were highly likely to be the highest echelons of the Blood Sanctify sect. Of course, the evil god, the dark side of the universe, was widely regarded as the embodiment of the abyss, but his presence was extremely low. If he hadn't occasionally responded to the ritual and showed the characteristics of the devil, he would probably be considered a pure legend, just like giant King Ormir. But even so, the secrets of the Church of Evernite that Leonard could come into contact with had also shown that it was possible that the dark side of the universe was a disguise used by other evil gods and hidden existences. This wasn't surprising to Derek. In certain places some distance away from the City of Silver, deep in the endless darkness, there were many devils that were unable to maintain their calm states. There was no lack of demigods like the demons that weren't too different from the abyss. If not for the fact that the giant King's Court and other iconic items existed, the City of Silver citizens would definitely have suspected that the truth behind them being abandoned was that they had been thrown into the abyss. As the thoughts flashed through the members' minds, Katlia restrained her doubts and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, did the things that Emperor Rozelle do in his later years have any external, unnecessary influence?" This question reminded Klein of the shocking details in Rozelle's later diary entries. Immediately, he sighed. With the posture of the fool, he slowly shook his head. No. Those things were what the Emperor wanted to do. Just as Katlia felt an uncontrollable sense of disappointment and sadness when she heard Mr. Fool smile with a sigh. It wasn't due to an external influence or influencer, but due to corruption. It's very difficult to detect, even for him. Corruption. Emperor Rozelle was corrupted in his later years? At that time, he was already a grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? Is this from a particular true god or the underground corruption that even the ancient gods feared? Amidst the shock, Audrey came up with a guess based on the secrets she knew. Alger and the other members of the Tarot Club also didn't expect such a thing to happen to Emperor Rozelle in his later years. They began to suspect his purpose behind him creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's search of the cards of blasphemy might contain deeper motives, much more than what they had originally deduced. In this game that involves the entire world, only important figures like Mr. Fool have the right to become a player. And we are only a card or some chips. The Kings of Angels and Sequence 1 angels might be qualified to participate. Alger sighed as he had the desire to become our player. The story of the Emperor's later years went from being a tyrant to an evil god? A book that starts off with romance, motivation, passion, love, adventure, and even the decadent lifestyle of Inti's high society later turns into a horror story. I wouldn't even dare write something like that. If it were me writing it, I would make the Emperor's final tragic end stem from a betrayal in one's love, a marriage betrayal, or betraying an oath. Force couldn't help but let her thoughts go wild. She even had the urge to start writing a set of chronicles for Emperor Roselle. Of course, there were quite a number of Roselle's chronicles on the market. Some of them were even prohibited items. Corrupted. So it's because of corruption. Catlia sighed and felt sorrowful. She sighed with emotion. In the end, the Emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior he had spoken of. From being a hero, he turned into an evil dragon. He was still a legend worthy of worship, but the sad thing was that, up to today, this misunderstanding was finally beginning to be resolved. After her emotions settled down, Catlia recalled the matter of being corrupted. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was one of the members of the Tarot Club who knew Roselle the best. She knew very well what height this Emperor had reached in his later years. Of course, Mr. Fool was the convener, a witness, and not a member. However, a Sequence 1 angel such as him, someone who made the throne of divinity a target, had been silently corrupted. He and the people around him didn't notice it at all. This is much more terrifying than it is horrific. Catlia secretly took a deep breath before slowly exhaling to regulate her emotions. Then, she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I'm also thankful that you didn't ask anything beyond my means. The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he leaned back into his chair and nodded slightly. You may begin. Just like the previous gathering, the members of the Tarot Club had either just advanced or were still digesting. They didn't have any trades to do, and they didn't need anything for the time being. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was a special exception. He really wanted to make a request to get someone to start a jailbreak to free him from the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Yes, to this day, he was still under protective custody behind Channy's Gate at the Backland headquarters of the Church of Evernight. In his neighboring cell was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawk had come to interrogate him. If not for the people in charge of guarding the sealed area bringing them water and food every day, Emlyn definitely would have believed that he and Father Utravsky had already been forgotten. The dark, silent environment is still all right, but it's just a little cold. But without dolls, newspapers, books, and historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks provide me with cow blood, and it tastes nasty. The effects aren't too good either. I'm already becoming weak. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word because he felt that this was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who asked the Star and had pushed for protective custody. Yet, he ended up also being brought into protective custody. I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me and is thinking of a way to get me out. Emlyn glanced at the Star Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained his posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. There was nothing he could do for the time being. This was because he was the one who had raised the term protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn White, he was a vampire viscount, equivalent to a Sequence 5 Beyonder. He was a mobile humanoid bomb that also believed in the Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to be released immediately. I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest through other channels before I have the authority to handle this matter. The Star Leonard decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evemite. Their interaction had been noticed by Justice. She immediately thought of the question Mr. Moon had asked her last time. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody operation, but it didn't seem too serious. I heard that the priest of the Harvest Church saved quite a number of people during the Great Smog of Backland. I hope nothing bad happens? Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sun. The other members of the Tarot Club also cast their gaze towards the Sun Derek. They knew that the City of Silver had planned on exploring the Giant King's Court last week, so it was likely that the results were out. The Sun Derek sat up straight and glanced at Mr. Hangman before saying in a very natural manner, "We've completed our first exploration of the Giant King's Court. 3 dead, 1 missing, 5 survivors. We first arrived at the front door of the King's Court and saw 2 silver knights in an unknown state standing guard there. This is the name of the Giant Pathway Sequence 3. Chapter 11:30. New Storm. 2 Sequence 3 demigods were guarding the main door. As expected of the Giant King's Court, the divine kingdom of an ancient god. The members of the Tarot Club suddenly felt a similar feeling. As for the Sun Derek, he didn't pause as he continued his recount. To him, he was shocked when he first discovered the 2 silver knights guarding the main door of the Giant King's Court. However, the series of events that followed made it seem extremely ordinary, making it difficult to stir up his emotions. According to what Mr. World shared, we followed a rather hidden path to the back of the Giant King's Court. The monsters we encountered were mainly wraiths. They were restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After we arrived at the waning forest, we tried to explore it, and we discovered that the remnants of the Giant King's will and the Divine Kingdom's powers had formed an evil spirit. It was protecting its parents' mausoleum. Derek skillfully recalled his experiences during the expedition, and the members of the Tarot Club, Audrey, Alger, and the others, quickly reined in their thoughts of the Silver Knight Guards and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secret hidden in the waning forest. They wanted to know what the ancient god, the Giant King, had tried to keep from his queen and child. Thinking back to the scene he had seen, Derek paused for a moment before saying, "After purging that evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the Giant King's parents. There was a stone stele erected there, indicating the identity of the tomb's owner. As for the tomb and coffin, it had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. They were the corpses of 2 humans. Corpses of humans? The tomb of the Giant King's parents had corpses of humans buried in it. Godfather and godmother? No, there wasn't any religion back then." As a demigod who knew plenty of mysteries, the hermit Catlear's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had another identity. Immediately following that, she recalled what the Queen had mentioned. It was a question that Emperor Razel had asked as though he had been talking to himself when he was alive. Why did the ancient documents and historical records refer to giants, elves, vampires as humanoid creatures or anthropoid creatures? Why didn't they refer humans as giant-like, elf-like, or vampire-like creatures? Could it be that all humanoid creatures had descended from humans? The giants, elves, and vampires were the mutations brought by the Beyonder characteristics that could eventually become inherited? Catlear instantly calmed her emotions as she seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that her potion would be digested to a certain degree once she returned to the real world. This was because the sequence 4 of the Mystery Prior pathway was called Mysticologist, and the origins of the giants and humanoid creatures were without a doubt of extremely great value. They were mysticism knowledge that most ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The Giant King's parents were humans? That must be fake. Alger immediately suspected that someone had fabricated the scene. However, on second thought, this act not only required the Rael remains to be taken away and replaced with human remains, but one had to prepare a suitable coffin to make the tomb look like it didn't belong to a giant. Furthermore, fabricating it was pointless and wouldn't affect reality too much. Alger felt that no one would be so bored as to do something like that. To be able to enter the Giant King's Court and suppress a powerful evil spirit, the person that approached the 2 graves was at least a saint, meaning that they had long passed the age of pulling pranks. Could it be that the ancestors of all creatures were humans? This includes the elves? As he had seen too many shocking things at the Tarot Club, as well as suffer a religious breakdown from the mural on that primitive island, Alger didn't have overly intense emotions run through him. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. Mr. Hangman connected himself to this matter? The Giant King's parents are actually humans. From the looks of it, most of the creation myths are fake. They were all fabricated by future generations. However, there are also hidden meanings in them. Mr. Moon seems to find it unacceptable. Mr. World seems to have known about it long ago. With the help of placate and other psychological techniques, Audrey was able to compose herself the fastest, and she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most restless. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible, and it's impossible. If the original ancestor of giants were human, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we were just monsters that had mutated because of beyonder characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. She has the authority of life and creation. It's completely different from the barbaric deities like the Giant King and Elf King who only knew how to fight. As Emlyn's thoughts churned, he felt a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition, his rationality, and brain told him that the son Derek didn't have any reason to lie about this matter. The possibility of other existences fabricating the scene was also very low. Hence, he subconsciously expelled the giant and elves from the ranks of humanoid creatures, and he viewed them as a branch of humanity. Leonard, Force, and Zio quickly accepted the possibility that the son revealed. To them, regardless of whether the giant ancestor was giant or human, or even a curly-haired baboon, it was no big deal. At most, it just meant that many supernatural creatures were a result of beyonder characteristics in the bodies of ordinary creatures, but this didn't cause any meaningful changes to their concept of reality. The son Derek calmed himself down and continued in the strange silence. After leaving the waning forest, we entered the Giant King's court through the barren tunnel. On the way, there were remnant powers of corruption and concealment. We had to make the correct response in order to pass. That palace contains a mural that possesses powers related to the cycle of fate. As such, we were affected and transformed into the people who participated in a gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption. At this point, Derek looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily jolted out of their previous states. They were extremely interested in the organization called Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the origins of the Aurora Order, and its members were kings of angels like Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasria. Derek retracted his gaze and exhaled silently. The two people who convened the Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Sasria and Evernite Goddess Amanases. Ah? Audrey, Leonard, and Zio began to doubt their ears. They were all believers of Evernite. They never expected that the goddess would be a member of Rose Redemption, and even be one of its conveners. This was akin to saying that the Evernite goddess was a member of the Tarot Club. If not for the fact that they knew what kind of person Little Sun was, knowing that he wouldn't lie, they definitely would have suspected the truth of this matter. But now, they were left temporarily speechless. They didn't even dare to think too deeply about it. Alger subconsciously turned his body to look at the sun, listening to his slow and heavy tone. The participants included White Angel Orcuses, Wind Angel Leodero. Alger's eyelids twitched. He didn't even dare think. God of Combat Badhile, Earth Mother Omabella. Emlyn, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one message echoing in his mind: the goddess of harvest, Giant Queen Omabella. God of the dead Salinger, God of spiritual creatures Tolsna. The son Derek's voice echoed in the ancient and magnificent palace. It made Catlear, Force, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to say a word. It was as though they would suffer from divine punishment if they learned any deeper. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. The scene was strangely quiet. Finally, Catlear sighed and said, "Rose Redemption truly is powerful and terrifying. Before this, I couldn't even imagine that those existences were members." Just as she said that, the World German Sparrow said with a deep, hoarse voice, that was an organization formed to resist the ancient sun god. Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, it was as if Audrey and the other members had just snapped out of their dreams. All of them subconsciously cast their gaze to the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in grey fog. It was as though they were waiting for the ruling of the entity of authority there. The fool Klein, who had long expected such a scene, didn't respond directly. He nodded slightly and sighed. The fallen creator was born because of this. It's real. It's real. The rose redemption which Mr. Fool hinted back then actually has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times, and what position does he take in this matter? All these thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of the Tarot Club members. Derek looked at everyone, and seeing that no one was speaking, he could only talk about the subsequent exploration. We met the leader of the King's Court's chasers outside the palace, light-color Merskigan. He said that Dark Angel Sefirah was in a state of slumber in that palace. Compared to the matter regarding Rose Redemption, news of the mysterious Dark Angel currently in slumber inside the Giant King's palace didn't stir up the emotions of Leonard, Emlyn, and the other members of the Tarot Club much. Only some of their curiosities had been satisfied. Of course, as a mysticologist, Catlear only hoped that the sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool has bestowed us with the formula for the Silver Night potion. Towards the end of his explanation, Derek concluded honestly. Audrey and the others were still deep in thought over what had just happened. There was still a fear of being blasphemous, and no one responded. Only Alger thought for a moment and said, since the birth of the true creator originated from Rose Redemption, then he isn't unfamiliar with what happened to the Giant King's Court. Why is it that Shepherd Elder Lovia was completely unprepared for this? Chapter 1131. An Indescribable Transaction. This is also a question I wanted to ask. The fool Klein, who was seated at the end of the long, mottled table, echoed Mr. Hanged Man in his heart. Leonard thought for a moment and tried to find a possible reason. Although the birth of the true creator originates from Rose Redemption, it doesn't mean that he knows everything about Rose Redemption. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his motives. Just as he said that, Justice Audrey objected. The Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, who was drawing that mural, is still in Rose Redemption and follows the true creator. If anyone had any questions, he could have just asked him directly. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sefirah's condition. From Shepherd Lovia's strong desire to enter the palace of the Giant King, we can preliminarily determine that. Catlear gave her own opinion. I share similar thoughts. Alger glanced at the sun and said, of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that the star suggested. Perhaps the Angel of Fate Ouroboros's condition isn't right, and he has lost most of his memories. One can only rely on the murals he'd left behind in the past to find his lost past. The odds are very low, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. We aren't aware of what's special or problematic with the Kings of Angels. As he spoke, Alger glanced at Mr. Fool as if hoping to get some hints from this existence. Unfortunately, he failed to get any feedback. It wasn't that the fool Klein didn't have any ideas, but that he had too many ideas and was unable to list them out. Tail Devourer Ouroboros grows up by the true creator's side every time he reboots. No one knows what his current state is. After muttering in his heart and seeing that no one had any more ideas, Klein controlled the world to look at the sun. I recently obtained a batch of mushrooms that can be grown in the darkness when feeding them the flesh of monsters. I wonder if your city of Silver is interested? Mushrooms that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters? Zio and company were surprised and curious. They didn't know how such a creature could exist. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we have yet to understand. This is what a scribe should record down. Four sighed and came to a realization. Catlear's eyes suddenly darkened. She sat there without saying a word or moving, like a statue. Upon hearing this, Derek was delighted. His thoughts raced as he blurted out, "Can those mushrooms automatically attack monsters?" If that was possible, then they could be used as food and also be used as the perimeter defense system for the City of Silver. I thought Little Sun would be afraid of those mushrooms. In the end, his request is even more excessive. The world's mouth twitched slightly. No, if the mushrooms can automatically attack monsters, it will be no exception for any of you. Derek immediately felt a little ashamed as he hurriedly nodded. I understand, Mr. World. Following that, he let the fake world make a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, others can produce milk or are rich in oil. They're equivalent to beef. Some have a flavor that's close to fish, but there are no bones. Other than milk which can be drunk directly, the rest must be cooked through steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting. Otherwise, the mushrooms will absorb your flesh and blood while inside your body, regaining their vitality, turning a person into countless mushrooms. Audrey, Alger, and the other members of the Tarot Club originally listened on with interest as though it was an exciting story, but as they listened in, they subconsciously shrank back, becoming unusually silent. Only the hermit Catlea's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned to the real world. She was very worried that, one day, when the Star Pirates were to hold a vote, a large number of mushrooms would be amongst those casting that sacred vote. At this moment, after listening attentively, Derek couldn't hide his anticipation and curiosity. Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black-faced grass powder? Also, what is milk, what is beef, what is fish? In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp in the southwest region of the City of Silver, there were quite a number of strange fish-shaped monsters that contain venom. They had boils all over their bodies, while others had teeth growing out of spots where their eyes were. Some of their heads had split open, revealing a white membrane layer that could be used to hunt other creatures. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the City of Silver, they're all good things that are worth looking forward to. The first thing they need to solve is to be in possession of something, rather than whether it's good or not. When the fool Klein heard that, he cast the world's gaze toward Justice Audrey. Giving detailed descriptions of flour, milk, beef, and fish didn't match the world German Sparrow's persona. As a senior spectator and German Sparrow psychiatrist, Justice instantly understood what he meant. She deliberated for a moment before saying, the milk is the liquid that cows use to rear its young. She believed that Little Sun could understand this easily. After all, the City of Silver had pregnant women and babies. Seeing the Sun nod in acknowledgement, she continued, milk can provide you with a lot of nutrition and help you grow taller and stronger. Audrey didn't finish her sentence because Little Sun, who was sitting in his seat, was very muscular. After Miss Justice finished explaining the concepts, the Sun Derek looked eagerly at the world German Sparrow. Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our City of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. He'll definitely be very happy. What would you like in exchange? The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the world German Sparrow. The formula for classical metallurgist. No. Catlea subconsciously tried to stop him, but she ultimately held back her urge. She secretly looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the great existence was silent, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. All right. Derek happily agreed. After the exchange, Leonard applied to have a private conversation with Emlyn. The moment the other members of the Tarot Club were screened from them, Emlyn asked, "When are you letting me out?" Leonard maintained his posture and said, "This isn't something I can decide on. My suggestion is to get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out. These two fellows created such an accident with the simple term protective custody." The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, felt the urge to laugh, but he held back. Emlyn's expression darkened. After a few seconds, he said, "Will it be useful finding the upper echelons of the Sanguine? The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares a lot about you guys from the Moon Domain. Although you do not believe in her," Leonard said perfunctorily. The real explanation in his heart was that an ancient race like the Sanguine, who had lived for several years, definitely had some connections with the various churches, especially when the Sanguine Queen was still the Night Emperor's queen. At that time, the Church of Evemite had supported the Night Emperor. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try to entrust this to Mr. World." This was the most reliable person he could think of. Just as he said that, Emlyn and Leonard suddenly spoke at the same time. "That won't work. You also realized it." The moon. Emlyn immediately glanced at the star beside him. Leonard scoffed. It's such a simple problem. Emlyn returned with a scoff. But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine. I've been locked up in the Church of Evernite for days. They must have known about it long ago. They probably didn't attempt to rescue me because they're observing, wanting to know who would rescue me, thus finding my partners. Leonard looked elsewhere. That's probably the case. So, you can only continue staying behind Channy's gate. Perhaps in a few more days, they'll lose their patience and get you out. Emlyn didn't know what expression to show. After a private exchange between the human and Sanguine, the World German Sparrow looked at Force and said, "Give me the venue and time for the meeting. After the gathering, I'll look for you and bring you to a new place." All right. Force hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured a parchment. While handing it over, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what needs to be taken note of this time?" "Keep warm," the World German Sparrow simply replied. Keep warm. Force was momentarily stunned, unsure of what he was trying to get at. After looking at the parchment, the World German Sparrow surveyed the area and said, "Everyone in Backland, please pay close attention to your surroundings for anything abnormal." Firstly, it was very likely that Zaratul would fish out a morn. Secondly, Demonis Trissy might be able to help Mr. Daw prepare a ritual. Thirdly, George III might take the final step to becoming the Black Emperor at some point in time. All right. Audrey and the other members of the Tarot Club who were in Backland nodded one after another. They recalled the recent situation and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. After another exchange, the other members requested Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. After this gathering ended, one figure after another vanished above the grey fog, leaving only the fool Klein. After sitting in silence for more than 10 minutes, he thought of other questions before returning to the real world. He teleported to the agreed-upon location and waited for Miss Magician to meet him. It was almost winter, and the sky had turned dark at 4 in the afternoon. Under the heavy black clouds, the street lamps hadn't been lit, as coal and gas resources were controlled due to the war. Chapter 1132. Interlude. In the alley where few people visited, the environment grew darker as a cold wind wafted through it. Although it wasn't like a blade that could slice a person's face with its coldness, it seemed to possess magic as it slowly but firmly seeped into the clothes of people. As German Sparrow, Klein raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magician wearing a dark-colored scarf and a thick coat. She carried a rather heavy suitcase and walked into the alley, looking extremely wary. In the Lun Kingdom, due to the Church of Evernite's influence, many of the clothes that were deemed only male also had lady versions of them. Just like in Intes, the ladies of high society often sat sideways while on horseback, thanks to a special saddle. However, Lun didn't do the same. The ladies had their own horseback attire. Klein pulled out his left hand that was wearing creeping hunger from his pocket and spread open his fingers. "Do you have a stockpile prepared?" Force suddenly felt a cold wind blow down her neck as she subconsciously shrank back. "Enough for at least 2 weeks of being serialized. I've already handed it over to the editor of the newspaper." Without waiting for German Sparrow to ask further, she hurriedly added, "I brought a fountain pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab Miss Magician's shoulder. Force immediately focused as an illusory book appeared in her eyes as it slowly flipped through. Her surroundings immediately became dark and colorful, the reds were redder, the blacks were blacker, and the browns were browner, as they overlapped each other, making her feel like she was in a trance. Force was already used to this state and had successfully recorded during this traveling process. She also carefully observed the scenery of her trip, as well as the strange and indescribable spirit world creatures that branded themselves in her mind. After a few breaths, her vision went black, and she felt a cold she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Force instinctively used a magic trick to illuminate her surroundings. Looking around, she realized that she was in a wooden hut. The World German Sparrow had already vanished. "Where Amy?" Force looked at the window and saw that there was a thick layer covering it, preventing any light from shining inside. This made her even more puzzled. She came to the door, stretched out her right hand, and pulled the door behind her. With a creaking sound, she saw the snow blocking the exit. Force was stunned as German Sparrow's warning echoed in her mind. Keep warm. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Klein had already circled the sea once. He used his prey that he had long selected to placate creeping hunger, and he returned to his rental apartment in Backland, awaiting Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to gather information about any anomalies. In fact, with Klein's style, he would have personally taken action in this area and conducted an additional investigation at the same time. He wanted to ensure that Demoness Trissy had no plans to help Mr. Dor escape, but considering that Zaratul was already in Backland, he decided to be cautious and give up the idea of loitering around. Under the influence of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he felt that if he were to wander around Backland, it was only a matter of time before he ran into Zaratul or even Amorn. Sigh, I'd already thought of how to disguise myself. Buying a bicycle, getting a uniform, and riding it across different streets as a postman. This is the easiest way to avoid suspicion. After taking a sip of gurney sap he brought back from the sea, he leaned back into his chair and allowed his marionette, Inuni and Konas, to individually massage his shoulders and legs. The Forsaken Land of the Gods, in the afternoon town camp. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to lightly knock on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the sounds of knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. Derek turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. As he looked at Demon Hunter Colin, whose hair was white and had old scars on his face, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I found some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Mushrooms?" Hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a mushroom he had seen before. It came from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially extremely dangerous. His mood instantly calmed down. He nodded and said, "Yes, mushrooms, different breeds of mushrooms. They can devour the flesh and blood of monsters to grow." Derek described the unique traits of the mushrooms in detail, and he explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. In the end, he emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked before they could be eaten. He also had to take note of the species which were rich in poison. Colin Iliad listened quietly without showing any change in emotions. After some thought, he said, "What other dangers do they have? Or should I say, points that require taking note of?" Derek's face suddenly flushed red. "I'll study it again." Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Returning to his room, he took a deep breath and sat down. He began to pray to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward the questions to Mr. World. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the high back chair belonging to the Fool. He tapped the armrest with his index finger and silently muttered, "What other dangers are there?" Although Frank's imagination, actions, and creativity make me a little fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid after all. No matter how dangerous the mushrooms are, how dangerous can they be? With the years of experience the City of Silver has experienced in the dark environment, it's easy to deal with those mushrooms. In the ruins of the Battle of Gods, the future's producing of milk, the pirate's head growing a watermelon, and other shocking phenomena were due to the remnant aura and divine power of Earth Mother in that area. The Real's murderer was a deity rather than Frank. Man, if the formation of the Forsaken Land of the Gods happened due to the betrayal of the ancient sun god, the things left behind in that intense battle are definitely not limited to the powers of Evernight, concealment, degeneration, and storm. Perhaps there are some areas that have the influence of the sun and the earth. After some thought, he conjured the world German sparrow and made him tell the truth. If they encounter divine powers of the earth domain, those mushrooms might experience an unknown mutation. After receiving a response, Derek rushed out of his room and ran to the chief's door. This time, the door opened without him knocking. Derek turned back to look at his teammates by the bonfire. he entered the room and casually closed the heavy wooden door. The divine power of the Earth domain might cause the mushrooms to undergo an unknown mutation, he said frankly without explaining how he had figured that out. Demon Hunter Colin's expression remained unchanged as he repeated the key phrase softly, the divine power of the Earth domain. He lowered his voice and finally fell silent. 10 seconds later, he said, after we return, we can set up a region to plant them to see the effects. Then, what's the price? Derek immediately replied, the formula for classical metallurgist. Colin Iliad nodded slowly. This has to be decided by the 6-member council. When we return to the city, I will push for this matter as soon as possible. Their expedition team would be returning to the City of Silver in the next 2 days. Firstly, after the exploration, the few who survived, as well as those who had lost their loved ones, needed time to adjust their mental states. Secondly, there was a limited amount of food left in the camp, and there was no way to plant any black-faced grass around Afternoon Town. They could only rely on hunting monsters to replenish themselves. Therefore, one of the responsibilities of the expedition team was to deliver safe food. Switching out teams would happen at fixed intervals. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek didn't rush him. He had long gotten used to this process. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. That flame burned quietly. In the deep darkness, the faint yellow light scattered across the entire camp. Roasting over the fire was a disgusting vampire covered in pus. A few days later, Klein separately received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic Bernadette, the Numinous sect's Patrick Bryan, and Miss Sharon. He confirmed that there were no anomalies regarding material or personnel flow in Backland recently. From the looks of it, Demonis Trissy only wishes to speak to Mr. Dorr for the time being. Furthermore, this seems to be the first time they will establish a connection. Regardless, I still need to give a warning beforehand. This requires finesse. The more I say, the more likely a mistake will be made. Furthermore, I cannot reveal my trump card. After some thought, he found the hair of the deceased that Miss Magician had provided. He unfolded the piece of paper and wrote, "This is what you need. It's a lock of hair from a descendant of the Abraham family. The person who provided it has a request, that is to help ask the existence one question, the problem regarding how they get rid of the curse. Finally, let me remind you to be careful of Mr. Dorr." Klein folded the letter and tucked the lock of hair into it. He took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew on it. After a brief silence, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with 4 beautiful heads in hand. "Give this letter to the seduced idiot," he instructed as he handed over the letter. Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly added another question. "Can you locate him?" Yes, one of the heads of Rionette Tinker answered the question before biting the letter. Klein narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1133. Chan. In the Backland Bridge area, according to the information provided by Miss Messenger, he found the man who had been seduced by Trissy and ended up helping her send the letter. However, Klein didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuck both hands into his black trench coat pocket and continued walking forward. Under the illumination of the street lamps, he walked all the way to the crossroads and turned into another street. During this process, a rat that was stealing food in a particular building suddenly shivered. It then gave up on the piece of cheese and followed the usual tunnel that it used to pass through, and it moved towards the target area. Then, the rat opened its mouth and let out a human's voice. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua." The moment the rat finished its sentence, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. There was only a spark left on the spot that quickly dissipated. He had used Flaming Jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he had entered a hotel room that he had booked to rendezvous with one of his marionettes, so he didn't need to worry too much about being sensed by Zaratul and meet with an accident. After all, the destination was clear, the journey was short, and there was protection. In the room, with Inune watching, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he held the sea god scepter. With the help of the prayer light, he observed the target through his true vision, the man who helped Demonis Trissi relay the news. A few minutes later, Rionette Tinker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but in the end, he overcame his own fear. He picked up the letter and weighed it. 15 minutes later, he carefully took out the black sticky paste, separated a small blob, and applied it on the surface of a mirror. Soon, he saw the young girl who had occupied all of his dreams in the dark mirror and hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else. I didn't open it as per your instructions." At that moment, above the grey fog, the scene Klein saw began to show a strange phenomenon. In his vision, the mirror's condition had already turned blurry. It was closer to being a dark and illusory passageway that didn't look realistic enough. It was connected to something similar in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and abstract spider web that was interwoven into a profound and strange world. Through the grey fog's true vision, he could barely make out the general situation, but he was unable to make out the details. He didn't know what strange and terrifying creatures hid within that world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom, and are mostly related to terrifying horrors. Is this the mirror world? My Beyonder powers are completely unrelated to this domain. That's not true. If someone prays to me and attempts magic mirror divination, then there will naturally be an illusory passageway that points towards me, towards the grey fog. Strictly speaking, the mirror world isn't a real world. It's closer to the collective manifestation of doors. By connecting to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms, if one becomes lost in there, they might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos. Of course, demigods with this ability should be able to create a reflection world and hide inside. The collective manifestation of doors. High-sequence Beyonders of the Demonis, Wraith, and Apprentice pathways also have similar powers. Does the secret in Secret Sorcerer represent the mirror world to some extent? This is sufficiently mysterious and secretive. Under normal circumstances, even through true vision, there's no way to directly see the mirror world unless someone triggers it. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demonis Triss's melodic voice reply. Throw the letter into the mirror. Can it be thrown in? As a low-sequence Beyonder, the man had never seen such a miraculous thing before. After some hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface of the mirror, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples of aqueous light. The man felt his firm touch lighten, and he saw the letter magically pass through the glass surface and enter the illusionary, swirling interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a huge whirlpool as it continued to sink deeper into the room where Trissi was. Above the grey fog, Klein raised the sea god scepter high and focused on tracking the letter, attempting to lock onto the location of the Demonis. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep mirror world began to quake violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the quaking calmed down, Klein had already lost traces of the letter and Demonis Trissi. The aura of the primordial demon girl can even interfere with observations like this. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. It was precisely because of the various peculiarities related to Trissi that he didn't take the risk to mix his hair into the materials to locate her. It was easy for him to suffer from a terrible hex. He might even die on the spot. To Klein, death didn't really matter. After all, as long as his corpse wasn't pulverized, it was likely the case that he could be revived. But that would mean that he couldn't seize the opportunity to lock onto Trissi. She would definitely change locations quickly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting a precious chance to revive? After suffering the setback, Klein quickly returned to the real world and left the Backland Bridge area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess to inform her of Demonis Trissi. When the time came, if an accident were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching over Backland, and would also be prepared ahead of time. Back then, the Evernight goddess was one of the ones who had exiled and sealed Mr. Door. She definitely knew the other party's tricks very well. In such aspects, Klein had never put on a strong front. He had a very clear understanding of himself. Since he couldn't solve the problem himself, he would find someone who could solve the problem to help out. As for why he wasn't doing this at home and had to go to St. Samuel Cathedral, it was because he wanted to observe the situation in the areas around Bock Street and search for any tiny traces that spelled Amorn's arrival. Hazel and her family had once been involved with Amorn, and she herself belonged to the Marauder pathway. Be it her fate or the convergence of characteristics, she was among the high-risk group of people who could meet Amorn by chance. With regards to this, Klein didn't dare to be too careless or negligent. He reminded himself, and he made arrangements to do a self-examination every once in a while. Similarly, due to Miss Justice's follow-up treatment of Hazel's psychological trauma, anything that happened to Hazel could easily lead to her. Therefore, Klein was also very worried about the safety of this noble lady. He believed that it was necessary to check her condition through the Crimson Star from time to time. Of course, he would avoid relatively awkward periods of time. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was already close to Felt Street, got off the carriage in advance. He allowed his marionette, Inuni, to secretly recite the honorific name of Sea God. He and his marionette, Konas, switched positions. In a sealed space that he had distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Then, with the help of the Sea God scepter to widen his true vision, he carefully observed the situation in Bock Street and the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel isn't parasitized. Neither is Miss Justice. Same for their maidservants, pets, and bodyguards. The residents and staff of the Charity Bursary Foundation don't show signs either. There are no traces of any Amorn-related activity in the various streets in the area. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral and passed through the door, finding a seat in the dark and quiet prayer hall. After chanting the honorific name of the Evernite goddess in a low voice, Klein described simply, Demonis Trissy has obtained the hair of an Abraham family descendant. She plans to contact a hidden existence on the night of the full moon. I cannot be sure of her exact purpose. After sitting quietly for a while and seeing that the goddess didn't respond, nor did the archbishop appear, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he switched positions and controlled a rat as a marionette as recited another honorific name. The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, I wish to meet you. Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Following that, Klein pulled away from the area. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and talk about Mr. Door and Dark Angel Sasria. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, he saw that the other rat burst into flames, emitting a burning white flame. The flame quickly formed a short line on the ground. I don't want to see you. The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he gave up and left the area. After a few seconds, the remaining burning white flames formed a new sentence. Come on, beg me. By then, Klein had already left. In a house somewhere in Backland, a pale-faced Sauron Einhorn Medici stood up from the sofa in a black, red-lined robe. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Who's disturbing me?" In the blink of an eye, a full moon had dawned its light on Backland. In a room illuminated by the crimson light, Demonis Trissy stood at an altar. Around her were ritual materials, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, and lazurite. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into a cauldron. When the fire was tainted with a layer of darkness, Trissy took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, Great Door of all doors. Guide of the endless cosmos. Key to all mysterious worlds. Chapter 1134. Mr. Door. As Trissy recited the words, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, green, or resplendent light before rapidly gathering into a torrent that surged towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, strands of hair that had been burnt inside the cauldron joined the process. The fire began to expand and interweave with each other, turning increasingly dark, as if it was an illusory door that led to other worlds. Trissy immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly, as though countless dangers were seeping out of the fire. A sentence flashed across her mind. It was a reminder from German Sparrow. Be careful of Mr. Door. As expected of someone with a messenger of that level. His understanding of Mr. Door, and his confidence in knowing about my plans, might be deeper and more precise than I imagined. Trissy slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited for the subsequent changes. In just a blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room thinned significantly. Many of the places were covered with shadows, as though there were large amounts of indescribable creatures hiding behind them. The dim, expanding flame slowly turned into a gigantic, deep crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through one's spirit body finally sounded from the bottom cheek. Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels in Trissy's forehead throbbed. It was as if her head had been pierced by countless steel needles as they crazily stabbed and twisted. Her black hair flared up despite the lack of wind. Every strand grew slightly thicker, and the skin on her face became transparent. Her blood vessels protruded out one after another, densely packed like a spider's web. After spending a great deal of effort, Trissy finally managed to control herself. She then heard the voice that could make most Beyonders lose control, chuckling and saying, "It looks like its cheeks blessed." Back then, we had seen the second blasphemy slate together, and we were able to surpass Sequence 1, and live to this day. Now, the only ones left are likely the artisan, Cheek, and me. Trissy ignored Mr. Door's poignant sigh and said with a twisted expression, "Honorable Mr. Door, I have something to ask you." "Speak." "The time spent being lost and trapped in the darkness and the storm is just too boring. It's rare for someone to have a chat with me," the terrifying voice replied without much change from the slowly rotating dark vortex. Trissy's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, still unable to get used to the ravings of this evil god's equal. She paused for a few seconds before saying, "I want to know if there are any unorthodox ways to enter the 9 secret mausoleums built by Blood Emperor Tudor for becoming the Black Emperor." It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Door's ethereal laughter sounded through the endless void. "So it's because of this? This isn't difficult. I'll give you a symbol. You can gather the blood of Beyonders from different pathways and mix them together. Mixing it with your spirituality, draw the symbol in front of the mausoleum. Then, you can open the secret passage that leads into it." As the existence spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex, forming a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like doors that were stacked in decreasing sizes as they randomly extended without end. Trissy held back the excruciating pain of her spirit body tearing apart. She memorized the symbol and sought confirmation. There must be blood from all 22 Beyonder pathways? Each pathway only requires the blood of a Beyonder, regardless of his sequence. How much blood of each pathway is required? Mr. Door replied in the same way that he had been raving in earlier, "Right, there's no need for too much. Just a small tube will do. Just guarantee that the symbol drawing can be finished." Although Trissy wore a painful grimace, she couldn't help but smile when she received the critical information. This, combined with her overall expression, made her appear odd, as though she was a lunatic. After completing her main goal, Trissy asked again to ensure smooth cooperation with German Sparrow in the future. "The Abraham family wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse." The dark vortex was silent for a few seconds before sighing. "Set up such a ritual. Sacrifice one of the demigods of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. Once I leave the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist." Trissy wasn't interested in how the Abraham family could escape the ancient curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't take it any longer. As she thanked Mr. Door, she began to stop the ritual. As for Mr. Door, he didn't attempt to bewitch, threaten, or corrupt her. After the dark fire vortex disintegrated and the ritual ended, Trissy began to cogitate, spending nearly an hour to calm the effects of Mr. Door's ravings. After doing all of this, Trissy took out a pen and paper and copied the symbol provided by Mr. Door. She described the 2 answers in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katerina, and there seemed to be even more terrifying hunters that would follow her wake. It was very difficult for her to find the blood of beyond us of different pathways that quickly, so she planned on leaving this matter to German Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III and the others believed that there was no problem with the secret mausoleum and that it was safe enough, thus not leaving too many guards, there were still precautions inside. It wasn't something that a sequence for could quickly force their way through and cause damage. That way, they would be stopped by the reinforcements and lose their best chance. As for German Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious, so they had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment, causing the Black Emperor ritual to fail. She couldn't complete it herself, so of course she had to find assistance from someone with the ability to accomplish it. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, the black-haired, black-coated Trissy slowly walked down in the cold and lonely road. On the dim road, she looked at the light from the gas lamps and laughed self-deprecatingly. For the sake of a little indignation, I've actually gone this far. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you. And if I die, apart from those who hate me, no one will remember me. After receiving the letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat on the chair and read it several times. Before he went above the grey fog to divine the authenticity of Mr. Dawes' method, he subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood from the 22 beyond pathways. This symbol is very similar to the symbol behind Miss Magician's chair. I can use my own for seer. For apprentice, I can find Miss Magician and also give her some pressure to write. There are 3 choices for the Marauder pathway. Transform a marionette into a mosquito and send a mosquito to bite Hazel, obtain it from Vice Admiral Iceberg's third mate named Flowery Bow Tie, and lastly, get it from Leonard's grandpa. The Spectator pathway, Miss Justice. The Bard pathway, Little Sun. The Storm pathway, Mr. Hanged Man. The Reader pathway, Vice Admiral Iceberg, or that demigod named Luca. Secret suppliant, get the second mate of Hermit, Bloodless Heath Doyle. The Corpse Collector pathway, Numinous Episcopates Patrick Bryan. The Sleepless pathway, My Dear Poet, the Warrior pathway, most of the citizens of the City of Silver or Father Utravsky. Planter, Frank. Apothecary, Emlyn. Arbiter, Miss Zio. Lawyer, Marionette Coners. Hunter, Danitz or Anderson. Demonis, get Trissy to provide it herself. Prisoner, Miss Sharon or Marie. Criminal, I temporarily have no targets. Mystery Prior, Hermit. Savant, Frank's experiment assistant. Monster, Marionette Enan L. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a very short period of time. The corresponding channels have sufficient trust in me and believe that I wouldn't curse them with their blood. This Demonis Trissy definitely has a way to eliminate the connection between the blood and the actual body. She won't object. Only Devil. Although I've encountered a few, they have either died or fled. Currently, I have no target in mind. Yes, I can ask Little Sun if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood left in its inventory. They will encounter some from time to time. If he hadn't thought about it, Klein wouldn't have realized that, in less than 2 years of his transmigration, he had actually established a deeper connection with most of the Beyonder pathways. He immediately retracted his thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Dawes' escape ritual. Sacrifice one of each, Marauder, Apprentice, and Seer demigods. These are the 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Mr. Daw wants to temporarily reconcile the 3 pathways and use an ingenious method to open the passage to return? The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It's possible for the Abraham family to do so at its peak. After the death of the high sequence beyond us in the War of the 4 Emperors and the corresponding setbacks, it's pretty much hopeless. If Mr. Daw could be more patient and give the descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. However, he still constantly cries for help, causing the deaths of promising descendants. Is he crazy? A lunatic who looks like a normal person? After some thought, he burned the letter and went above the grey fog to do 2 divinations. The revelations he received was that the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real. Mr. Dawes' return ritual was also true. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, he sat silently in the high-back chair for a long time. After a few minutes, he clenched his left hand and gripped the topaz pendant tightly. He muttered to himself, all there is left is to wait for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested, and for George III to hold the ritual. Chapter 1135. Fragran. On the Sonia Sea, Pazu Island. The Blue Avenger, which had been summoned, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was Doctor to port. Alger removed the cloth wrapped around his head and jumped off the shipboard, landing firmly on the dock thanks to the wind. The wind-blessed potion he had consumed had long been digested. The reason why he had done so was to make himself appear more like the other members of the church, making them feel a sense of kinship. Years of experience told Alger that it was best to maintain uniformity with the people around him most of the time. He didn't want to appear out of the ordinary. Under the circumstances where he had plenty of secrets, it was even more imperative to do so. Ha ha, Alger, control your impatience. A man who had been waiting at the dock came forward with a smile. He had a head of soft yellow hair and a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner, but later on, one chose to be the captain of a ghost ship and continue floating out at sea, while the other returned to be a clergyman. Alger smiled as he raised his right hand and struck his left breast. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you. The yellow-haired man, who was in his prime, replied with a smile. He immediately lowered his voice and said, I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion. Yes, it's very simple. I fly every day and maintain the state of floating. I often use the wind to travel back and forth in different places to quickly adapt. I've already sent a telegram to report this matter. Alger arched his brows to look proud. The yellow-haired man looked around and maintained his volume from before. It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that, because of the ongoing war, there's a lack of manpower on all sides. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of wind-blesseds to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be within those ranks. How enviable. I just became a wind-blessed, so I don't have the chance. Organize a group of wind-blesseds to advance as soon as possible. After knowing that there might be a world war ahead of time, Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word suddenly appeared in his mind, cannon fodder. In fact, just from his contributions for the Banzi Harbor incident, Alger, who was only a seafarer back then, could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. Furthermore, he was usually hard at work, having completed countless missions. In the end, he had only become a wind-blessed. He had to join the queue for an opportunity to advance to Sequence 5. And now, there was no need for him to do anything. He was suddenly placed on the list of candidates, and he would soon enter the ranks of the quasi-upper echelons of the church. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, the order that prevents people like us from rising will split apart. However, the most important thing is to survive the war. Only by surviving will everything be meaningful. As Alger's thoughts raced, he asked in surprise, Signs, is that true? I can't be sure. In short, that's what I heard. Let's go and catch up. If you have the chance to become a high-ranking deacon or a cardinal, don't you forget us. The yellow-haired man named Signs reached out his hand and patted Alger on the shoulder. Alger dodged without a trace and replied with a smile, definitely point one. In the city of Silver, the expedition team brought back news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant King's Court. All the citizens temporarily entered a state of excitement. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council, permitting him to receive the classical metallurgist's potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons of the city of Silver had agreed to exchange for the special mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? There's no explanation here. Derek glanced at the parchment in his hand and began preparing a ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew what the stone of life was. He didn't need to worry about Mr. World. After setting up the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of him and a Dawn Paladin from the City of Silver. The Dawn Paladin had reached a certain age, and his body could no longer withstand the corrosive effects of the poison in most foods. In the foreseeable future, he would gradually reach the end of his life. 2 days ago, his granddaughter had personally delivered the final stab with a sword. As for Derek, he had previously obtained the chief's approval and found an opportunity to extract some of the deceased's blood. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have one. However, Chief Colin Iliad said that, as long as the mushrooms could satisfy the needs of the City of Silver's food requirements, he would organize a small hunting team and go to a region where devils appeared. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin parchment onto the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and faced the lit candles as he began the sacrificial ritual. After a series of tasks, the illusory door that was formed from flames and spiritual materials opened heavily. After the sacrificial items were taken away, a dark glow was left behind. The brilliance slowly faded as large numbers of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before Derek's eyes. As for whether they'd looked strange, Derek didn't even think about it. This was because he had seen mushrooms once, abnormal ones. Therefore, he lacked a point of reference for comparison. After recalling Mr. World's description of different breeds of mushrooms and effects, Derek quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather handbags. Immediately after, he picked up the unshadowed crucifix excitedly and prepared to head for the spire. However, just as his hand touched the bronze cross, he felt it burn and feel prickly. It was as if a light was seeping out of the rust and shining at the mushrooms. They're evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused, but he eventually decided to believe in Mr. World. He hid the unshadowed crucifix and carried Thunder God's roar. He walked all the way to the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Are these the mushrooms?" As he spoke, Demon Hunter Colin's eyes reflected 2 complex dark green symbols. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms that were either pure white and full, or filled with flesh. Yes, Derek began introducing them, one by one. Colin returned to normal and remained silent for a few seconds. There's an evil and tainted aura emitted from them, but they're in minute amounts and can be tolerated. This must have settled down after they devoured the flesh and blood of monsters. He paused for a moment before saying, "Let's first test their proliferation ability." Following this sentence, a number of City of Silver personnel, who were prepared to usher in the mushrooms, carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and scattered them over the different kinds of mushrooms. The moment those mushrooms came into contact with the flesh, they immediately grew hyphae and burrowed into them. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to rapidly expand and spit out spores. After a while, the corpses of those monsters were densely covered with mushrooms. However, the mushrooms didn't stop growing. They kept growing upwards, and in the end, some of them were even taller than Derek Berg, facing him as if they were looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this large. Besides, the speed at which it grows is way too fast. Derek looked at it in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. There wasn't much of a change in Colin Iliad's expression. Only after the monsters were left with skeleton and dregs did he look around. "It's better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it?" Without hesitation, Derek took a step forward and said, "Your Excellency, I'll do it." He was in charge of importing the mushrooms, so he definitely had to personally confirm its safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly and said, "Okay." He then turned his head and said to another City of Silver resident, "Invite Elder Lovia over to prevent any accidents." As a Beyonder who controlled flesh and blood, Lovia could resolve most of the changes in the human body. Of course, whether the mutated individual could survive was another matter. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Lovia, who was wearing a deep purple robe, arrived in the chief's room. She had just passed through the door when her light grey eyes suddenly narrowed. She instinctively looked at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at it for a while, Lovia looked at Colin Iliad and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to provide any help. Without any hesitation, Derek Berg chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-red threads and marbling, standing at half his height. He tore off the mushroom that had wrapped around the skeleton, and he produced a bonfire and began roasting it. Gradually, a fragrance that seemed to be able to drill into one's stomach emanated out. This was a smell that the residents of the City of Silver had never smelled before. Their throats bobbed as they instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The bonfire emitted a sizzling sound before the fragrance grew stronger. This wasn't the usual sound. It was as if it could make one's soul yearn for this strange smell. It was the type that everyone was rather familiar with. It was the natural desire for black-faced grass food after returning to the City of Silver, having not eaten them for a long time. As the sizzling sounds grew louder and frequent, they felt as though a hand had reached out from their stomachs, eager to grab the food back. Unknowingly, the other City of Silver residents who had been doing something else in the spire had followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took Derek a great deal of effort to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until it was completely charred yellow on the outside before he took it back and blew at it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia. With his faith in Mr. World and Mr. Fool, Derek didn't speak. He lowered his head and bit the mushroom. SSSS. He let out a sound of being scalded before chewing and gulping it down. After nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, Derek raised his head, his face slightly red. His mouth was glistening with oil as he mumbled, "It's such a weird taste. I can't help it. I can't stop." Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning his head to look at Shepherd Lovia. Lovia slowly shook her head and said, "No problem." The surrounding people of the City of Silver immediately let out cheers as they rushed forward and surrounded Derek. They either wanted to share a piece or ask him what to do with the other mushrooms. When Colin saw this, his expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and lifted his chin. He took a deep breath of the fragrance that had filled the room. The City of Silver held a mushroom ritual? Isn't this a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know, and Frank is no exception. Above the grey fog, as Klein listened to Little Son's latest report, he opened the parchment that he had received but hadn't had the chance to read in detail. The reason why he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial and bestowment ceremony was because the serialized horror stories of Backlund's hospitals in several newspapers had reached its climax. Hence, he received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He was at the critical moment of having his Bizarro Sorcerer potion digested. And now, he had already completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Chapter 1136. Rumors from Ancient Times. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula, Klein cast his gaze towards the 2 tubes of blood Little Son had sacrificed. Then, he beckoned for a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the Beyonder blood from different pathways that he had previously gathered. It had been placed above the grey fog and sealed with the paper angel in order to slowly integrate it into this mysterious space's aura, removing the connection between the blood and the individual. This was to prevent any accidents from happening to the provider when the door of the symbols was opened. To him, it was fine if he suffered backlash. After all, there was at least one more chance of him reviving. If it would affect those who trusted him and gave their blood, he would rather not do it. After peeling off the paper figurines at the mouth of the jar and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, he conjured a glass stick and reached in to stir it. Right on the heels of that, he used paper angel and sealed it again. "I'm just short of prisoner, devil, and demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally pay Miss Sharon a visit. It's better to make a request in person regarding such matters. It's too rude to do it by writing letters. Only Miss Magician is a little special. Clearly, she would prefer it if I wrote a letter rather than meet German Sparrow in person. She actually used the excuse that the ink had frozen due to the low temperatures to delay her writing. Are her magic tricks just for show? Thankfully, my potion has already digested, so there's no need for me to push her anymore." Klein mumbled inwardly as he threw the ceramic jar covered in paper figurine back into the junk pile. After leaving the world above the grey fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance to Scholar of Yore. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. This was something he had planned to do before he consumed the potion, to ask Rhodes about Sefirah Castle. As the symbol took form, the light in the originally badly lit room became darker, as if clouds were drifting past, blocking out the sun. After more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light and silver words quickly appeared. Exalted Great Master, your devoted, loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. I am still the servant that you trust the most, the closest and most favorite, right? This question. I seem to be able to read the panic and anxiety of this magic mirror. Does it feel a sense of danger? After some thought, he nodded in amusement. Yes. Actually, that has never been the case. I'm just comforting you. After answering, he silently added in his heart. The surface of the mirror lit up and the silver words were dyed golden. They squirmed and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you have any questions for me? Yes. Klein secretly tensed up. What do you know about Sefirah Castle? Rhodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the Second Epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left some things behind. That might be a kingdom formed from a certain part of his body or something created by him. And Sefirah Castle is one of them. This was the name that the king of demonic wolves, Fragran, gave. He calls the hounds of Fulgrim as Sefirah Castle keepers. However, he'd failed to enter Sefirah Castle even to his death. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Sefirah Castle doesn't actually exist, but is just an abstract concept. It had something to do with the original creator? After pondering for a while, he said, one of them. How many other entities like Sefirah Castle are there? 8. There are detailed records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another. However, the pale gold color faded away, becoming silver once again. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Sefirah Castle. They call it the Chaos Sea. Also, there are rumors that deep in the spirit world city, Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. As for the others, I've heard of some names, but it's not a complete list. There's Tenebrous World, Knowledge More, as well as the Brood Hive that's related to the moon. There are a total of 8. Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Tenebrous World, and Brood Hive. Brood Hive is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Mother Tree of Desire. Klein silently repeated the key information in Rhodes's response. He had a nagging feeling that he should be able to grasp something, but he didn't gain much from it. He even lacked the ability to piece together the clues. When he saw that Rhodes had only heard rumors and didn't have any actual understanding of them, he organized his thoughts and said with a smile, from the looks of it, you might come from the Chaos Sea. That's not important. What's important is that I'm your loyal, lowly, and obedient servant. Rhodes said the entire sentence at once. Obedient, this use of words. Klein silently lampooned before asking, what are the origins of Dark Angel Sasria? On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed one after another. I similarly can't see it, but at that time, there was a myth that said that, when the ancient sun god was born, here was light and darkness combined. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he must be well-rounded and not lacking anything. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with one of his ribs, Dark Angel Sasria. This rib. I can totally imagine it. Back then, it was the ancient sun god who personally fabricated and spread this myth. Amorn's brother, your wife has become the Dark Angel. Klein was first alarmed before many strange ideas arose in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth behind this myth. With such a myth spreading, it will cause the believers to believe that Dark Angel Sefirah is the dark side of the ancient sun god. They would worship him in the same way as the Lord. No one objected or forbade this myth. As for Dark Angel, he was ultimately the deputy of the divine kingdom, God's left hand. So this implies that this was very likely true. What happened afterward can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient sun god colluding with foreign enemies, bewitching the kings of angels and assassinating the main body. This can explain why Ouroboros and Medici joined Ro's redemption. They were only following the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't the position of Dark Angel Sefirah in the ancient sun god's divine kingdom equivalent to the world of the Tarot Club? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality and thoughts. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt drenched with sweat. He was glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his previous reasoning, he quickly guessed the reason why Dark Angel was sleeping in the giant king's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, the brother of Amon, the dragon of wisdom, and the true creator wished to confirm the state of Dark Angel Sefirah. However, there are many other problems. In the 22 Beyonder pathways, which pathway is this king of angels, the left hand of God? The marauder has Amon, apprentice has Mr. Door, spectator, reader, bard, sailor, secret suppliant, warrior, sleepless, planter, savant, monster, hunter, and arbiter are obviously impossible. Corpse collector is also impossible due to the existence of death in the fourth epoch. It's impossible for there to be a king of angels to exist at the same time unless the Dark Angel had already fallen to sequence 2. By the same logic, the seer and lawyer pathways can be eliminated for now. It can then be confirmed that the Dark Angel is no longer a king of angels. Mystery Prior, Moon, and Devil are all certain possibilities. I cannot eliminate the possibility that the Hidden Sage, Primordial Moon, and the dark side of the universe are the Dark Angel's alt. Yes, there might still be the Mother Tree of Desire hidden within. It's also possible with Prisoner. There's no clear evidence that this pathway has produced a true deity. Back then, the chained god might not even be a king of angels. After some thought, he said to Rhodes, "It's your turn to ask." On the cracked full-body mirror's surface, silver words twisted together and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, may I guess what you want to ask next?" Klein nodded slightly and answered, "Sure. You wish to ask about Sefirah's current state." My answer is, I don't know, as I can't see. Behind the silver words was a smiley face with a simple drawing. "Not bad," Klein praised. "That's all for today. I will summon you again in the near future at any time." "Yes, Great Master. Your loyal servant, Rhodes, is constantly preparing to serve you." On the surface of the mirror, the simple smile on his face turned into a waving cat's paw. When the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the scholar of Yore ritual. In the past few days, he had written a lot of documents on ancient history. Following that, with the information and 2 marionettes, he teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare to advance in Backland. If anything were to happen to him, Amon and Zaratul would definitely be able to detect it and come straight for him. Chapter 1137. Amidst History. On a barren island in the Berserk Sea. This place wasn't far from the southern continent, but it didn't belong there geographically. The reason why Klein had chosen this island as a place for himself to advance to Scholar of Yore was, firstly, because he wanted to avoid Amon and Zaratul to the best of his ability. He also didn't want to enter the region where the Mother Tree of Desire had a wide range of influence. Secondly, because the Berserk Sea was enveloped by the power left behind by death, this was, in a way, a part of the Evernight goddess's kingdom. If the ritual were to create a huge commotion, it was possible for some effective screening. Furthermore, this place is very desolate. There aren't many creatures here, so there's no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. Klein surveyed the area and began to set up a ritual. He brought the corresponding materials back from above the grey fog to the real world. Following that, he flipped through the thick ancient history documents and pulled out some records that he couldn't be certain of. Those that couldn't be confirmed with divination were also removed. Pa! With a shake of his hand, the scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Yore potion were a large amount of real ancient historical records. Therefore, he didn't want to take the risk of using things he couldn't be sure of. He would rather have fewer of them. After making his selection, he poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into a huge cauldron and placed the few white frost crystals that he had weighed beforehand into it. The moment the two supplementary ingredients came into contact with each other, a thin mist immediately rose up. It enveloped the container and was about half the height of a person and an arm wide. With a glance, Klein followed his spiritual intuition and temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary material. He first got his marionette, Inuni, to grab the demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart and threw the item that seemed condensed from white mist into the cauldron. As white frost condensed across Inuni's arm, the mist that emanated from the vessel became extremely dense. It began to contract and expand, as though it was alive, like a slowly beating heart. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled his marionette, Inuni, to pick up the pair of eyes from the Hounds of Fulgrim. He stuffed the two dark red flame-like objects into the seemingly corporeal mist. The mist's color quickly darkened, making it impossible for him to see the huge cauldron at its core. He didn't panic. Instead, he calmly got his other marionette to throw page after page of the ancient historical records into the blob of thick, dark mist. The thick mist slowly collapsed. After digesting the historical records, it finally fell back into the cauldron, like water vapor, turning into something that coexisted as both a liquid and a gas. Its color was dark red, almost the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this scene, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to determine if the potion was successfully concocted. He received a revelation that it was rather dangerous, but one that he could barely withstand. And this meant that the potion was successfully concocted. Even if it was strictly concocted according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison. If I can withstand it, I'll advance. Otherwise, I'll go crazy, lose control, or even die. After staring at the topaz pendant spinning rapidly in a counterclockwise direction for a few seconds, he pulled up the silver chain and wrapped it around his left wrist. He cast his gaze at the potion floating in the cauldron as thoughts flashed across his mind. A bizarro sorcerer's acting not only has the key terms of fear, horror, directing, and inexplicable, there's also some level of mystery, unknown, complicated, and unpredictable aspects of fate. The two aspects combine to form a complete bizarro sorcerer. This is a behavioral style, while the other is the attributes. And to me, my origins are such a mystery that I haven't even figured out the truth. I've experienced so many complicated matters that I've already stopped a true god from descending, scared a king of angels. Even my fate is so unpredictable that a snake of Mercury is unable to discern. Therefore, I've already acted in advance and naturally digested that portion of the potion. There's no need to summarize the principles. This truly reflects the single word bizarro. Yes, the ritual requirements for Scholar of Yore requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. Only after I become history and no longer belong to the present era do I consume the potion. My life while I was sealed within a cocoon and hung above the grey fog is more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark in the present era. Would it affect the effects of the ritual? It should be. Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years. The mark won't be too deep and can barely be accepted. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself up for 300 years again before I consume the potion. There's another decade or so until the apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far superior to any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered as me effectively acting ahead of time. I can definitely avoid many dangers. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent as maggots that contained 3-dimensional symbols crawled out. The transparent maggots were itching to move, as if they were going to crawl into the dense mist in the cauldron, leaving behind only empty clothes and hats. Klein managed to barely control his state as he calmly extended his right hand and picked up the potion that was wrapped in mist. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The potion instantly transformed and extended into Klein's mouth, making him feel like he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggot swarmed back into his body, tearing down the parts of the potion and swallowing them. As his mythical creature form was special, both a full body and also separated into many small parts, Klein could only consume the potion in such a manner. Of course, if he could control his incomplete mythical creature form, it would be much simpler. Without a sound, he felt a cold feeling spread through every worm of spirit, with a searing pain. A familiar, boundless grayish-white fog appeared in front of him. It enveloped the entire world, revealing some of his past experiences. This included the terrifying legends he created, his conversation with the Red Angel evil spirit, the treatment of the demigod, Luca, with the help of Miss Justice, hunting Avin Rambais, dealing with Amorn's avatars, revenge on Ints Zangwil, exploring Calderon City, infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral, dominating the seas, stopping the True Creator's descent, saving Tingen, and various other details of his daily life. They made conflicts with different people and things, becoming extremely complicated as they merged into a sea. As he flew through it, he was unable to find a clear and accurate sense of self. He felt like he was about to be lost in this area. The cold, burning pain constantly drove him forward, so as to expel the influence on him. This made it difficult to return to the real world. With great difficulty, Klein managed to control this feeling. As he gradually lost consciousness and his body slowly descended, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw the deep depths of the grey fog. At the end of the sea was a shattered spot of light. With a thought, he followed his intuition and flew over in a manner that seemed to travel the cosmos. There was a figure hanging from the blurry door of light in the spot of light. He was stored in a transparent cocoon as he swayed gently. He looked like the original Ju Mingrue. This had nothing to do with his surroundings. He was alone and easily grasped. I couldn't see this before when I used the yesterday once more charm, but I can actually do so now. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly influence the Sefirah castle above the grey fog. Wait, my ability to think has been restored. Klein's consciousness instantly cleared up as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference, he could provide a clear definition of himself to become a scholar of Yore. This prevented him from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deeper into the grayish-white fog. Along the way, he discovered that the surrounding fog was scattered with fragments of light. They had colonial phases, times when Roselle ruled, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all bits of history that Klein knew of the Fifth Epoch. As he passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his definition of his own identity even clearer. In the Pale Era, during the War of the Four Emperors, the Trunsoist Empire, the Tudor Dynasty, the United Empire, Solomon's First and Second Empire, the fall of Red Angel, the Blood Emperor's apotheosis, the Black Emperor's return, and other historical fragments continued to surface as Klein kept rushing forward. They appeared in different spots in the endless grey fog, like the stars in the night sky, they illuminated the path to return. In such a manner, Klein felt that he was becoming more and more lucid. Every worm of spirit's coldness and burning sensation became milder. He could have turned around a long time ago and returned to the real world. However, he didn't stop and continued flying forward. Scenes of the fatal attack of the Rose Redemption, the three great angels, White, Storm, Wisdom sharing in the body of the ancient sun god, and the plotting in the giant king's court with the Church of Evernight, Earth, and combat hiding as secret organizations flashed across the grayish-white fog. The more he proceeded forward, the more relaxed he felt. He felt like he was about to fly up from running down a runway. At some point in time, a group of terrifying canine-like creatures with dark red eye sockets appeared beside him. They ran around the indiscernible bottom of the grey fog as they followed him by his side as if they were accompanying and guarding him. Among them, 2 of them only had one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop and continued proceeding deeper into the grey fog. The history of the dual era and the early era of fire swept past him from behind, pointing out the path that led forward. Finally, Klein stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He went forward and saw that the greyish-white fog was silently enveloping everything. It was unknown where the other fragments of light were floating. Feeling his spirituality depleting, Klein didn't continue the search. He connected his consciousness to his origin, and he suddenly plummeted. As the grey fog rapidly faded away, Klein felt his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't care about his current state, and he subconsciously looked up into the sky. He directly saw the grey fog and the ancient majestic palace above the grey fog. The mysterious space was trembling slightly. In Backland, a postman who was riding a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Sefirah Castle." After a few seconds of hesitation, the thin-faced young man curled his lips and laughed. His expression was filled with anticipation. In a rental apartment at East Borough of the same city, figures hanging in the air swayed gently. At the same time, they simultaneously made a sound. Sefirah Castle. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team, suddenly heard an elderly voice in his mind. Sefirah Castle. Chapter 1138. Scholar of Yore. In the Highlands, on an altar with eyes, arms, heads, and organs embedded in it. Dark red blood-red light surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into the shape of a deformed tree. Amidst a buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, and gold boxes trembled, as though they could slice through one spirit body. The surrounding supplicants instinctively bowed their heads and prostrated. Then, they simultaneously came to a realization. The Berserk Sea, Reef Island. When he saw the ancient palace above the grey fog and sensed the slight tremble of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper connection with the so-called Sefirah Castle, one that was hard to accurately grasp. At this moment, he truly felt that place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Without any delay, Klein got the 2 marionettes to put away the items that were still of value, and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and shook it. With a smacking sound, the paper figurine ignited with a scarlet flame as dense illusory wings appeared behind his back. When he saw this, Klein was stunned. He never expected that the simple paper figurine substitutes would have hints of Angel's embrace. He then grabbed Konas and Inuni, using teleport to vanish from the island formed by reefs. After using several islands in the Sonia Sea as waypoints, he took a huge detour before finally returning to his residence in Backland's East Borough. During this process, he repeatedly used paper figurine substitutes, which had undergone several qualitative changes, to disrupt divination, prophecy powers, tracking, and observation. Phew, I didn't expect it to really trigger the changes in Sefirah Castle, resulting in an unconcealable phenomenon. Fortunately, I was sufficiently careful and cautious. I wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Backland or the surrounding areas, I'm certain that Amon and Zaratul would have already seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, he didn't stay for long. He immediately returned to the real world, and with the help of cogitation, he began to restrain his diverging spirituality. After doing this, he took off his clothes, threw himself into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Normally, a Bizarro sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as he was after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. He would definitely have energy left to check his physical condition. However, while traveling through history, he relied on his mark to travel a very far distance. He relied on his own mastery of ancient secrets, that far exceeded his current level, to reach the establishment of the giant king's Cour UN the early of the Second Epoch or the end of the Epoch. This was equivalent to digesting the potion. After a few hours of deep sleep, Klein woke up as he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, pulled a pillow to prop him up from behind, and rubbed his temples. After 10 minutes of regulating himself, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Indeed, I've digested most of the potion right after I consumed it. At least 80%. This is roughly what I expected, but I wonder how much more ancient history I'll have to obtain before I can digest it completely. From the looks of it, the acting of a scholar of Yore has two main directions. One is a scholar from ancient times, and the other is a scholar who studies ancient history. Both of them are required. The first is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key point of making one a person from ancient times. Once the advancement is successful, one can naturally act as a scholar from ancient times. The second point is extremely difficult. It would be all right in normal society, but in this world with true gods, devils, and evil existences, just gathering ancient information is a very risky matter. If I endeavor to gather the truth of history, I might die a horrible death at any moment without any reason. The more I understand, the greater the danger. The reason why I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as the complicated fate that Sefirah Castle brings me. This makes me encounter all sorts of things. Of course, even so, I've already died once despite being a true deity's blessed. What's more, other scholars of Yore. Changing the spot of miracle invoker and scholar of Yore will make acting relatively simple. Unfortunately, there's no such thing. In addition, the previous two meanings have an inclination towards ancient times. I have to pay attention to the word scholar. What must I figure out from history before I can be considered a scholar? Next, there are a few directions towards my digestion. First, I need to figure out Dark Angel Sasria's current state and truly replicate the actual process of the cataclysm. Second, I need to spend some effort to connect the history of the fourth epoch together, and not just be fine with having them in disconnected segments. Third, I need to go deep into the details from a macroscopic view. For example, the rise and fall of the Antigonus family. After confirming that prior acting was effective, and considering his future path ahead of time, Klein combined the mysticism knowledge he had gained from his advancement and his observation of his godhood's divinity, and he had a trial run of his powers to slowly figure out the powers of a scholar of Yore. Worms of Spirit can be split into 600 pieces. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain degree, it's even more complicated, and it can showcase concepts of strength, strangeness, and supernaturalness. The changes in my godhood patterns firstly originate from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, it comes from the mysticism knowledge contained within the potion. This is both a result of the Beyonder characteristic and also something obtained from a higher level. After becoming a true high-sequence Beyonder, is it possible to directly change the knowledge at a higher dimension to affect Beyonders at other sequences? Deciphering a potion formula from the godhood pattern seems like an actual example. Also, at the level of sequence 3, the changes in godhood patterns have a personal effect. This is closely related to prayer and responses. As a scholar of Yore, the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because of different personalities, experiences, and traits. Yes, I can allow different worms of spirit to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's a relatively uncomplicated matter. It doesn't affect my other actions. The specially marked ones and more complicated matters will be handed over to my actual body. A scholar of Yore can use a worm of spirit to act as a god, but what about other sequence 3 Beyonders from other pathways? It's impossible for them to respond while sleeping, right? I'll think of my honorific name as a scholar of Yore later. I'll first study the specific abilities. A scholar of Yore's main ability is to obtain help from history. This is split into two parts. One is to borrow strength from my past self. This is rather embarrassing for me. It's currently useless because the past me is definitely weaker than the present me. Yes, when I was hanging above the door of light above the grey fog, I was just an ordinary person. Compared to those who were important figures in the past but are now weak due to all kinds of reasons, this is a godly skill. One can be a baby crying for ice cream while engaging in a sequence 1 battle. It would be impossible to find any weaknesses. The only problem is that it's not long-lasting. Of course, as more time passes after I become a scholar of Yore, this will begin to show its effects. I can often borrow strength from my past scholar of yourself so that I wouldn't have any moment of weakness. Even if I were to suffer serious injuries. To a certain extent, this is something that's self-perpetuating, preventing myself from ever being in a nadir until my spirituality is completely drained. Yes, before my spirituality is drained, I can always borrow energy from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times. As for my current spirituality, even without the process of recovering, I can borrow power nearly 10 times a day, maintaining it for 5 minutes each time. The second part is to summon images from the historical void. It can be humans or objects. The more detailed and the better the understanding I have of the corresponding piece of history and matters, the higher the chance of success is and the longer it will last. Similarly, the lower the target's level is, relative to me, the higher the chance of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, increasing my affinity with the target will increase the chances of success and the time it can be maintained. These are the 3 conditions to succeed. Furthermore, when summoning someone of a higher level than myself, or an item, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and quality of the original. It can't be one who's at full strength. Also, I can only maintain 3 images summoned from the historical void at any point in time, including those summoned by my marionettes. Currently, even if it's the most ordinary item or something that was once mine, I can maintain its availability for a maximum of 15 minutes. The fact that the target has a close relationship with me is worth rumination. In essence, borrowing power from one's own body is also a form of summoning. It's just that one's relationship with oneself is extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. It's an extreme example. In other words, if I were to summon the important figures from the historical void, it would be best to establish a friendly relationship with them and maintain it for a long time. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Azek's projection, the chances of success will definitely be higher than projecting other angels. How is this a beyond a power? This is obviously studies related to EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. As he sighed with emotion, Klein sincerely felt that the core powers of a scholar of Yore were godly. After all, those that involved history and time were most likely extremely magical. However, in order to put it to use to its fullest potential, one had to have sufficient intelligence, and also make the necessary preparations. This was an unchanging requirement of the seer pathway. Yes, when summoning images from the historical void, there's no way to communicate with them. That is to say that a scholar of Yore can't interfere with history and change the past. From the angle of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate, affecting the present, and the inability to reverse the past. Apart from the ability to transfer a certain part of ailments, wounds, curses, attacks, prophesies, and observations to paper figurine substitutes, there's another power. It can transfer a certain part to the target. Before one discovers that it's fake, things can continue proceeding as per normal. If anyone loses their heart while their brain remains active, I can give them a paper heart for a short period of time. He will be able to obtain strength from history to beat and circulate blood. The time it takes to attain initial control of spirit body threads has shortened to 2 seconds, and completely transforming into a marionette takes 10 seconds. The maximum range for the 2 is 500 meters. By controlling a marionette, the limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers. Flame jump is also 5 kilometers. I can freely control the might of air cannon, and at its maximum might, it's equivalent to a coastal defensive cannon. A creature that can transform into a physical form whose characteristics have a difference that does not exceed a certain level. Some of the organs created can be used, while others are only decorations. Phew, this is a scholar of Yore who has digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He planned on entering the world above the grey fog to check on the changes in Sefirah Castle. Chapter 1139. A different form of companionship. Above the endless greyish-white fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. He only looked around briefly, and he realized that there were a few changes. The most obvious point was that the state of the mysterious space and its layout had been fully projected into his spirit body. Even at a great distance, he could still see the greyish-white clouds and that strange door of light. Apart from the palace that I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's empty, boundless, and full of power of a high level. As he murmured, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire grey fog boiled. The mysterious space it carried quaked as beams of slightly dark light emitted. When the light gathered together, it condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back, as per Klein's will. It had the same level and power as an angel. It was majestic and sacred, with an oppressive aura. There's no need to add the Black Emperor card, the Tyrant card, or the Red Priest card. There's no need to use the Sea God Scepter either. With my power alone, I can stir most of the powers of this mysterious space to its fullest potential, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel is unable to respond to prayers or be maintained for too long. It only exists in the embrace form and within a few attacks, having some powers in the domain of miracles. Indeed, being able to revive is a gift from Sefirah Castle. As for how many more times I can be resurrected, I can't come to a conclusion now. If I can obtain a Grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe it, I should be able to see it more clearly. I'll just treat it as one more time. It's not a bad thing to while being cautious. This reminds me to be careful and cautious. This is the way for beyond us of the seer pathway to survive. Unfortunately, this miracle can only be used for myself for now. Yes, at most, in order to truly possess and control this mysterious space, I have to become an angel or even a Sequence 1 angel at least. It lives up to its name as Sefirah Castle. As for that strange door of light, its requirements are even higher. It's impossible to tell if there are any hidden dangers at the moment. What's the meaning of the existence of Sefirah Castle? Baiting transmigrators to revive the original creator? With a flick of his right hand, the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Sefirah Castle calmed down. Following that, Klein stood up and took a step towards the greyish-white cloud in midair. He stood in front of the strange door of light formed from countless spherical lights. The door of light was tainted with some bluish-black color. Each spherical light's essence was a transparent and translucent worm that formed into a ball. As he stared at the transparent cocoons hanging by the black threads, Klein extended his right hand and slowly reached out to the door of light in an attempt to touch it. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. His hand finally touched the edge of the door of light, but it passed right through as if it was just an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempt, the illusory door of light was clearly a little stickier, as though it was about to turn corporeal. This is an item that represents the essence of Sefirah Castle. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the grey fog and began experimenting with the various powers he had just acquired. I have to first get an honorific name. The prayer response range for a Sequence 3 Beyonder is a region. This range is different depending on the authority that one wields. Clearly, a Sea King's range is a relatively far-reaching type. Therefore, this honorific name of mine also has its limits. The protector of all the poor children in Backland? It feels odd. Yes, other people might have a limitation, but it's not necessarily the case for me. I can use the spirit world and the blessed of Sefirah Castle as a replacement. I should be the only one who is blessed in both regions. It's unique enough. This way, as long as someone is in the same city or district as me, they can use this honorific name to pray to me. There's nothing I can do if we're not in the same area. I can't possibly do the same as throwing the Sea God Scepter above the grey fog, splitting a few worms of spirit to the world above the grey fog, and using Sefirah Castle's level to respond throughout the entire world. Although I can't confirm the relationship between the Dark Angel and the ancient Sun God, this is enough to remind me to be careful with my avatars and marionettes. Also, it's not as simple as splitting a few worms. A large number of worms of spirit have to be left in Sefirah Castle to achieve the desired effect. I'm currently unable to do that. right, my mental state isn't too bad. I don't have a dissociative disorder, nor do I have the irresistible urge to become cold and terrifying. This means that the mark of a scholar of Yore in history is his anchor. Also, the Emperor's situation worsened only after he became an angel, causing him to have no choice but to rely on his believers as anchors to anchor him in place. I'm still one huge level away. I need to find out what else can be used as anchors, apart from believers, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Amidst his thoughts, Klein picked up pen and paper. He wrote the first line of his honorific name. The Blessed of the Spirit World and Sefirah Castle. After some thought, he began writing the second and third lines based on his rich experience and knowledge he got from his godhood patterns. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Since a sequence 3 beyonder wasn't a true deity, he couldn't use a 3-line description. After some thought, he added 2 more lines. Protector of magic and drama performers. The Great German Sparrow. In fact, non-true deities could also use 3-line descriptions, but one of them had to rely on the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use Blessed of the Evernight Goddess. Under such circumstances, it was essentially similar to a type of summoning incantation, not an honorific name for prayers, similar to that of messengers. And if the messenger was a spirit world creature, the restriction of being the blessed of a particular true deity was unnecessary. Therefore, it was often unknown what would be summoned, making it rather dangerous. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein controlled his marionette, Inuni, and recited the honorific name in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with an odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? Klein carefully deliberated over it a few times and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Sefirah Castle. The hounds of Fulgrim also count. I have to add a limitation. After some modifications, Inuni once again recited in ancient Hermes, the blessed of the spirit world and Sefirah Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times. The witness of an extended history. Protector of Backlund magic and drama performers. The Great German Sparrow. I pray for your blessings. I hope you can light up the darkness in front of me. Just as Inuni's voice faded, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, it was only heard by a few worms of spirit. It didn't affect his actual body at all. This is very different from the prayer coming from Sefirah Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, his worm of spirit gave a response based on the rules he had made ahead of time. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of Inuni. It floated in midair, illuminating the entire room. Not bad. If I use Hermes to pray, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if they're provided or not. Am I someone who will be pleased by these things? The symbols are formed from the scrolls representing history, the complete eye that represents witness, and the line symbolizing change. For the time being, Klein had no intention of spreading his honorific name. After all, letting others know that German Sparrow had reached sequence 3 would be a case of him losing a trump card. Furthermore, he had the alternate identity as Sea God and the Fool. There was no need for a new honorific name. Pa. With a snap of his fingers, he lit the paper with the honorific name of German Sparrow on the table. A scholar of Yore also has the means to create a fog to lower the temperature, but it's not a core power. Next, I have to try to summon a projection from the historical void. Who shall be my first volunteer? As he muttered silently to himself, Klein suddenly sighed. He then half closed his eyes and used his godhood to allow a portion of his spirit to enter the grey fog and roam amidst history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, he instantly arrived in front of a spot made of light. There was a spacious and bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows in the spot of light. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden lines was standing by the window, looking at the place where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s, with long chestnut curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a neat mustache and looked rather good. Roselle Gustav. In a street in North Borough, a thin-faced young man with a wide forehead and a monocle was sitting in a coffee shop by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and thought seriously. He raised his other hand and pinched his monocle. Finally, he wrote down a sentence. The blessed of the spirit world and Sefirah castle. Then, the fountain pen stopped moving, as if he had not thought of what to write next. In a rented two-bedroom apartment at East Borough, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Marie to meet in an uninhabited house tonight. After some thought, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. A simple, ancient brass key appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed one to hear Mr. Dawes' ravings on the night of the full moon. Now, by summoning it back from the historical void, it could be used for 10 minutes. To a scholar of Yore, anything that they once possessed, regardless if they were eventually sold, returned, destroyed, or lost for all sorts of reasons, can never really be considered lost. They just exist alongside the scholar of Yore in a different form of companionship. Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if he could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could directly speak to Mr. Dawes as well. After putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted frock coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden cane, and walked out of the room. Chapter 1140. Plans. Backland, East Borough, 7 Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his questions. Old man, what is Sefirah Castle? The slightly aged voice in his mind fell silent for a few seconds. He chuckled and said, the place where you meet every Monday is most likely Sefirah Castle. Leonard never expected to hear such an answer. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and confused, mixed together with the thoughts of it being impossible for to pop out of nowhere and the poignant feelings of how complicated things were. After a while, he pressed in a low voice, what kind of place is Sefirah Castle? As though sighing and laughing self-deprecatingly, Palace Zoroast said, actually, I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. It's different from the creation myth, you know. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities. They were kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. Sefirah Castle was one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. As for what its exact form is, you might know it better than me. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it and establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather mentioned a theory that the 9 entities might have something to do with the Sefirah of the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, he was unable to decipher the details related to the Sefirah. Leonard calmed down. Leaning back against the sofa, he asked thoughtfully, Old man, do you suspect that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Sefirah? Based on what he had seen and heard from the Tarot Club and Old Man's occasional lecture, he had a certain understanding of matters regarding the deities. After a long silence, Palace Zoroast replied, perhaps. Under the strict curfew at night, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Backland. Occasionally, there would be carriages passing by, carrying people of status. After arriving at the agreed-upon house, Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at something in front of him. He pulled out another Sherlock Moriarty wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat while holding a gold-inlaid cane. This was the image of him from the historical void when he left his residence earlier. As Klein was right in front of him, this image appeared stiff, like a prop on stage. According to his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the mysticism principle of the unique shared consciousness in time. To put it simply, everyone was essentially unique. If one's true body remained sentient, the projection wouldn't remain sentient. It was the same when summoning projections of the deceased from the historical void, a result Klein suspected to be attributed to his insufficient level. In short, his projections could only engage in more mechanical and instinctive battles. Something that was unknown to the scholars of Yore had prevented them from giving a corresponding answer even if they experienced it for themselves. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. Those fragments a scholar of Yore could see in the historical fog was something he had learned in real life and had studied. Simply put, the fog needed a scholar of Yore to light it up, bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter had been mostly lit up, the rest would very likely be presented naturally. At least the corresponding ability won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, that state will be a complete snapshot. That's enough. Klein looked at the projection that could only act on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the greyish-white fog. Since hounds of Fulgrim, who weren't full scholars of Yore, could live in the historical void, there was no reason that a true scholar of Yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, the marionettes in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only changing the form of companionship it had with a scholar of Yore. As Klein's body entered the greyish-white fog, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the projection. He raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. Wearing the face of Sherlock Moretti, he came outside of the house. Following their agreement, he took out the master key and placed it against the door, turning it gently. His figure appeared in the room, and under the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The sofas, cupboards, high-back chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were evidently old. They seemed to come from the previous century. In the dark environment, in a Gothic regal dress and a matching bonnet, Sharon suddenly appeared on a high-back chair. "Good evening," this puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she hadn't spoken, she would be a classic and most exquisite doll. At the same time, Marie, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, also phased into existence on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Aren't you cold wearing just this?" "Right, you're dead, one who isn't afraid of the cold." After lampooning inwardly, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the blonde, blue-eyed, pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned around and said to Marie, "Good evening." To this wraith who was formerly a zombie, the deepest impression Klein had of him was his card game with the zombies he controlled. "We should play cards when we have the time." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was because he had previously analyzed the combat styles of Scholar of Yore, and he realized that if he were to encounter Zaratul, both sides would very likely end up playing a card game. You throw a Consul Roselle card, I'll throw an Emperor Roselle card. You throw a Bernadette card, I'll throw a Benorar. If you throw the half-fool card, I'll match it with a Morn. I didn't expect that the battle between a seer would one day become playing cards. It's a realistic, abnormally harrowing game of cards. Sigh, but Zaratul is a Sequence 1 angel, and he wouldn't give me a chance to play cards. Besides, my success rate at summoning the important figures in the historical void is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, "I've recently needed to do something. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to collect Beyonder blood from the 22 different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only person I can ask for help is you and Marie. You should be skilled at hexes, and you should have a way to remove the connection between your blood and yourself." In fact, he could have attempted to summon Admiral of Blood Senior on the spot and mix his blood into the porcelain jar. However, he didn't know if it would be effective, nor could he divine it. After all, this involved a level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked information. The only thing he could confirm was that drawing that symbol didn't bring him and the suppliers any danger. Due to the fact that a Scholar of Yore had many means at their disposal, he had even tried to summon the former witch Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Grozelle's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that a logical contradiction on the timeline had happened, preventing him from success. That blood was formerly provided by Trissy of the past. The person Grozelle's travels pulled in would undoubtedly be the former Trissy, so it was equivalent to changing history. Since history couldn't be changed, the experiment failed. After listening to Sherlock Moriarty's request quietly, Sharon said without any change in expression, "Okay. How much do you want? Miss Sharon's reaction is exactly as I imagined. Klein took out a glass tube. 1 tube would suffice. Dressed in a Gothic regal dress, Sharon raised her right hand slightly. The glass tube seemed to possess a life of its own as it left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her nails suddenly grew long and became unusually sharp. With just a light stroke, a wound opened up at her wrist. Blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. By the time the tube was filled, Sharon's wound had healed instantly, leaving no scar behind. The stopper jumped into the tube and spun a few times to automatically seal the tube. During this process, the pale-faced Sharon wore an impassive expression, as if she had suppressed all the feelings in her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out with her left hand and touched it, slowly sliding from top to bottom. This was done to remove her connection to the blood. After doing all of this, the blood tube leaped up and flew back into Klein's hands. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sharon sat on a high-back chair and said calmly. Not for now. Thank you. Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame quickly rose and enveloped the glass tube. By the time the redness dissipated, the blood was gone. This was a new change in flaming jump. It could transfer the items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all sorts of Beyonder powers from before had been enhanced and modified. Having used his new powers skillfully, he looked at Sharon and asked casually, "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a doll. He believed that, regardless of her nature, or it being a result of the temperance principle, it would have been a form of prior acting. It would be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. Not bad, Sharon replied calmly. I should be able to digest everything in another 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's counted in years. But for me, it's been less than half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It was all arranged. Of course, if you count the time I was hung above the door of light, it's counted in millennia. Miracle Invoker? If I can escape this fate, I might be able to create a miracle. Klein sighed inwardly and gently nodded. What are your plans for the time being? Sharon said, I hope to restore Teacher's body. Marie, who was sitting on the sofa, added, but didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, is in Backland and is closely related to the Rose School of Thought? Yes, Klein said with a smile. Wait patiently. There will be a chance. This was actually a form of consolation. Even though he had become a scholar of Yore and had found many helpers, he had no intention of dealing with Zaratul at the moment. A sequence 1 in full would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the more he exposed himself to the path of Seer, the more Klein could understand how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zaratul. After stopping George Ill's apotheosis, Klein planned on leaving Backland and giving himself more time to grow. Chapter 1141. Deep Winter. Sonia C., Parzu Island, Chasm of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the holiest of holy temples, a place blessed by a god. The murals that were painted in blue, silver, green, and golden colors seemed rough, but they had a sacred and majestic vibe to them. Coupled with the dome that stood at a height with an excess of 100 meters, it made all who stood there feel how puny they were. It made one unable to resist bowing their head. Alger Wilson had already undergone the ritual and had truly become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he had come here with the same batch of recently advanced Beyonders, awaiting the preaching of Pontiff Guard II. Indeed, it's really easy to lose control when consuming excess potions. I've already digested all the past potions, but I nearly succumbed this time. After I leave Parzu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from the sun and purge the excess characteristic. This can both be exchanged for money, and it can also be used to secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. Alger used the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground to see that his hair had darkened and thickened. At this moment, the sound of a booming musical instrument exploded in the hearts of every Beyonder, spreading extreme fear. Pontiff Guard II walked out with a scepter in hand, went up a dais, and faced the crowd. He said in a deep, rumbling voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He was wearing a papal tiara with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On top of it was silver and gold silk embroidered with symbols of lightning, storms, and oceans. His aura was deep and majestic, as though a tempest was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. However, everyone knew that Guard II had been helming the Council of Cardinals for nearly a century. As a blessed of the gods, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of the believers. It was normal to not have anything to fear. Upon hearing the pontiff's praise, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left breast, shouting, "Holy Lord of Storms!" In the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to Guard II's preachings. After completing this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon. He was to head to Sonia Island and lay an ambush in the surrounding waters, in search for opportunities to attack the port, or supply ships and Fasak merchant ships. Backland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Just as Audrey put on her blue cloak in preparation to bring her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and the others to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation at Felt Street, she saw her father, Earl Hall, enter through the main door. "Father, good morning. Did you not come home last night?" Audrey looked him up and down in puzzlement. "You could tell." Earl Hall stroked his lovely mustache and asked with a smile. Realizing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey turned her green eyes and said with a faint smile, "Your coat reeks of cigarettes. It implies that you haven't taken it off for some time. Not to mention that's an outdoor set of clothing." Apart from this, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention it. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad at all. You're very observant. It looks like your work at the Bursary Foundation has greatly benefited you. I was at the Prime Minister's the entire night, waiting for news." Having said that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "Winter County and Mid-Seashire's front line has once again repelled the Faysation attack. With the onset of the harsh winter, we can finally catch our breaths." Audrey blinked, perfectly expressing her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand your puzzlement. The newspaper only mentions what we want the people to know. The defense lines at the Amatha mountain range and the various cities along Mid-Seashire's coast aren't as robust as you think. In the first round of the attacks, our fleet and soldiers suffered a tremendous loss. In order to not cause any panic, we announced that there were wins on both sides. We also made all the large shipyards and factories work like mad to contribute to the war machine. In this period of time, the two lines were almost breached several times. Many critical areas were lost and recovered. These repeated seesaws was apparently a human meat grinder. Luckily, we finally lasted to this point. This winter will be the turning point of the war. Actually, I know. The number of people who died, went missing, and the casualty numbers might be concealed, but it still presents quite a few problems. Besides, winter might not necessarily be a good thing. Faysak's weather warlocks are very good at using such situations. Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope we can quickly have peace restored." Earl Hall was taken aback as he said, "His Majesty plans to give a speech to everyone in the kingdom on Saturday and tell them that we will prevail. When the time comes, the cities and villages will be gathered at their respective squares. The latest technology will be used to allow everyone to hear his speech." The latest technology? Gather the entire kingdom in various squares to listen to the king's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organize a large number of people to listen to a speech. This must be the corresponding ritual, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual? After receiving the latest news from Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world with a solemn expression. He paced back and forth in the rental apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote. I've already gathered the beyonder blood of 20 pathways. I'm just short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech for most of the kingdom's citizens this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need the ritual to communicate with Mr. Dorr. After folding the letter and getting Rienet Tinker to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled as he couldn't help but think of all sorts of thoughts. The Demoness blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to foil George Ill's scheme. I can reveal something to Queen Mystic, that I'm able to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and she is unwilling to make an enemy out of George III, the Emperor might not be able to return if George III succeeds. I'm waiting for the Chief of the City of Silver to return to provide the Devil's blood. The hunting team that he led has set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. There's no problem. If not, I'll use the 2 contingencies. First, I'll use the Blatherer's aura to replace the blood. Second, I'll summon the devils that I've encountered in the past from the historical void and extract their blood. In a room in the Backlund Bridge area that didn't look anything special. The lustrous black-haired Trissy reached out and retrieved a letter from the mirror. She opened it and her brows gradually frowned. It was especially endearing. Is it finally happening? Trissy's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, afraid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered in a twisted voice, I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I were to die this time, it wouldn't be a total loss. After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out a glass test tube from her black dress's pocket. It wasn't her blood, but another Demoness. Her original name was Sherman, who had later called herself Shiamane. As a qualified, senior Demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermane's blood while nurturing her. A necessary component for curses, it might not have been of use most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accidents. After Shermane's death, Trissy didn't abandon the tube of blood. This was because there were many occasions when demonesses needed such materials, just like now. City of Silver, in a particular residence. As soon as the lightning frequency increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the stove, and quickly grilled some mushroom bread. This bread was even more exquisite and delicious than the original black-faced grass. He loved it very much, and he looked forward to his 3 daily meals. The only problem was that the yield of mushrooms that could make bread wasn't too high. Due to the limited number of monster corpses, every resident was only limited to 1 claim a week, enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with relatively few monsters. Derek heard that someone had deliberately placed himself in the darkness to hunt monsters for the nurturing of mushrooms, hoping to be bait. Then, he was eaten. Those mushrooms have made everyone feel optimistic. That_s not good. Derek thought of the wistfulness before the chief left and shook his head. He picked up a jar he obtained from another city ruin and poured out some white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like milk, but it was described by Miss Justice as something that could help humans grow taller and stronger. This was enough to move him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that, as he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the chances of him growing taller and bulkier in the future were low. However, he secretly hoped to reduce the gap between him and his friends. Milk gave him that opportunity. Gulp. Gulp. With a serious expression, Derek drank today's milk rations. Just as he was about to get some mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said from afar, Derek, the chief wants me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief is back? Derek suddenly stood up and said, all right, thank you. The moment he finished speaking, he saw the shadow in the gap come alive, pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil blood that Mr. World wanted. Chapter 1142. Warning. After removing the paper angel wrapping the ceramic jar, Klein poured the bottle of devil's blood into it, and he stirred it with a glass stick he conjured for some time. Phew, I finally gathered everything. He looked for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he still had enough time to prepare before George III's ceremony. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had enough time to be rid of the connection with its original host, he wasn't concerned, as he had confirmed that the original owners of the two sets of blood were dead. He divined the origins of the assassin blood to figure out if it belonged to Demonis Trissi. If it did, he considered leaving some and smearing it on the surface of Grozel's travels after everything was over. He was left in disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. He had long realized that Trissi was as cautious as he was. The Demonis pathway also has the instigator sequence. It requires a high level of intelligence. Yes, the instigator and conspirer potion should have the effect of increasing one's intelligence. Otherwise, Danet's future would be bleak. As he thought, he threw the ceramic jar into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and began to browse through the detailed ritual Trissi had provided. This was a ritual that could help him speak to Mr. Dor during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? He casually muttered as he read it. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in liquid assets, £14,000 in cash, £15,000 worth of gold bars, £35 of gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford gems, but it was too wasteful. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he decided to try using the images in the historical void as stand-ins. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Dor. Once the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Dor wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider purchasing it at the jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up a ritual in the room outside the rental flat. After finishing his other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the thin air in front of him. He pulled out an ancient brass key from the air. This was the key tool to summon Mr. Dor, the master key. Right after that, Klein grabbed at the air in front of him solemnly again and pulled out an object from thin air. The item emitted a tranquil glow that was in the shape of the full moon. Embedded around it were a row of scarlet gems. In the middle was a symbol representing the moon and many mysterious patterns. Scarlet Lunar Corona. It was the scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effects of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Dor's ravings. If he only wanted to hear what Mr. Dor was shouting, this would have been sufficient. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels. Therefore, he had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he recalled for a moment and reached out his right hand again, pulling out a handful from thin air. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace made studded with diamonds and jadeite. My experiences as Dwayne Dantes are rather useful after all. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many female members of high society and dance with them, allowing me to see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such close proximity for observation, how could I easily summon the corresponding historical void images? This can last 15 minutes. That's enough. Having met his simple goal, Klein sighed in satisfaction. Then, he continued to extend his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In a second, his hand stopped in mid-air and his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 historical void images. What should I do? Swap this necklace and find an accessory that has at least 9 gems? Let me think about whether I've seen anything like that before. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall. This? Is dream divination meant for times like this? Seer and scholar of Yore are quite compatible after all. Well, this is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair and do the divination when he suddenly frowned. He realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void images at the same time. This is a subtle warning from my spirituality? Looking at the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he waved his right hand gently, causing them to vanish. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the honorific name. He went above the grey fog and sat at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote. Speaking to Mr. Dorr now is dangerous. This divination was clearly directed at Mr. Dorr, so Klein was bound to suffer a certain backlash effect. However, he had already obtained basic ownership over Sefirah Castle, allowing him to use the power of an angel, so he believed that he could withstand Mr. Dorr. After all, he was exiled and sealed. He removed the spirit pendulum on his left wrist and held it with his left hand, allowing it to hang over the surface of the paper. He closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times in a high-strung manner. Without a sound, a shadow suddenly flashed across his mind. It seemed to completely screen his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After my initial grasp of Sefirah Castle, some divinations are more concealed. It won't cause any accidents. Yes, is it because my safety is involved in the matter that this has happened, or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Dorr has been narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, this is referring to the Mr. Dorr who is in a sealed state. Or perhaps, the effects of the two combined? The present result shows that speaking to Mr. Dorr holds untenable danger. Why though? Klein frowned, unable to come up with any effective speculations or reasonable explanations. After a while, he leaned back against the high-back chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other areas. With his left hand pressed down, the topaz pendant instantly recovered. After all, it was only a projection above the grey fog. Because of the changes in the divination earlier, Klein made some connections. Perhaps prying into the secrets of the twisted and translucent maggots on the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. That's highly likely to be a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my prying can hold on for a while longer, I can directly discern the formulas of the Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker or Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries. There's only one chance. I don't know what sort of developments would happen when dealing with a crazy monster. I'll wait till I'm completely accustomed to the Scholar of Yore potion before making the attempt. Klein rubbed his temples before disappearing from above the grey fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat down and seriously considered what other abnormal preparations he could make. The so-called normal ones were, meeting Queen Mystic once to discuss the details of the cooperation, give Will or Septin, reenact Tinker, Palace Zoroast more gifts, pray to the Evernite goddess and increase the chances of summoning the ascetic, Oriona's historical void image, familiarizing himself with the core powers of Scholar of Yore. As for the abnormal ones, it was purely based on Klein's own imagination. After some thought, Klein's expression turned solemn. He frowned slightly and reached out his right hand to grab the air. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein did it another 10 times, but all of them met with failure. He had no choice but to accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed purely by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On the surface, he wrote with a pencil. "Give me some luck. I'll bring you some ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane, he entered the room and lay down on the bed. He restored his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, silver snakes forming a response. 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. At the next moment, he woke up. He sat up and reached out his right hand again, grabbing a total of 10 times. He still met with complete failure. I can't do it even if I'm lucky enough. It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to use his finger to wrap the edge of the bed, but he instantly restrained himself. It was a habit of his above the grey fog, so it wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he seriously considered all kinds of connections. Finally, he left the bedroom and went to the altar outside, which had yet been tidied up. He brought an item back to the real world. It was an ancient book made of goatskin with a dark brown cover. Grozel's Travels. Picking up the book, he took a deep breath, half closed his eyes as if sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed very lightly. Failure. Another grab. It was still a failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's actions became even slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a glowing red stove. Suddenly, the muscles on his arm tightened and he carefully pulled back. His right hand slowly retracted, slowly dragging out a rather dull, ancient-looking quill. This came from Revival Square of the southern continent's West Balam's northern state, right beside Zangwil's corpse. This was 0-08 before Amon's brother picked it up. Chapter 1143. Reasonable Developmen. I can only maintain it for about a minute or so. That's way too short, isn't it? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking about anything else, he took 2 steps to the desk. He put down Grozel's Travels and quickly wrote on a piece of paper with 0-08. George III plans to use this speech to bait out all his enemies who want to sabotage his ritual. However, if everything goes smoothly and nothing happens, he'll take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to aim for divinity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, making it unsafe. Furthermore, he has made appropriate preparations for the ritual. They're already prepared to an adequate level. This is a very reasonable development. After Klein wrote the last sentence, and before he could check if there was anything wrong with the written content, the dim quill in his hand disappeared without a trace, as though it had never existed. And those few words seemed to drain all of his energy, making him feel dizzy. He took a few steps back and collapsed into his chair. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't exhausting for Zangwil back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it, and I didn't dare let 0-08 weave a story on its own. When I wrote on the piece of paper, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support it. As for Zangwil, he could get 0-08's cooperation, so it wasn't that draining. Klein closed his eyes and used cogitation for a while before feeling better. Under normal circumstances, having had no physical contact with 0-08 and merely meeting it once had made it impossible for him to summon this Grade 0 sealed artifact. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate to personally augment his luck, and on the other hand, he had Grozel's Travels. This was the item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt. Inside it was the City of Miracles, Live Zed. It had a connection to a certain degree to an existence like 0-08. If it wasn't for some high-level existence's disruption, these 2 items would have long been reunited. Klein didn't know if this fate and particular connection could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only wanted to give it a try since he didn't stand to lose anything. To his surprise, he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to use Grozel's Travels to bear the contents of 0-08's projection. He didn't even dare to let them come close, afraid that something irreversible would happen. This was Backland, which had an extremely dense population. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, 0-08 is a historical void projection. It's fake. Grozel's Travels was conjured by the Dragon of Imagination, and it's also fake. A fake combination can't be real in any way. They lack the foundation of a beyonder characteristic. I can go back to the uninhabited reef island to test it. Klein rubbed his temples and returned to the desk. There, he began reading what he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III would be unsuccessful in his advancement and die on the spot. He believed that if he interfered with a Sequence 1 angel, the projection of 0-08 wouldn't be able to be so direct. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was also the psychology alchemists and Amon's brother. Overly obvious effects would definitely be detected and easily made use of. All he could do was beat about the bush to mitigate the unknown. I hope it works. After staring at it for a while, he folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he sacrificed Grozel's travels back above the grey fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he would head out to buy some ice cream for Will or Septin. Backland has Zaratal, and it's very possible that Amorn is there. If I head out too frequently, we might run into each other. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon some ice cream for Will from the historical void? It's very real when eating it, and it'll disappear in 15 minutes. There's no need to worry about gaining weight at all. It's just splendid. Klein couldn't help but mumble inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and leave the house because he had to keep his promise. Saturday morning, the sky was grey and misty. It made one feel inexplicably stifled. This was a common scene in Backland's deep winter. Although the smog wasn't as thick and pungent like last year, the geographical environment and climate characteristics had determined that such situations would definitely exist for a long period of time. Furthermore, victory over environmental pollution was never something that could be declared in a year or two. After putting on a black coat that covered her knees, and a black veil hat, Melissa quickly walked to the door. Benson held his hat and shook his head. A young girl who isn't even 20 years old should be dressed like a teenager. You look overly mature and old-fashioned in that, understand? Old-fashioned? Melissa glanced at her brother and simply replied, "The price of a pound of bread has risen by a quarter pence." This price, Benson T-scared. He then took out a silver pocket watch covered in vine leaf patterns and snapped it open. "Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square." Melissa tersely responded and went out into the streets with her brother. "Good morning, Mrs. Daniel." After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw a neighbor leaving. He greeted her with a smile. He was good at chatting and had long established a good relationship with his neighbors. The lady named Mrs. Daniel wore a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered in a thin black veil that hung down from her hat. When she heard the greeting, she nodded and replied simply, "Good morning, the two of you." She didn't make any small talk, and she coldly walked away. As he watched her back, Benson deliberately slowed down his pace. When they finally opened up a distance, he turned to ask his sister, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel?" "I've been too busy recently, so I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time." Melissa pursed her lips and said, "Mrs. Daniel's eldest son was confirmed to have died on the front line at the Amatha mountain range. News from yesterday. That tall, bashful, but thoughtful, kind, and sincere young lad? When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became an officer," Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. "I couldn't imagine that Larry would die just like that." Just like how she couldn't imagine the tragic deaths of her classmates at school. In just a few seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study. Benson was silent for a moment before sighing. "I've been busy lately. Actually, I've been dealing with bereavement payments, but perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. There's a lot of information on that list. Some are cheerful, others are humorous, others are the only child within a family. Some are determined, while others are the leaders of the soldiers around them. Some just got married and don't have children. Some are preparing presents for their youngest daughter, while others had love letters with them. They planned on sending it at the post office after the battle. But they're all dead." Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time, and neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were almost at the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said in a low voice, "What do you think His Majesty will be talking about in his speech today? Perhaps it's a form of musters, or perhaps it's to convey the faith that we will prevail," Benson said in passing. Melissa turned to look at her brother. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be making some snarky remarks? It should wait till the speech is heard and the specific content is understood. The most basic principle of being a person is to not make comment on things that one doesn't know enough of. Otherwise, they would be worse than a curly-haired baboon," Benson said with a smile. At this moment, he saw another neighbor. The other party's hair was white, and his face was half covered with a scarf. He was wearing a thick jacket and was holding a cloth bag in his hand as he hurried past the siblings. Mr. Thomas's dressing is so strange. Does he still need to do something else? Benson looked at the back of the man and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a low voice, Mrs. Thomas is sick, and that spent quite a bit of their family savings. Recently, with food prices sharply increasing while Mr. Thomas's income remains the same, he has to queue up at the soup kitchen every few days to get some bread. He's a decent gentleman, so he probably doesn't want others to recognize him. Also, the food at the soup kitchen is always limited. If one's late, there might not be any left. They'll have to go to the cathedral, the workhouse, and other places. The handouts just happened to start after His Majesty's speech, so Mr. Thomas probably wants to go there directly. Benson nodded slowly and asked in concern, What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas? I know a few good doctors. A disease caused by anxiety, Melissa explained what she had heard. Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest child who's serving in the army. You mean Thomas Jr.? Benson frowned slightly. After receiving his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if recalling something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Benson looked ahead and whispered, Thomas Jr. is already dead. Melissa didn't respond, but her expression was a little dazed. They walked forward silently, as if they were relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either dressed in formal attire or holding canes, dressed up as gentlemen. Otherwise, they were dressed in blue, green, yellow, and red-colored skirts, sweaters and leather jackets matched with pants, or dark-colored petticoats. Their colors were dull. They came out of their houses and from the streets they were on, like water droplets splashing upward. They merged together at the intersection, forming a tiny stream. The stream surged ahead, combining with other tributaries, and flowed into the square's entrance, interweaving into a majestic torrent. The torrent slowly surged forward, flooding the square. Amidst this torrent of humans, Melissa felt like she was as puny as a water droplet. Chapter 1144. Narrowly. Due to the fact that they had arrived early, the seats that Melissa and Benson could choose from weren't too bad. They could directly see something strange on the greyish-white stone pillars in the middle of the square. Its two heads dramatically differed in size and were painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some cables. At the foot of the object was a troop of soldiers in red shirts and white pants. They were carrying greyish-white metal backpacks, as well as complicated structures and small-caliber rifles. They were watching their surroundings in high alert. As more and more citizens gathered, the square began bustling with activity. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly produced sizzling sounds. Finally, it changed into a deep and thick voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Emperor, ruler of Lun, East Balam, and Rorsted Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can talk? It's using the principles behind the telegram? Melissa's eyes widened as her attention shifted from the speech to the strange thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your Emperor, ruler of Lun, East Balam, and Rorsted Archipelago, George Augustus III. At Memorial Square in West Borough, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and elder brother near the platform. She looked at the king in his formal attire as she attentively listened to his speech. As she knew in advance what George III would be focusing on today, and the mood that would be created, Audrey didn't wear anything that she was fond of. Be it the colors or style, they were nothing a girl would wear. It was the same as the Earl's wife, Caitlin. The dress was simple and conservative. It was black in color without any traces of accessories. I'm very happy but also feel heavy-hearted to tell everyone that we finally stopped the first stage of the Phasation attacks. We foiled their plans of annihilating Lun within 3 months. But many outstanding young people have already died at the front lines and died in this war. They had a better future ahead of them. They should have accompanied their parents in growing up, aging together with their spouses, and allowing their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a good childhood. The Phasations have destroyed everything. Knowing why this war had started, Audrey wasn't incited by the king's speech. She only felt that he definitely had talent in inciting drama. She heard slight sobbing sounds coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sadness rising bit by bit as they intertwined and brewed. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably. The king's speech was very fake, but the sorrow of the people was real. In particular, Audrey had seen many family members who had been killed, having helped those who had lost their children, husbands, and father overnight. This is a great resonance of emotions, the best place to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she was unable to make use of it because, not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she had yet to provide enough contributions to Mr. World. She slowly took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. She shifted her gaze away from King George III and let her thoughts wander. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he's going to exploit this. I hope it won't lead to a serious accident. That thing called a radio broadcast is based on the principles of wireless radio transmission. Mr. World mentioned that certain factions at sea have already put such technology to use. Compared to the sea, which is constantly affected by storms, something like this is clearly more suitable for use on land. As the thoughts flashed through her mind, the stern and old-fashioned George III finished the first part of his speech and solemnly said, "Let us mourn for our heroes here. Ladies and gentlemen, recite this together with me in your hearts. In the name of Emperor George III, I wish for the dead heroes to be at peace. I hope they will become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of dignity, making everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads, clasp their hands, and silently recite, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III. On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and an ordinary face, stood and prayed with the crowd around him at the same time. He appeared completely normal. After 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move in an attempt to find a sign that the king was about to quietly leave and enter the mausoleum to consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, that "In the name of Emperor George III" segment was core to the entire Black Emperor ritual. If one were to consume the potion, it would definitely happen at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes after the collective mourning. The effects would likely be lacking if there was any delay. George III is also silently mourning. He isn't doing anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he patiently waited. Tears streamed down many people's faces as the mourning gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III didn't do anything. He spoke again and continued his speech. "We've already endured through the most difficult part. We'll definitely defeat this evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier at the front lines. This is the power of every factory worker. The arrangement by 0-08 wasn't successful. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. He's just trying to bait any enemies who want to destroy his ritual. In any case, he can still give many more speeches like this in the future." Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Inuni, who was hiding in the sewers. The latter was dressed the same as him, and his external appearance looked identical to him. Following that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. With the help of the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3 beyonder, so there was no need for him to use the sea god scepter to widen his field of view. Of course, compared to a scholar of Yore, a sea king's true vision was obviously much larger. However, there was no need for that. The moment his gaze landed on the stage where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. There was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake phantom. It was an imagined George III giving the speech. Before the speech, Klein had been wary of this problem. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. Who knew that, within a few minutes, the real George III would become an imaginary George III? In the midst of his silence, he had used the Black Emperor pathway's powers to distort and silently swap himself with a substitute. George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and is consuming a potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, he quickly checked the surrounding area and discovered that there was something abnormal beneath the platform. Boundless black energy was secretly emanating from there. He then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and tried sensing it. Using the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion powers. Impressive! While using a speech to bait the enemy, he disguised himself as a fake person and secretly left to consume the potion. There's not much time left. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately returned to the real world. In the source, he recited in Jotun, the sacred spirit that pursues knowledge. The mysterious world's lighthouse. As that pry into fate. The royalty above the sea. The pure and holy Bernadette Gustave. This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3's. Its range was very large and was effective all across Backland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that the eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle had used a Grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told her honorific name to anyone, afraid that some enemies would use the prayer and automatic response property to lock onto her position before she reached sequence 2. This was very similar to what Klein had thought of. Klein had come to an agreement with her that, as long as he recited her honorific name, she would choose any secret mausoleum and open the door with the symbol drawn by the blood in an attempt to destroy it. Both of them didn't have any hopes of success, because the guards in the mausoleum would definitely chant the honorific names of the angels every once in a while, causing a situation that allows them to see the corresponding areas through the prayer point of light. Once they had discovered something amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if those angels were to arrive at a slower pace, Queen Mystic could also go from providing support to being the main offensive force. After doing this, Klein immediately stretched out his right hand to grab the air. As his arm pulled back, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman with average facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt. Her raven-black hair hung down as she stood bare feet without any shoes or socks. The Evernight Cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, the servant of concealment, the grounded angel, Oriana. I succeeded in one try. Klein was shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly said, "Keep my existence concealed and protect the people of Backland." He was worried that after George III lost control due to the destruction of his ritual, he would rush out of the mausoleum and harm the people of this city. "All right," Oriana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't rigid or stiff at all. "It can't beat her in person, right? Actually, my summoning wasn't successful, but the goddess had already gotten Oriana to secretly return to Backland. The moment she'd sensed that she had been summoned, she came over. An angel of the concealment domain also has a certain degree of control over their historical void image." As a thought flashed through his mind, he realized that he had entered a special state, no longer being sensed by the outside world. Chapter 1145. 3 arrows at the same time. Klein didn't have the time to think about such trivial matters. After having his existence concealed, he immediately got Inuni to switch places with a new marionette who was formerly a pirate. Immediately following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Inuni and Konas to the secret mausoleum in a war county. As he could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for him to abandon his marionette and directly come over by using a summon projection. It would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot in half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze. However, this wasn't something that would attract too much attention while listening to a speech. Finally, if he didn't return, the Red Gloves team from the Church of Evernight would clean up his tracks. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, there was a young lady in a yellow layered dress and a black, old-fashioned bonnet. Pea vines grew out of nowhere as they appeared. Her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes appeared as though they were filled with a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly formed a symbol in the void. Following the movement of her fingertips, drops of bright red blood that resembled shattered gems seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly and seemed to resonate with something somewhere else. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol extended into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a gigantic mausoleum formed from black rocks. Bernadette immediately walked through the illusory door and arrived inside a dim and dark area. The light here came from the lights of stone pillars and strange underground moss growing on the cliff walls. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum in the light fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Door was really useful. At this moment, as a ritual was being held deep underground, faint lights gathered, forming a figure midair in the darkness. The figure had a square face, black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and a thick beard. He looked rather solemn. His appearance and image wasn't unfamiliar to many citizens of the Lun Kingdom. This was because he had been printed on the front side of £10 notes. Of course, people who had never touched £10 notes in their entire lives could also see his statue or portraits at Memorial Square. He was the Lun Kingdom's founder and protector, the first king, William Augustus I. This was an entity referred to as a he. With the help of the ritual, he had come here directly from Backland. Bernadette remained impassive. With a flip of her hand, a new item appeared. The item was golden in color, like a miniaturized water flask. However, a candlewick extended out from the mouth of the flask. As Bernadette caressed the surface of the item with her right hand, one that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the candlewick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like a sticky water stream that sprayed upwards, forming a blurry and twisted golden figure. Eternal Genie of the Lamp, my second wish is to obtain the strength of a knowledge emperor for one day. Seizing the opportunity when William Augustus I had yet to fully descend, Bernadette spoke in a solemn voice. The item in her hand was called Magic Wishing Lamp. It might have come as early as the First Epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact number 0-05. This item could grant its owner any 10 wishes, but this was either done in a distorted form, or it came with unpredictable and terrifying outcomes. None of its previous owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could use the proper choice of words and make preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the concealed Klein arrived near the secret mausoleum in a war county without alerting anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't rashly approach the mausoleum by drawing the symbol and opening the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive attempts, the muscles on his arms suddenly tightened, as if he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly appeared. The figure's skin was bronze in color. He had a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, and soft facial features. Beneath his right ear was a very thin mole. It was none other than Azek. However, unlike the Mr. Azek that he knew, the figure's gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads. He wore a golden bird-shaped crown, as though he was looking down on all living creatures. This was the former Death Consul, a former Sequence 2 angel. Without sizing him up further, Klein reached out again and grabbed it into the void. This time, he didn't seem to have pulled anything out, but in fact, he had summoned the former him from 10 seconds ago, the him who was in a concealed state. Then, Klein threw a small metal bottle at his projection and made himself enter the grey fog's historical void. In his past self, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. This concealed Klein brought the projection of Death Consul Azek and came to the secret mausoleum where the entrance couldn't be seen. He took out a small metal bottle and used his spirituality to draw with the blood that shimmered like gems. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Door had given. The symbol rapidly formed and resonated with a particular point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In a concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Azik passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At that moment, the guards inside had already discovered that there was an intruder and had activated the ritual they had prepared in advance. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Backland, the former Duke of Southville, Glink Augustus, was just about to use a ritual to open a passageway and descend into that secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "That's Azik Egas." "No, he is very rigid. It's like a historical projection summoned by the Secret Order's Scholar of Yore. Your Highness, let me go over. Stay here and be wary of the Scholar of Yore who's lurking in the dark. Although they aren't angels, they're quite troublesome." Glink Augustus was a slightly arrogant elder. His black hair was mixed with silver threads, and he was clean-shaved. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't the Scholar of Yore just beside him? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the disorder of the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately attacking with a historical projection while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hidden beside Azik's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts the attention he wants, and when we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use the concealed state to approach the mausoleum to cause destruction. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel's projection, you won't be able to kill the target in a short period of time even if you carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact. If this implicates the mausoleum, our efforts and persistence would have been in vain. If that Scholar of Yore has done 3 levels of misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, he won't be able to summon an angel from the historical void. You can easily eliminate him." While he said his first sentence, Glink Augustus had already entered the passage through the ritual's activation. The rest of his words were spoken by the phantoms that he had left behind. Inside the secret mausoleum in a war county, Azik Egas scanned the area with an indifferent expression. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant serpent that covered the area above the mausoleum. This giant serpent was both illusory and real, as though it was formed by something incomprehensible to humans. Its entire body was covered with huge dark green scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and each scale and feather had strange symbols of different shapes. Just the mere sight of them made one's flesh decompose, turning them into zombies. This was Quetzalcoatl, the serpent spoken of in southern continent myth. His eye sockets were burning with pale white flames as an exaggerated, thick pair of wings spread from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent in midair lunged forward with its upper body and spat out a pale white flame that covered the entire mausoleum. Mr. Azik's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than before, but it's still very powerful. As expected of the biological son of death, the consul of the Balaam Empire. Although the concealed Klein had done a summoning experiment previously at sea, he never expected that Azik's projection would be so powerful. At that moment, points of faint, gloomy glows flew out of the mausoleum, putting an end to the tidal-like pale white flame's advancement. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Glink Augustus. The moment the concealed Klein saw him, he suddenly turned rigid and stiff. He began acting based on instinct, a result of him returning to the historical void and being outside the secret mausoleum. Then, he teleported to a secret mausoleum under the Tacit River and took out another small metal bottle. In a concealed state, he used his spirituality to draw the blood out to outline the symbol. A few seconds later, the symbol resonated and turned into a door. With his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, he walked in. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had marionettes he just converted. A figure appeared near the ruins number 1 in the outskirts of Backland. Her raven hair was radiant, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful, with a hint of sweetness and an outstanding bearing. She was none other than Demonis Trissi. After Trissi approached ruins number 1, she also took out a small metal bottle and drew the symbol provided by Mr. Door with the blood. An illusory door rapidly took shape. Chapter 1146. A real charlatan. As she passed through the illusory door, Trissy hid herself and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, towards the dark valley below. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden here. During the descent, Triss's body was as light as a feather. She lost most of her weight, but her speed was in no way slow. None of the remaining guards noticed that she had sneaked in. Just as Trissy was approaching her target, she heard a voice say, "Concealment is prohibited here." Triss's figure instantly appeared out of nowhere. And in the area above the towering mausoleum in the dark valley, there was a man who had appeared at some point in time. This man had a long, rectangular face with a white hairband on his head. He had a mustache that curled up around his mouth, and his brows were extremely thick, setting off his relatively large eyes. He was dressed in formal attire and wore a cloak. The tips of his shoes were extremely long, and his attire didn't seem to match the times. He was the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, there was a crown made of thorns. Pure light constantly gathered into the crown, interweaving into a sea. Sealed artifact 0 to 36. Klein swam beneath the Tacit river when an image suddenly appeared in his mind just as he led his marionette, Conas and Inuni, through the illusory door. A black cathedral stood in front of them with its spacious door opened, revealing a man in a pair of dungarees, a gentleman in a formal suit and top hat, a lady with frilly designs along her sleeves, and a lady whose dress formed flowers with laces. They were suspended in mid-air, motionless. Cour! 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 Black Raven circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-stopping cries. Without making any guesses, Klein felt like he had fallen into a crack on a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they collectively shouted out a name. Zaratul! In the blink of an eye, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned to switch locations with his marionettes from the outside world, and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. He didn't enter George III's secret mausoleum after passing through the illusory door. Instead, he had come to a baffling place. In the next second, he discovered that the spirit body threads that were connected to his marionettes had been severed. They were rapidly floating upwards towards the interior of the pitch-black cathedral. If it wasn't for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to detect danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He definitely would have been hung up and become a member of the marionettes. He didn't have time to think too much about it. He quickly controlled his spirit body threads and collected them all, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily extricate himself from the danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Conas and Inuni, in just a second. The 2 marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand before being hung up in the cathedral's interior. Together with the original corpses, they swayed in the wind and produced voices that were different but said the exact same thing. Welcome back. In Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. I will further lower the wealth requirements needed for election eligibility. I will hand over even more rights to the House of Commons. Although the people didn't understand why there was such a development in the speech, it sounded good to them. These are all bills that have been approved by the House of Lords, but there's no need to tell the public during this speech. It's like the king is emphasizing that he will definitely follow these bills in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't come up with a convincing explanation. In the dark and majestic secret ruins No. 1 in the outskirts of Backland, the real George III had already worn a black crown and consumed the potion. His body was transforming towards the shadow of order, extending in a magical state. As for the 9 mausoleums, they were the islands in the sea of nothingness. They were the components of his entire rule. As for the people who were chanting Emperor George III at the same time during the ritual, there were like countless numbers of lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of Lun, East Balam, and the Rorsted archipelago, making him completely transcend reality and become a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts wandered uncontrollably as though they were being torn apart. The Secret Order's Zaratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide me with help. He said that he saw some of German Sparrow's thoughts from the Capim case, the attack on Ailment Maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and Kona's Kilga's disappearance. And his divination results made him cooperate with me, offering to help me guard a mausoleum. There, he waited for German Sparrow to take the initiative to walk to him, because of his own goals and the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. He also said that the most important thing to do when dealing with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is to be patient and determined. What a charlatan! He even brought Abomination Soir. I used my powers to sign a contract with them. Together with the helpers I invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact, even if most of the demigods of the military and royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Backland, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed. Unless a true deity descends into the real world. And that's impossible. So, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to lure out any resistance, but in the end, I decided to use this opportunity to directly advance. Since Grove still doesn't know about these hidden cards. Well, he has no right to know. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal god, the Black Emperor who rules over reality. Cour. In the dark world with the ravens cawing, the corpses hanging from the black top of the church descended and passed through the main door. Their eyes were locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Without caring about what it was, Klein quickly snapped his fingers while maintaining the special state of his spirit body threads. Pa! A red flame surged out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flame was quickly extinguished, and Klein remained where he was, unable to leap out. He didn't show any signs of being depressed as he immediately activated Creeping Hunger to attempt to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent as he appeared again, unable to take a single step. His origin and destination had strangely been connected. At that moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with long chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than the Roselle Gustav from when he was an emperor. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled as he was injected with a large amount of unknown knowledge. His head felt like it was exploding in an instant while his other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even lift a finger. Instinctively, he allowed that knowledge to split up and become injected into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain his ability to control his body as he quickly grabbed the space ahead of him with his right hand. His arms suddenly sank, and then he suddenly pulled back. When the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and began their attacks, another 2 figures appeared in midair, dragging out a scaleless, silvery white tail. As he released his right hand, a giant serpent appeared in this dark kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in patterns and symbols. There were countless wheels in the details. Snake of Fate. Actually, this wasn't something that Klein could summon out from the historical void. Instead, it was Will or Septin descending with the burning of the paper crane after using the yesterday once more charm. Klein had just used Flaming Jump moments ago to seek help from the Snake of Fate. And the reason why he wanted to grab at something was to conceal his true intentions. It was to prevent the opposing angel from discovering the location of the Snake of Fate, putting Dr. Aaron's family in danger. This wasn't like how he had previously dealt with Amorn's avatar back then, as he had no confidence in eliminating all the clues. Therefore, he had discussed with Will in advance on how to deal with such situations. Fortunately, the intent Will or Septin expressed indicated that the truth of the summoning from before hadn't been exposed. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury rose up and bit its tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. In midair, 2 figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was Queen Mystic Bernadette, whose real body was in an intense battle with Sequence 1 Hand of Order William Augustus I. The other was formed from pure light, and a pair of shining wings grew on his back. It was obviously at the level of an angel. Suddenly, the 2 angel projections that appeared quickly vanished. The attacks they directed at Klein and the controlled marionettes retreated back into the cathedral and were hung up again. Koners and Inuni walked out one after another. With him, they passed backward through the illusory door and left the world with resonating cawing, appearing beneath the Tacit river. Snake of Fate. Reboot. The giant serpent's figure vanished as well. Without any hesitation, Klein activated teleportation and passed through countless spirit world creatures to another secret mausoleum. He used the remaining blood to outline the symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered the interior and saw a solemn and dark mausoleum. He summoned the sea god scepter and released a terrifying lightning storm, again and again, destroying the target. Then, he turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, just like a dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. Klein, who could always maintain his lucidity in dreams, had realized that he was in a real dream created by someone else the moment he entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was. Chapter 1147. Chaos. Klein pretended not to notice the real dream. As he tried to stop his projection of the death console, he tried to summon another version of himself from the historical void to fool the guards of the Tudor ruins, allowing his body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to achieve his goal of destroying it. At the moment, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death Consul Azek Egus was one, his self-projection in a concealed state was another. He couldn't be certain if the leader of the ascetics, Oriana, was considered one. However, to be safe, he had to disperse one of them before he made another summoning attempt. Regarding Oriana's state, apart from suspecting that she had descended in person due to her state, Klein had other theories. Perhaps the leader of the Evernite cloister had deliberately entered a concealed state after sensing that her projection from the past had been summoned while being located in the Amatha mountain range. She had vanished from the real world, allowing the projection to gain sentience. This was completely feasible, especially since the authority of concealment likely gave her a certain degree of control over her historical projections. When it came to a concealment angel like this, Klein was unable to use the feedback from Scholar of Yore's maintenance of the historical projection to confirm her true situation. Therefore, he didn't make any changes, so as to prevent any accidents from happening. Just as he was about to summon his past self, the real dream silently disappeared. Everything around him returned to normal. He was standing on a cliff at the entrance. Below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An old man with an ordinary appearance was levitating in midair. Under the glow from the moss and the light from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Fasak. "You weren't actually fooled by the dream I crafted." This old man's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and his appearance wasn't anything special. The Spectator Pathway Sequence 3 Dreamweaver? No, at least, he's not an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out his silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. No sound was produced, but Rionette Tynka, who was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Another head chanted in ancient Hermes, "Yesterday. Yesterday once more." Miss Messenger was borrowing strength from her past self. Compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, the power she borrowed could last longer. However, the charm didn't change at all. In midair, the elder in the grey robe gently chuckled and kindly reminded them, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes. This is Hermes, the one who lived since the Second Epoch and created ancient Hermes? An angel of the Spectator Pathway? The origin of the psychology alchemists. Klein was first shocked before he realized something. Hermes was participating in the battle, so it was unlikely he had a strong desire to stop him. No, perhaps he is deliberately acting to lower our guard. Beyond us of the Spectator Pathway are the best at manipulating the hearts of others. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Rionette Tynka's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish. "Yesterday." The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame before fusing with the void. Remnant's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hands flew up and landed on her neck. The 4 heads became illusory one after another. In an instant, Remnant transformed into a huge cloth doll that resembled a castle. She was dressed in a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood red. Sheep swept his gaze across ancient Hermes. Sheep opened her tightly shut mouth but didn't make a single sound. That spectator pathway's angel flashed with a faint light, turning into a plump, white rabbit. Ancient bane, transformation curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Its body began to swell, becoming half the size of a mountain. One stomp was sufficient to trample him to death. To an angel of the spectator pathway, merely believing in their strength allowed them to be powerful enough without being at a disadvantage due to their appearance. As the rabbit turned into a monster, a subtle change happened in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Remnant a little confused as to whether she was in a dream or in the real world. Klein could differentiate between the two. While he had noticed that, not only was Miss Messenger in a mythical creature form, but the surface of the rabbit's body was covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns intertwined together, forming 3-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. They use their complete mythical creature form right at the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take a second look to gain more knowledge. Firstly, he didn't have the time to do so, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely lead to being affected and receiving some negative effects. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of the battle between Miss Messenger and the gigantic rabbit that had transformed into a dragon, Klein used the strong winds to head for the secret mausoleum. As he recited a particular honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, still a failure. Just as one fat, white rabbit after another appeared in Klein's island of consciousness, causing him to elevate his consciousness to fight back and be unable to take multiple things into consideration, he instinctively reached out his right hand and finally touched a particular image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly dull black eyes. This was the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight that he had met before. Later, he found out in the foggy town that this was Mother of the Sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Fragran, and suspected to be the vessel for the goddess's descent. Since he was able to successfully summon the ascetic leader, Oriana, from the historical void in one try, Klein definitely thought of trying to see if he could summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. The employing of historical void projections by scholars of Yore had a difficult to overcome restriction. It was that he was unable to summon something that involved the uniqueness. However, objects that were merely a vessel of a deity's descent depended on how much of the deity's power was carried by the corresponding historical void projection or if it involved the uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon a Morn, it was impossible to summon the actual body, but an avatar would work. To be safe, the person who he summoned was the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Backland, and he succeeded after 3 attempts. Of course, if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval, or perhaps providing some level of help, he might not have succeeded given 100 attempts, 1,000 attempts, or even 10,000 attempts. The beautiful lady didn't look at him, the summoner. Instead, she turned her head and looked down at the secret mausoleum. The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake. Ripples appeared as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. At this moment, 2 arms extended out from the outside world. One was pressed towards the gigantic doll, Remnant, while the other spread out its fingers to grab at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. They were pitch black on the surface, flowing with sticky liquids. Some of them were strangely protruding, some had skulls as heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination soir. The remaining guards in the underground ruins went crazy. Some raised their swords to kill their companions, or they raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack, and his consciousness was disturbed by a sensation of madness. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he summoned retracted her gaze through pure instinct, and she looked up at the two arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. Tremendous fear caused Sware's arm to tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab hold of Klein, he was even cursed by Remnant, causing him to be covered in green fur. Immediately following that, they began to fade as they struggled with all their might, trying to escape their concealed states. And at this moment, three figures appeared in midair in the underground ruins. They were Emperor Razel, the first Lun King, William Augustus, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projection summoned by Zaratul followed closely behind. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the effects from their auras alone caused the entire space to quake, not to mention the intense battle they were engaged in. In an instant, the pitch-black mausoleum shook even more vigorously. There was even an obvious crack on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all, because this was his last contingency plan. When the enemy was too powerful and prepared, preventing him from creating an opportunity, then it was best to draw everyone together while destroying the mausoleum, thus creating chaos. This was the inspiration he got from the encounter outside Bayam City. Back then, Abomination Swar and the byproduct of the Artificial Death Project attacked remotely while Sea King Kotman, Miss Messenger Remnant, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated in it, resulting in the collapse of an innocent mountain. At that moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in this ruin to be like that mountain. He didn't believe that angels could control the damage to their surroundings when in an intense battle. And the lineup this time far exceeded the previous one. It's still not enough. Then let's make it a little more chaotic. As he controlled his spirit body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the grey fog. Using his basic control over it, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a greyish-white fog appeared as the majestic palace appeared faintly. Sefirah Castle! In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Baklan turned dark, as if a storm was brewing. A bird with dark eye circles watching over the Tacit River downstream moved its gaze. In the outskirts of Bakland where Ruins No. 1 was, Demoness Trissy had been robbed of several powers and suffered serious injuries. She was on the brink of death. Bang! She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it. Blood was everywhere. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. Chapter 1148. Not late. There were very few chances to use charms in high-level battles. No one would take the initiative to leave an opening for their opponent while they chanted the incantation. The reason Trissy was able to complete the corresponding action was because she had ignited wicked black flames from the inside out. As for the black flames, they seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding areas, causing thick ice crystals to form. Beyond the ice crystals, there were almost invisible spider webs that wrapped around them, forming huge cocoons. Relying on the 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy almost 2 seconds, so she took out the rectangular diamond-shaped charm and chanted, "Yesterday." The transparent flame ignited amidst the wicked black flames. The diamond-like charm silently disintegrated before merging with the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to the Demoness, so as to allow the damage from the 3 prongs to become the main assault point at any time. Trissy immediately saw the greyish-white fog and realized that the scenes in the past were like stars, densely packed together. There were scenes of the young him wandering the streets, coming under the control of the mafia, swindling, cheating, and stealing from others. He later joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. There, he enjoyed ending lives and the bloodshed, instigating others to tear off their masks and reveal their true bestial nature. Due to various reasons, he had no choice but to become a witch. She began creating catastrophes, and it was arranged by the Demoness of Pleasure that she would become Prince Edasak's mistress. Realizing that she was becoming less and less like herself and that she was slowly losing herself to the pleasure, she felt extreme fear and yearned to escape. However, having fallen deeper into hell, she experienced immense pain and chose to be extreme. With a thought, the scenes magnified and occupied her entire vision. Under the light, the lawn outside the window was bright, and the horses were walking slowly. The holes of the golf course could still be vaguely seen, and inside the house, there was an antique cabinet blocking the view from the door. The past Trissy stood at the edge and looked out, wearing a sapphire ring on her left hand. At that time, she wasn't even a sequence 5, and she didn't have the strength the current her needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the Demonis sect that was closely related to the primordial Demonis. This ring was the thing that Trissy wanted to borrow. All of a sudden, the intricate ring that was inlaid with a sapphire gem appeared on Trissy's pinky. And unlike in the past, the present Trissy had fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial Demonis. She had been greatly enhanced as a sequence for demigod. In other words, even though she wasn't a robust deity's descent vessel, she already had the qualifications to be one. And that sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily grasp a certain amount of initiative. Looking at the scenes in the past, the cocoon formed by Trissy's spider silk cracked inch by inch. The thick ice crystal silently melted as the wicked black flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled as she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows. The ring melted like metal as it flowed into Trissy's head in a surreal manner. At that moment, the wicked black flames were completely deprived by Prince Grove as a burning white spear of light shot out. At the front of the spear, 2 pure white wings spread out as they embraced the tip of the spear, like an angel, sealing off the surrounding space, and preventing the target from escaping. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were a deep black color. Her hair flared up one by one, each becoming as thick as a snake. The outer layer was slippery and diabolical, with clear black and white eyes embedded at the ends, or heads that looked like venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear that was condensed from pure light stopped in front of Trissy, as though it was being pressed down by an invisible hand, making it difficult for it to advance even an inch further. It quickly turned grayish-white in color, turning from incorporeal to corporeal, as if it was carved out of stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless tiny pieces. The grayish-white color around Trissy rapidly spread out in every direction as if it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the stones became hard while everything else turned to stone. The various rituals that had been set up in Ruins No. 1 were now tainted with grayish-white colors, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from discovering the changes and coming over immediately. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by a grayish-white aura that emanated out of the void. With him only being capable of using the Crown of Thorns to maintain a small safe zone, there was no way for him to use any prohibition powers. Trissy, whose eyes had no borders marking her whites from blacks, didn't even look at her opponent. With her snake-like hair blotting out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from deep within. Red asteroids with fiery tails appeared out of nowhere as they flew past Demonis Trissy and smashed at the mausoleum. In an instant, this ruin was inundated with catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this and immediately felt a strong sense of confusion and anger. With great difficulty, he'd split off some of his strength, and with the help of the preparations he had put in place, he forcefully distorted the surrounding area and isolated the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of catastrophes, the cliffs crumbled one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that formed a world of its own. Are you mad? For a sequence for to forcefully accept the power of a true deity, the only outcome was death. Trissy laughed. The skin on her face had been pushed to its limits. Inch by inch, they crumbled, revealing the blood and flesh that was squirming wildly underneath. This extremely terrifying Demonis scoffed and said, "Isn't the ending of a lovely story supposed to have all the bad guys die? For example, you, or me?" Before Trissy could finish her sentence, she wore that tragic smile on her face as the asteroid plummeted into the twisted secret mausoleum in a bid to destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a strong front. He quickly ended the connection with Sefirah Castle as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before had nearly caused all the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel Klein had summoned was a historical void projection. It only continued fighting based on instinct, turning the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, William Augustus I's projection pulled out a silver sword and pointed ahead before slicing downward. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a stop as the battlefield was divided into different sections. Hermes faced the beautiful and impassive lady. Abomination Soir suppressed Remnant. The historical void projections of Emperor Razel and the Angel of Light surrounded Klein. William I stood at an isolated spot, ensuring that none of the aftershocks attacked the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without thinking, he reached his right hand into the inner pocket of his clothes, and he stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were figures that exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it was a terrible burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some power from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality once more. For the next 5 minutes, it was no different from real spirituality. Then, Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light, which also had illusory wings on his back, made the layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the bright white sea of light, something suddenly appeared. It rapidly plummeted and approached the secret mausoleum. It was a dark-colored book that consisted of goatskin. Grozel's Travels. Using his ability to split into worms of spirit, and his enhanced ability to shapeshift, he shrank into bookmarks made of flesh, embedding themselves into the book, using it to block the endless light's purification and melting effect. But even so, he was still severely injured because the light still could illuminate part of his body. This wasn't the end. Standing right beneath Grozel's Travels was Emperor Razel, dressed in gorgeous clothes, waiting there with his hands raised. Without second thoughts, Klein could only activate the first method he knew of to protect himself. Hiding in the historical void. Boom! A loud thunderclap boomed outside the ruin. It rumbled in the distance in the beginning, but by the end of it, it was ringing in one's ears. Klein, together with the projections in the historical void, and all the living beings in the ruins were awed and turned stiff. Instantly, the sea of light dimmed. But no, there was a figure that wasn't affected, the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight. The beautiful but dull-looking lady took the opportunity to phase her body, transforming into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She extended the strange world, enveloping Hermes, Remnant, Soira's arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I within. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection, a watered-down version, some essential parts remained. The chaos that Klein was anticipating was finally here. As for George III's other helpers, such as that King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took form, the angels inside began to resist. Amidst the chaos, the strange world easily tore apart. However, with the remnants of the angels' power being directed, the lady rushed out and headed for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom! An even louder clap of thunder rang out. Emperor Razel, who had attempted to stop them, was once again awed, unable to make any further attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was hit. The cracks on its surface sank deep, causing its dark interior to present itself. In these rifts, blood appeared out of nowhere. Some were bright red, and some were dark. Boom! 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 Having restored his human form, Klein held Grozel's Travels while collectively launching air cannon with his scattered worms of spirit. The mausoleum, which was already on the verge of collapse, had finally collapsed, and even more blood gushed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III's advancement ritual was no longer stable. He lacked the key pillar of support. If only one mausoleum was under attack, he might have been able to rely on his tenuous connection with them to put up a resistance to a certain degree. But now, he had suffered too intense of an attack. His already incorporeal body suddenly boiled, unable to maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. On Triss's tendril-squirming face, the corners of her mouth curled up. Backland City, Memorial Square. My subjects, the stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache was finishing his speech when there was a loud explosion. His flesh and blood transformed into a flurry of fireworks that sprayed into the air. Chapter 1149. Escape. When Audrey and company below the platform saw this scene, it was as if they were admiring a large magic show. For a moment, no one realized what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene started to turn disorderly. Amidst screams, the king's guards all rushed up the platform. The cabinet ministers and the House of Lords nobles subconsciously sought a place to hide, or they mustered their courage to follow the guards to check the scene. Audrey looked on in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she felt that it was surreal. If Mr. World paid strong attention to someone, it meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And to date, none of Mr. Fool's goals had failed. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal square in Backland, Melissa, Benson, and company also heard the explosion before realizing that the king's speech had come to an abrupt stop. After a moment of silence, people began to turn rowdy as they began breaking out into a discussion amidst hushed whispers. Fear of the unknown and fear of the future slowly occupied their hearts. In the outskirts of Backland, inside ruins number 1. George III's mind was a blur. He'd felt something that couldn't be resisted inside his body as a volcano of extreme madness erupted in his mind. It was changing his body while distorting everything around him. Indistinctly, he saw a huge black throne, one which he was sitting on. He wore an emperor's crown, looking down upon the real world with great pride. He had reign over his subjects, and he was equal to the deities. He reached out his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks of unknown origins kept striking him. It prevented him from touching that future. No. George III's hand, which had faded, hung in midair as his consciousness tore apart as his body mutated completely. Trissy, who had been reduced to a blob of flesh and blood, enveloped that shadow of order using her countless thick snake hair. Boom! In the outside world, in the area corresponding to ruins number 1, large amounts of dust were stirred up into the sky like the thickest of smog. Boom! The area became a humongous crater that was connected to the Tacit River, opening up an inlet for the river water to rush in. Rumble! High up in the sky, lights dimmed as a storm containing immense horror enveloped the area. Further away on a mountain peak, 2 figures watched this scene without anyone speaking a word. They were the demoness of unaging Katerina, who was wearing a pure white robe, and the pale, hooded red angel evil spirit. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly and said, "The reason we wanted to find her was because Primordial told us that she has strong inclinations towards self-destructing." The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression twisted slightly. "I know who interfered with my response." Katerina thought of various answers, but she couldn't be sure. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly said a word, "Evernight." After a pause, he suppressed his emotions and added, "Otherwise, I would have long found Trissy cheek." Without waiting for Katerina to respond, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, a hint of joy flashed past Klein's eyes when he saw the secret mausoleum collapse and spill out copious amounts of blood. But it was ephemeral because he had to turn his attention back to his situation. With George III's ritual failing and him not becoming Black Emperor, it meant that his goal had been achieved. What followed next was to escape. At that moment, while the mausoleum's destruction didn't have any significant impact, Rionette Tinker followed her agreement with Klein, and she didn't stay any longer. She first entered the spirit world and fled deep inside it. The power she borrowed from herself was coming to an end. The maintenance of the beautiful, concealment angel had already reached Klein's limits. After it transformed into a strange world, it naturally disappeared. Inside the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced the arm of Abomination Soir, Hermes from an ancient time, Emperor Razel's projection, William Augustus I's projection, and the Angel of Light projection, as well as the thunder that pointed at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him. And for him to summon a historical void projection at the angel level wasn't something that could succeed within a few attempts. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal as he attempted to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended out transparent and slippery tentacles. Zaratul! Zaratul's actual body had appeared. He had been waiting in the historical void for Klein. At that moment, Klein's action of entering the historical void could no longer be reversed. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled in by the vortex and thrown into the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite another paper crane, but he realized that no flames could rise up there. Having probed him once, Zaratul was confident of his trump card. By relying on his level suppressing him, and the authority of bizarreness, he made Klein unable to control the flames anymore. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination after making a teleportation attempt was mysteriously connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor could he summon enough helpers. However, beyond us of the seer pathway never perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggot slowly spun as it received a visit initiated by Klein. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They reached towards him, but they only wrapped around the ancient book covered in dark-colored skin. The blood on the book's surface hadn't completely faded. Grozel's travels. At the most dangerous moment, Klein pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Grozel's travels. Then, with a whoosh, he entered the book world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zaratul. The moment he entered the book world, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a marionette that he had temporarily possessed from the historical void. Avin Rambi's. He had once tested that he could summon the projections of true history here. After all, it belonged to Sefirah Castle, and praying to the fool in the book world wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, he had other ways to resolve it. He could summon Justice Audrey who existed in the book world's history. In short, he needed a mid or high sequence beyonder from the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, live Zed, and into the hall of truth. Time was of the essence, so the faster, the better. This was because he had no idea how long before this sequence one would be able to grasp the secret of Grozel's travels, much less whether the other party would forcibly descend into the book world. He could only race against time. Avin Rambi's, who was wearing a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, held onto him with a stiff expression. He directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless shadows. With the power of a manipulator, they quickly shuttled through and arrived at the city of miracles, live Zed, in seconds, appearing before the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein released his control over his marionette, Avin Rambi's, and under the nudge from the strong winds, he ran through the door. As he passed by the colorful murals, his inner voice resounded in the hall. The chances of summoning 0-08 here should be higher. Using it to draw or write at the end of the mural on the left side can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zaratul make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe escape route. No, it's still easier to let Amorn's avatar join the battle royal and implicate Zaratul. That will be easier to fulfill. It's no wonder the goddess wants to bait Amorn into Backland. The mural on the right represents the book world. I can use 0-08 to draw another temporary door for me to leave. While flying, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void ahead. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein borrowed strength from his former self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a dull classic quill. 0-08. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of the huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. This had a clear sense of being worn down by time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and arrived at the end of the mural. He raised the quill, 0-08, and was about to write. He had never tested for any changes when using 0-08 in here before. He was afraid that it would result in an excessive accident and alert Amon's brother, making his ploy of preventing George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be detected in advance. At this moment, he no longer needed to bother about such matters. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 0-08, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached the time limit. What's happening? Klein felt alarmed. He then realized that his words in the Hall of Truth hadn't been projected. There was silence all around him. With his spiritual perception triggered, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the time-worn rock had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross was a huge, blurry figure standing there. Facing everything with its back, it was observing all life with compassion. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black, high-back pews, but only one supplicant. The supplicant had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe with a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His hands were clasping a silver cross in front of his chest as he wore a genial and calm look. Adam. Twilight Hermit Order's chair, King of Angels Adam. Klein didn't even know when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam looked up, revealing his clear, limpid eyes that resembled a child's. He slowly stood up, speaking with a calm expression. George III's death causes Lund to suffer a heavy blow. Unable to sit idle any further, Intes decides to take this opportunity to launch an attack. This war officially develops into a war that sweeps through the world. Can you accept such an outcome? Chapter 1150. Mad Dash. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein still felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. He felt a wave of heat, and he wanted to defend himself, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. For a few silent seconds, his figure was reflected in Adam's limpid eyes before he said with some difficulty, "I accept it. But I will try my best to minimize the damage caused by the war in the future, so long as I'm still alive." He paused and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you exacted for the bestowment? Back when a certain ascetic here mentioned your true name, you had already noticed this book and secretly made arrangements." Adam, who was dressed in simple white robes, didn't respond. He walked towards the mural on his left and stopped in front of one of the murals. He looked up slightly and quietly admired it. On the mural, a book consisting of goatskin flew up into the clouds and landed in a gigantic claw. After watching for a while, Adam said with a warm voice, "You may leave." He immediately felt that he had been rejected by the Hall of Truth, the sea of collective subconscious of the City of Miracles, and the book world. He involuntarily floated up and flew out of the area. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the black pews. Holding the silver cross pendant, he closed his eyes and prayed sincerely to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in mid-air and was connected to the outside world. The book world also began to ostracize him, squeezing him out of the huge door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world and returned to the grayish-white fog. He was in the state he was in prior to entering the historical void. Unlike before, he hadn't been locked down by the whirlpool formed by countless transparent maggots. As for the slippery tentacles that were almost invisible, they wrapped around Grozel's travel slightly and disappeared into thin air. Without having time to lament over the loss, Klein's thoughts raced, and he made a choice almost purely on instinct. He leaped into the grayish-white fog in another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was the so-called historical void. Klein regretted it the next second because Zaratel's slippery and terrifying tentacles had extended out from the grayish-white fog. The countless translucent maggots were no longer formed a spinning whirlpool as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zaratel could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression effect that high-level members of the same pathway had against lower-level ones. A demigod of the same seer pathway was always the best choice for dealing with a seer demigod of a lower sequence. Without any hesitation, he ran through the spots of light and into the depths of the fog of history, just like his advancement. Scenes of the secret mausoleum collapsing, Backlund suffering an air raid, and the tragic Great Smog flew behind him. However, the dangerous premonition in his heart didn't weaken at all, instead, it intensified significantly. He even saw a thick shadow getting closer and closer, covering himself. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and the slippery tentacles. Klein ran as fast as he could, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernite goddess in Jotun in his mind, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he could do, and she was the only existence that could save him at the moment. Of course, if he knew of Amorn's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing things up would he have a chance of surviving. Rozel's declaration as emperor, the modification of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-year war flashed past one by one. Klein realized that his body was being increasingly covered by shadows, and his consciousness was gradually slowing down. He had a feeling that he was having his spirit body threads controlled. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out of the greyish-white fog's various spots of light. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, their eye sockets burning with dark red flames as the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. This group of monsters-like creatures, the Sefirah castle keepers, ran past Klein and rushed behind him. He immediately regained his lucidity. F***CK. He cursed himself, his eyes slightly red as he continued running with his vision blurred. He went from the 5th epoch to the 4th epoch, and from the 4th epoch to the 3rd epoch. The massive shadow that resembled the tidal wave behind him paused for a few seconds, then it continued surging towards him as if nothing had happened, drowning out the historical voids he passed through. Klein didn't hold back in expending his spirituality. He used all his might to run with the light spots that he had lit in the fog of history. He ran from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd epoch until he arrived at a lonely fragment of light. Around him was a withered forest and a normal tomb. This was the period of history where giant King Ormir buried his parents. As for the tidal wave that was formed by Zaratul, it didn't seem to understand this history well enough. It stopped at some unknown era and didn't manage to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted. And in the fog of history, he could only borrow power from the current void. But clearly, there was no past projection of himself here. And when his spirituality was exhausted, he would have no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that time came, he would be facing Zaratul again. Phew. Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and lit it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he failed to see the Snake of Fate, Will or Septin, appear. In the historical void, there's no way to use ordinary paper cranes to contact Will. Why hasn't Amorn appeared yet? As his thoughts flashed, he could only repeat in Jotun, the Evernite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, his spirit body threads floated into the air and was grabbed by a slippery, transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot, linen-robed ascetic leader, Oriana. Based on Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned must have disappeared. Therefore, the person who came was undoubtedly the actual body. The Evernite Cloister's matron glanced at Klein, and instantly, he vanished under Zaratul's tentacle. Klein entered a concealed world belonging to Oriana. It was night time, and it was a monastery with many ancient buildings erected. There was a huge and holy crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Using the experience gained from their past cooperation, Klein immediately used traveling to appear in the crimson moon, leaving this concealed world in order to appear elsewhere. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zaratul. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to directly leave. And having held Zaratul back for a short period of time, Oriana entered a concealed state and left the battlefield. Boom! A terrifying thunderclap boomed as the transparent tentacle that attempted to reach out to where Klein had disappeared suddenly retreated, disappearing along with the actual body. Having teleported to the sea, Klein couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He first summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where he had lost his marionettes, koners, and inuni. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. Pa! The paper figurine burned with scarlet flames as it leaped up into the form of an illusory angel that had layered wings on its back. It embraced him and removed any traces. Then, he activated traveling once again and left the area. In the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette managed to sense the death of George III, either through the changes in order or via their clairvoyant abilities. The latter didn't stay any longer. Her body suddenly separated like a collection of soap bubbles that reflected light, scattering in all directions before bursting. William Augustus I wasn't in the mood to stop or chase after her, but he didn't feel much pain. After making a huge detour, Klein, who had used Angel's Embrace 3 times to remove his traces, finally returned to Backland secretly. It was probably the safest place. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Backland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance, height, and temperament. The more ordinary and common his appearance was, the less attention he would garner. After entering the room, Klein endured the mental fatigue and physical trauma he received, and he began to chant the honorific name of sea god Calvetua. He planned to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the grey fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real Angel's Embrace to confirm his surroundings to eliminate any latent dangers. Fortunately, Zaratul should have signed a contract with George III, so he can't leave the mausoleum he was guarding as he pleases. Otherwise, I would most likely have become his marionette in that chaotic battle. The appearance of him and Abomination Soir exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 1 step in a counterclockwise manner. He opened his mouth and chanted in Mandarin, the Exalted. Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on a chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was a young man of medium build, wearing a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He looked like a mixed-blood man with Lun and Balaam roots. This was the marionette that Klein had lost, Winner Inuni. Inuni smiled as he faced Klein's pair of eyes that could no longer move. Don't randomly leave your marionettes around. They can be tracked. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. He casually took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th volume, Red Priest.